Sport.
Hits it over long on, it's massive!
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa.
Takes a freakish catch! That is a circus trick! Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through it!
Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
With the international cricket season officially underway following the heroics of Glenn Maxwell guiding Australia to victory in the T20 series, South Africa's tour rolls on into 3 one-day international matches against Australia in the top end. Hi everyone and welcome to Cairns Cazaly Stadium for the 6th ever one-day international match to be played at this venue and the first since 2022. So we had the first ever T20 international played here back on Saturday night, so a rare chance for the cricket fans in North Queensland to come and see some top-level cricket. I'm Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. So Cairns to host Game 1 and then the next 2 one-day international matches to take place at Mackay's newly refurbished Great Barrier Reef Arena, so looking forward to that. Former Australian Quicks, Jason Gillespie is with you. Stuart Clark once more. Welcome to you, Dizzy.
Oh, thanks, Clinchy, and welcome to all our listeners as well.
Not a bad place to be, is it, Saf? 26 degrees. Nice to have some cricket up here, and we're excited to see what we'll get this afternoon.
Yeah, g'day, Clinchy. G'day, everybody. It's beautiful up here. We're enjoying ourselves, and there's some great cricket to be played. The Australians are warming up at present, and South Africa are out there as well, so the sun's shining. There'll be a great game of cricket on.
So the breaking news, we know Marnus is coming back into the Australian side. Kiso Rabada is out, so unfortunately a ankle injury for him. So I'll bring you the latest in a moment's time. But let's make our way out to the middle. The toss is about to be conducted with Fox Sports' Megan Barnard.
Welcome out into the middle of Cazaly Stadium here in Cairns for the first one-day international between Australia and South Africa. I've got the 2 captains alongside me and match referee Andy Pycroft to oversee proceedings. Mitch, you've got the coin. Give it a flip. The call is heads.
It's a tails.
It's a tails. Mitch Marsh, you've won the toss. Do I need to ask what you're going to do?
Yeah, just thought I'd change it up to have a bowl first.
Reason for that?
Oh, look, I think the wicket looks a touch drier than the other night, but we saw that the dew has played a part, so that's really the main reason why.
It's been a good few months since this Aussie team last played some one-day cricket. You've got a new look side as well, so what are the expectations for this series?
Oh, I guess, yeah, there's no expectation on our players. I think just be a really connected group and enjoy playing cricket for Australia. It's the start of a series and a chance to win another game for Australia.
Any surprises, anything we need to know about your team for today?
No surprises. Obviously Marnus and Alex Carey come back in, but yeah, no surprises.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Temba, welcome in. Good to see you. What would you have done?
We also would have liked to bowl first. I think that's what the stats said, albeit it's a small sample. But yeah, we're going to have to do the job with the bat first.
What can you tell us about your team for Game 1? Is there a debutant in there by the name of Delwood Brevis?
Yeah, we've got Brevi, star of the show at the moment. Obviously for him it would be nice if he can carry on with all his heroics in this new format. We've also got Subrahin as well with his Upson. So yeah, quite exciting with the new faces coming in. Older guys kind of starting to fade away respectfully. But yeah, quite exciting to see what these guys can add to the team.
Yeah, we enjoyed the entertaining brand of cricket that the team brought to the T20s. Are we going to see a similar approach this series?
Yeah, I mean, we're all about the conditions. If the conditions say that we should play a certain way, we'd like to do so. So I don't see anything different, as much as it's a different format. But, you know, looking at the guys there, if the opportunity is there to take it down, we encourage them to do so.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, the news from the middle is that Australia has won the toss and elected to have a bowl first.
Thank you very much to Megan Barnard, courtesy of Fox Sports. Matt Clinch, Jason Gillespie, Stuart Clark standing in front of the beautiful Western Grandstand here at Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. So the news from the middle, Mitch Marsh has won the toss. No surprise that Australia have decided to bowl first. We were talking, Dizzy, that's the way of the world, isn't it? Put the opposition in and try and put them under the pump.
Yeah, most certainly. I don't think Mitchell Marsh, in T20 cricket, I don't think he's actually ever won the toss and batted first. So, look, obviously the dew factor is playing a role here in Northern Australia. Both teams, Bavuma said he would have liked to have a bowl as well. But yeah, look, I think that's just the way the modern game is. By chasing, you know exactly what's expected of you, what you need to do to win the game, and obviously with the dew factor playing a role.
So the Australian 11, Saf, Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head at the top of the order. Marnus Labuschagne is listed to come in at number 3, so who will replace Steve Smith in this batting order? Cameron Green at 4, Josh Inglis at 5, Alex Carey at 6. So the 2 keepers in the Australian lineup. Aaron Hardy gets his opportunity, Ben Dorshus, Nathan Ellis, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood. So this is a transition of change. There's no Glenn Maxwell, there's no Steve Smith. Tim David's not in this side, so it's always interesting as to when you get the opportunity to play for your country, you certainly don't want to waste it.
No, look, it's opportunities for the Australian cricket team at the moment. A couple of notable retirements in Smith and Maxwell, and then some guys getting an opportunity. Playing the 2 keepers. Look, Josh Inglis can play as a batter, and he fields well enough to get around and do all the rest of it, so no great issue there. They're a strong team. It'll be a strong outfit. One guy I'm interested in seeing a little bit more of is Aaron Hardy. He's got ability, and, you know, he didn't have the greatest T20 series, held out first ball down at Deep Long On in the last game, but he's got ability. It's a massive opportunity for him to get out here and show what he can actually do.
A couple of the players to focus on. Marnus Labuschagne having been dropped following the World Test Championship, those test matches in the West Indies, so he comes back in to represent his country. Of course, playing against the team in which the country was born in. But he does have a great average when it comes to white ball cricket in the coloured clothing, so averaging around 50 in one-day cricket, and he'd be keen to sort of change the narrative. It's going to be a big summer for him, so much around his spot in the Australian Test side. Does it matter, regardless of what format, if you're able to score runs and just put your name to the front of the list?
Yeah, I think, look, we know the quality of Marnus Labuschagne. He's done it for many years in both formats. I suspect he'll be a real chance to play in the Ashes. This is a good opportunity for him just to remind everyone what a good player he is. And look, he is a very fine player, Marnus Labuschagne. It's actually very nice to see the Australians in yellow as well, I must say. It was a little bit...
it feels a little role reversed, doesn't it? The South Africans in green, the South Africans in yellow, the Australians in green, so it's almost role reverse.
Yeah, it is, and it was nice to see Mitchell Marsh do the toss in the yellow, Australian gold, as we call it. But yeah, fantastic.
What about for you, Saf? Does it matter whether, does Marnus just make runs in any format? Does this change the meter for you if he's able to come out and impose himself?
Look, it's an interesting one with Marnus. I think they'll pick him for the Ashes. I think Marnus cements his spot in the team if he scores runs in these 3-game series. I think they go, right, Marnus, you're in. If he misses out, I still think he plays, but I think there's a lot more discussion around it. So, from my way of thinking, Marnus, big opportunity for him, go out, bat for a long period. And you think, if he scores 100, we're not talking about should we be picking Marnus, we're picking Marnus. Yeah. And that's the opportunity he has as batting in the top order, batting at 3. And there's also, you know, his long-term career in the one-day team. Is he going to be part of this team moving forward as they probably build to whatever the next World Cup cycle is, and they're trying to work out what their best 15 are?
In terms of the South African 11, so Ryan Rickelton, Aidan Markham at the top of the order. Temba Bavuma comes in as the captain this side. Matthew Bretsky alongside Tristan Stubb. Dewald Brevis, if we haven't said enough about him, we will certainly say more in the lead up to this match. Mulder, Maharaj, Subbarainen, and then Berger and Ngidi as their bowling lineup. So South Africa, obviously like Australia, looking towards the next generation. We're 2 years away from the next World Cup, but some chances there for especially Dewald Brevis. When you're hot, why not continue?
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to seeing how he goes in this format. I would have liked to see Pretorius as well in this team. I notice he's here. He's not in the 11. It would have been nice to see him. I think he's a good player, but certainly Rabada. We're hearing he's got a bit of an ankle injury, which will keep him out of this series, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame for the Australian crowds. We want to see the best players playing, and Rabada is one of the best that's ever played the game. So it's a bit of a blow that he's missing out, but hopefully he's not out for too much longer, and he can have a role for South Africa when they go to England.
So that's breaking news from the South African camp, Safraz, that Kiso Rabada has been ruled out for the 3 one-day internationals against Australia due to inflammation of his right ankle. 30 years of age, underwent a scan on Monday which confirmed the extent of the injury, so he will remain in Australia and undergo rehabilitation under the supervision of the medical team. But obviously his attention will then turn to England. England or India? Where do they go? Yeah,
they're going to England, so he'll stay with the team for treatment and get himself, make sure they manage him appropriately, so when they do get to England, he can play. It's a big opportunity. It's a big opportunity for the other guys, but he's a big miss and he's a big out, because you're right, Jesse. People want to see the best players. He's one of them, they're more notable players within this team, and he's not going to be playing. I'm a bit like you. I'd love to see Pretorius as well. I think he'll get a go down in Mackay, but, Brevis and co will do the job. It's just, can they make enough runs against this Australian? And they're going to be up against it, because the conditions will favour the Australians batting second with a bit of dew on the surface and just quicken it up.
So the first of the one-day internationals taking place from Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. It's Australia taking on South Africa. The Aussies have won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. We had a great crowd in on Saturday night, a bit over 8,000 for the third and deciding T20 international. It's just the same every day, isn't it? Beautiful 25, 26 degrees. The majority of the fans who have made their way in are in the western stand in which we're commentating from, but there is a breeze coming from the southern end here, which is the city end. We have the sports club here at Cazaly Stadium sort of to the northern end. Not as much viewing area there, but it reminds you sort of some of those beautiful English grounds, Dizzy, which of course you played so much county cricket at. The chance to be on the adjacent side to us, where there's some grouse there and take in some sunshine. There's the one old scoreboard with the big screen there. Oh, scoreboard, it's just a big screen, isn't it? It's not a scoreboard, but it is a unique place for fans in North Queensland to come along and watch some cricket.
It certainly has that county cricket vibe feel for those who don't know. It's the county grounds in the UK, when you play white ball cricket, they hold anywhere between 5,000 and 10,000 people, and the atmosphere is always fantastic. We saw the atmosphere here on Saturday night for the T20. It was absolutely electric, and hopefully we can replicate that. I know it's during the week, it's a weekday here, it's a working day, but hopefully we get a really good crowd coming in.
You just mentioned county cricket, and all I started thinking about was lunch and tea. All I could think about was, because how good was that? It was just, it has got that atmosphere, it has got that feel about it. It's not a festival game, it's more serious than that, but it does have, the locals love their cricket and they're starved of it. So we've talked about this quite a bit during commentary on the other night in the T20, and we'll do it throughout the course of the day, but more cricket up here, the better. That means more time for me and Dizzy to come up here as well, so that's even better again.
If you haven't picked up the vibe, we're all enjoying being up here, a bit of sunshine, especially for those in the southern states. Stuart Clark, Jason Gillespie, Matt Clinch to be joined by the voice of South African cricket, Neil Manthorp, but a chance to take you in the camps of both the Australian and the South African camp. That's coming up next on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
Live coverage of Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Well, a chance to head inside the South African camp ahead of this first one-day international between Australia and South Africa. Lenny Ngini has been good enough to come and join us. Great to see you. Have you enjoyed your time out here in Australia?
It's been good. A little bit different to the tours I've had before up north. But, you know, the boys have really enjoyed it. It's been a nice setting for us.
Talk us through the closing stages of that T20 back on Saturday night. Obviously, Glenn Maxwell unfortunately able to get Australia home, but how challenging was it bowling in the death there with the dew coming in here in the north of Queensland?
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult, but the ball was tailing a bit, so, you know, I felt like I had a chance. Obviously, bowling to someone like Maxwell, you don't have much room to miss, but I guess, you know, that's what everyone wanted it to probably be like in that game. It went down to the last two balls. Yeah, I've been in those situations a couple of times, so the nerves weren't too bad, but it's just unfortunate to not come out on the right side.
Noticed on the other night there were a lot of slower balls. Is that a specific plan, considering the size of the ground here in Cairns?
Definitely. Obviously, the boundaries are big, and you can obviously play with that in your game plan, but I felt like the way the Australian guys were batting as well, you know, I think we saw Marsh hit a few over the roof here, so you kind of knew that if you give him any pace to work with, he's probably looking to take you down. So just to force them out of their game plan was probably the thinking process.
What about you come into the one day? Same sort of thing, I'd imagine, is on the cards. You know, it's going to be tight and be fairly a lot of runs scored. Same sort of strategy, tactics?
Yeah, I guess you also work with what the conditions give you. If the conditions allow for that type of bowling again, by all means, definitely use it. But if you know, it also provides maybe swinging conditions, then you'll probably look to use that. But we're just looking to obviously try stem the flow of runs. You know, they are pretty aggressive batting lineup, so yeah, just to slow it down.
Just take you through Maxwell, right? He's very unique. He plays some ridiculous shots. You're top of your mark. What are you thinking? Are you thinking reverse sweep? Are you thinking how do you process that whole thing? Because he is so unique.
So you obviously know the shot options that he has, but the problem is you never know when he's going to play it. So you try and maybe, you know, slow down your run up a bit, watch him as long as possible, and change at the last minute. But you know, he's a world-class finisher, so you got to try gamble, try bluff sometimes even. But yeah, it is a bit of a thinking process when you're at the top of your mark, but, you know, it is Maxwell at the end of the day, so good luck.
I just want to take a couple of other steps backwards to Walt Brevis and what he's been able to do in international cricket. I mean, we've all heard the hype around franchise cricket, but to do it for South Africa, how impressed have you been with how he's been able to perform here in Cairns?
I think the beautiful thing is that he's being himself. That's the type of cricketer that he is. Play with him at the Titans, so I've seen glimpses of what he can do, and I think maybe he put a little bit too much pressure on himself when he first came in, and now he's sort of filling his boots the way he wants to, and that's the most beautiful thing, I'd say, for South African cricket at the moment.
I guess he alongside Pretorius, can you see the next generation of South African players coming through, and how exciting is it to get these opportunities in the white ball format?
Yeah, the leagues are obviously offering opportunities for younger guys to really put their hands up, and that's what they seem to be doing. We've obviously put them into the squads now, and, you know, by the time maybe a year or two in, they probably would have settled down, found their feet, and, you know, we've seen such an amazing start from them already, so, I mean, I guess the sky's the limit for them.
Now, we need to ask you about the World Test Championship. What was that like to experience that for South African cricket, the celebrations that took place, I mean, to create history?
No, it was beautiful. You know, I think it's something that we've always wanted as a country. You know, that ICC trophy has always just eluded us with the smallest of margins. But again, it was a great game, and we never really knew who was going to win. It was up and down, you know, pretty much for the full 4 days that we did play. So it was really, really, it was a really happy moment for South Africa. And just to be part of it is, you know, a dream come true.
It's an obvious question, but is that a career high for you? Is that right at the pinnacle?
Yeah, definitely. Winning an ICC trophy for South Africa, that's always been a dream, so happy to tick that one off.
And have you found things to do outside of cricket here in North Queensland, in Cairns? It's a beautiful part of the world, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, after the T20 game, the boys went to go see the Barrier Reef. Been exploring, you know, just pretty much, you know, we don't have scooters in South Africa, so the luxury of being able to get on one of those beam scooters and just pretty much roam around the country it's beautiful to have. So yeah, just a couple of sightseeing. We're looking forward to Mackay, I think that's how it's pronounced. Yeah,
Mackay. Yeah.
Mackay, sorry. Yeah.
I was going to say, you've got beautiful wildlife in South Africa. Have you had a chance to play with the crocodiles up here? They're everywhere here, right? Crocodiles, yeah. Darwin here. Have you done any of the swimming with the crocodiles or any of that sort of stuff?
So the first warnings we got was, you know, try to stay clear of the water edges. So we've been very cautious of that. But we did see some, I think it's saltwater crocs in Darwin. And those are pretty big. So yeah, that was kind of scary to see, but amazing as well at the same time.
Beautiful. Great to spend a bit of time with you. Good luck this afternoon, and hopefully another win for South Africa.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And we can wander from the South African camp into the Australian camp. Free format player Josh Hazlewood's been good enough to join us on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Josh, lovely to see you. Have you enjoyed your time in the top end?
Very good, actually. Beautiful weather, obviously, this time of year. Darwin's had some great crowds, sort of good energy around the ground, and then a good win here the other night in Cairns, so it's been good.
It's been a packed schedule for you, from IPL, World Test Championship, all the way to the West Indies. Now here you are in the top end. How's your body feeling? And obviously it's going to be a massive summer from an Australian point of view. So are you excited to be starting this early ahead of a big preparation, or is it a great chance to represent your country and play a senior role in this bowling attack?
Yeah, it sort of never feels like the start of a season. It just feels like it keeps going and going. But yeah, I think we've sort of worked out that I'm probably at my best if I'm up and running all the time. Long layoffs, sort of longer than a month and a half away from cricket. And I sort of struggle to get back up to that intensity and volume. So I just feel like I keep ticking things over, and you don't have to play all these games, but just you're up here, you're still at that match intensity, you're keeping that volume up, and less overs in the nets in training is also good. So yeah, everything's feeling pretty good.
And this might go into fast bowler nuffy territory. Jason Gillespie, Stuart Clark, righto, take over.
All right, I was going to say, how are they actually coming out? Rhythm looks good, and you look like you've got good momentum at the crease. So obviously the bowling's going well.
Yeah, the bowling feels really good. Had a little sort of gym window, I guess you could say, after the West Indies, and get some strength back in after those test matches. And yeah, from a bowling point of view, I feel like I had, you know, probably 3 sessions and just picked it back up and sort of work on a few T20 things and white ball stuff. But yeah, the body feels really good. The rhythm feels good, nice and strong. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, just for our listeners, Josh, you talk about having those downtimes, those breaks between actually playing. Do you actually do much bowling, or is it more gym work, like swimming, etc., that sort of stuff?
I guess it depends on what format you're going from and what format you're going to. So on the back of a test tour, obviously your workloads are very high usually, and that's probably the best way, is to go from Test to T20, because you basically don't have to bowl at all. It's great. Yeah, so just get in the gym and try and get that strength back up to the levels where you know you can be. And yeah, the bowling sort of takes care of itself. You just got to get that intensity, I guess, up and work on a few slower balls and Yorkers and things, and everything takes care of itself.
You've played a lot of your career with Stark and Cummins, but you've got some new breed coming through. How are you finding them, and how's it working with this younger blokes and being that older bloke around the team? Because I actually remember that when you came into the team.
Yeah, I find it good. I find it refreshing. I guess you probably talk a little bit more in bowlers meetings in particular. Yeah, it sort of feels like there's only me, Marsh, Head, Marnus and guys like that, and the rest of the guys are pretty young and inexperienced. So yeah, it's a good learning curve, and it's good to be on sort of the other end of things, and passing down, I guess, your experiences that you've had against, you know, whether it be certain players or certain conditions, and yeah, everyone's sort of learning as a group.
Obviously, the retirement of sort of Steve Smith when it comes to white ball one-day cricket. Glenn Maxwell not a part of this squad. So you mentioned some of the experience that's missing. What do you try and take out of these 3 one-dayers? Obviously, against South Africa, you're still 2 years away from a World Cup, so it is a chance to give opportunities to a few younger players.
Yeah, that's probably first and foremost what it is. It's just getting some experience into those guys. We don't necessarily get a lot of opportunities to play one-day cricket, and there's not. Sometimes the guys miss the state games through other representative stuff as well. So it's the one-day format sort of can go missing from time to time, and I guess just about reconnecting back into what our style is, I guess, and yeah, getting some experience in the young guys as well.
I was asking you off air, you were next in the bat in the T20 game at the end there. Were you tad nervous looking at what was going on? Because you had the boards on and you got there in the end, but how are the nerves when you have to go out and bat?
I now know what it's like to bat after Maxi. Guys always talk about it, and it's pretty, I think it's, you know, sort of number 5s and number 6s batting after Maxi, always like, geez, it's just helter-skelter watching it, and anything can happen, so now I know how that feels.
We're talking to Ngidi about bowling with the dew and the conditions in which you have here when you're bowling second. How do you try and adjust? And we saw a beam ball from Rabada, so it is tricky to kind of hold on to the Cape of Soak at times.
I think the dew here was probably the perfect amount for the ball to skid on nicely and improve the batting situation. But Darwin was like ridiculous how wet it was. It's probably the wettest I've ever almost been a part of in a game of cricket. And the ball actually got so wet and soft that it probably almost helped the bowling team bowling second, which is really rare to sort of have that happen. And it almost got a little bit of reverse swing, and the ball was so soft that it felt hard to hit. So yeah, there's a little bit of dew here, which is probably good for batting second.
So how do you prepare for dew as a bowler? Because I know England years ago, they talked about they dunked the ball in a bucket of water to practice with. So is there anything specific that you guys do to prepare for it?
I don't do anything specific really. I think India, we play so much in dew, and I think the sweat's such a big factor as well. Like, I'm just wet 24/7, so big sweater, and I think it's tough to hang on the ball at the best of times. So yeah, I mean, you can do that, but it's just through playing really. We play so much in India now in IPL and one days, so the ball's always feels like it's wet. And as I said, if you can get it past that place where it starts to become a bit soft, then that's probably ideal for the bowling group.
Josh Hazel is with us from the Australian camp. 2 to go, and then I'll let you go. I can't believe I'm asking the most nuffy question. How many variations do you have in your bowling when you're bowling in these sort of one-day T20 conditions? Do you go for more cutters and more variation?
I don't have many. Probably not as many as the other guys. I try and bluff my way through most of the time. I find one-day cricket, you do all that preparation, you bowl your slow balls, you get your Yorkers in at training, but then a lot of the time it comes down to the hardest ball to hit till the top of the stumps, and often in a one-day game now, you're bowling it probably 8, 9, 10 at the back end, or hopefully that's the situation. Then again, you're just trying to go for normal wickets, but you practice that stuff in the background, so you have it up your sleeve in case, you know, numbers 5 and 6 are in the last 10, and it's quite tough, but yeah, not many variations.
Great to bring you the insights from Josh Hazlewood and Looney Ngidi in the lead up to this match. The Australians have won the toss. They've decided to bowl first, and it is Josh Inglis. Jason Gillespie has the gloves.
Yeah, that's baffled me, that, I'll be honest. The only thing I can think of is that they probably feel Carey is a better fielder than Josh Inglis, but with all due respect to Josh Inglis, I think Alex Carey is one of the best keepers on the planet, so it's a bit of a surprise to me.
All right, the crowd is in readiness. The players have made their way out in the middle. Time for us to get up to the commentary box to the voice of South African cricket, Neil Manthorp, alongside Stuart Clark.
Thank you very much indeed to Matt, Clinch and Jason Gillespie. It's Josh Hazlewood, who we just heard from, who's going to be bowling the first over. And it's Aidan Markram no longer. Captain's armband. on his left sleeve, as it was during the T20 series. He's taken over, or sorry, he's relinquished the captaincy to regular ODI captain Temba Bavuma. First delivery from Hazlewood outside the off stump and left alone by Aidan Markram. So Australia have a slip, a cover, an extra cover. Actually, there's two men in the covers. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. The two men out are down at conventional wide third man and deep backward square leg. So we saw in the T20s the two deep fielders were very, very square, but now we've got a sort of a, as I say, wide conventional third man, and it's Hazlewood turns once again, running in from the club end up to the crease, and Aidan Markram defends once again, pushing that up towards extra cover. Stuart Clark, it's a glorious day, a bit windy, isn't it? Breezy. Is that going to play a role?
Afternoon, everybody. It's look, it shouldn't do. It's still pretty nice outside. There's a little bit of breeze, mate. It'll keep the players nice and cool. Good old-fashioned player comfort meter back in the day. that'd be beautiful. But yeah, a little bit of breeze probably coming over Josh Hazlewood's right shoulder at the moment, so it'll help him take the ball away from the right-hander in Markram that's facing. So it's quite a nice afternoon for cricket up here in the north of Queensland.
Here is Hazlewood, and that one is punched off the back foot by Aidan Markram up towards mid-off. It's do you know what? You weren't here when we arrived, but it rained quite heavily on the first day. I think you were a little further up the coast, weren't you? But, it was wet and grey and overcast, and I was, having come from Darwin, which everybody told me was dry and warm, 30 degrees, sunny throughout the winter. I thought that, well, hang on, isn't it supposed to be the same in northern Queensland? But it has been exactly like that ever since. Hazlewood again runs away and towards Aidan Markram and pushes it straight back to the bowl and no run.
It's amazing that they're all still playing in coloured clothing, but the T20 crab, he's bowled 4 balls then, at least one of those would have been tried to hit into next week. And Markram's like a good old-fashioned, you know, in honour of Bob Simpson, just play nice and straight down the line, let one go, fine there, take the shine off the new ball, whatever you want to say. You know, it would just, it's such a, they're playing the same game with the same ball and the same players, yet the mindset is completely different.
Here is Hazlewood again, bowls, and Markram is just trying to, I think, punch it through the offside, giving himself a little bit of room, but can't beat the field, and it's gone straight to Travis Head at backward point. It's very unusual. South Africa have the same opening pair in all 3 formats. You can't think of any other country that has that. Ryan Rickleton and Aidan Markram open in all 3.
Very, very few in modern day cricket have the same pairing.
It's unusual. Here's Hazlewood again, bowls, and Markram again drives. He's very classic, very, very orthodox cricketer, and that's a maiden over from Josh Hazlewood to start. That must be absolute joy moving from the T20 format to as a fast bowler. He conceded his most expensive analysis in the second game, Josh Hazlewood. He was, you know, and so you look at the numbers, and you think, what were they? 56. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 56, and you think, gee, he must have sprayed it all over the place. He actually bowled really well. he bowled like that. And that was a maiden.
It's the mind. There's I don't know if you ever heard the podcast. Ed Cowan and Corbin Middlemash do the cricket podcast. Right? They talk about all this. They talk about all of cricket, right? And all these. But the mindset of cricket is something that comes up from time to time. That it's the same game. It's the same people, the same players, right? They're no different, right? Yet the batters would have tried to hit, at least throw those balls out of the ground, and more than likely would have come off.
Well, Aidan Markram in first over of the T20 series hit Josh Hazlewood for 3 fours off the back foot, punched through the offside. Here's Ben Dorcas to Ryan Rickleton, and he thick edges it down to Hazlewood at third man, and they go through for a single. The first runs of the innings to Ryan Rickleton, but that was a definite edge. Amazing history that I mean, I've covered most of the series between these 2 teams, but this will come as a big surprise, I reckon, How many series have there been between? Well, I'll tell you, 14 bilateral series between these two countries since the first one in 1994, 93, 94.
14.
And how many have Australia won? I'll give you time to think about it. As Dorsius runs in again from the city end, and Markram drives straight towards a deepish mid-off.
How many have Australia won?
For a single.
You said there's 14, didn't you?
14 series.
I played in one that we lost. I know that. That was the game that we scored 434 and South Africa scored 435. That's a loss. I'd say Australia have won. I think it's going to be skewed in South Africa's favour. I'm going to say 9-5.
It's well, two were drawn.
Two were drawn. Oh, okay.
Two shared series, but it'll be. I think it'll come as a surprise to many Australian cricket fans to learn that Australia have only won 4 out of 14 series, and only 1 in Australia. That is peculiar, is it not?
I'm trying to. Yeah. What do you know? When that was? I'm trying to work out.
I do. I'll tell you now. So Rickleton drives through the offside. That's a glorious cover drive. Absolute beauty through extra cover from Ryan Rickleton. The first boundary. South Africa move to none for 6, having lost the toss and been asked to bat first.
That was a long half volley, that way outside off stump. You know when you do that, you see them in the warm-ups when they're hitting balls into the nets. You know, and that was one of those. He just sort of floated it up there, Dorsius, trying to get it to shape away and shaped into the middle of the bat.
Here's Dorsius again, bowls to Rickleton outside the off stump, and I think he was thinking about playing at it, then left it alone. Australia's only win against South Africa in a bilateral series on Australian soil was in 2014. They won 4-1. They've been swept, clean swept twice by South Africa, and all this is building up towards the comment from Steve Waugh that that riled South African cricket lovers more than any other. Dorsius in again, Rickleton outside the off stump. It was put to. I mean, you know, he knew how to press everybody's buttons, and of course it was after the '99 World Cup. Steve Waugh just said, "Ah, yes, but we win all the important ones, all the ones that matter." And South Africa's, and they do. They have a very, very good record in bilateral cricket. Ever since the days of Hansie Cronje and Bob Woolmer, they've won more series than they've lost. Here's Dorsius again to Rickleton, outside the off stump, and there's no run. There is so much at the end of the over. 2 overs gone, none for 6. There's so much about the series in what is known in South Africa as the 438 series. There's so much incredible stuff about that series. Like, Australia won the first 2 games. People forget that it was the 5th game of a 5-match series and it was a decider. But Australia won the first 2 games, and it remains the only time in bilateral series cricket in which a team has won 2 games by 1 wicket, two games in a row by 1 wicket.
The 438 series, that's the one where South Africa chased them down in Joburg. I thought we won the last game to make the final, to make it 2-all, because I know because I batted. I think Mick Lewis and myself got
punched away off the back foot by Markram. This beautiful outfield sees the ball race away through backward point. Again, it's an optical illusion, but it's such a smooth, slick outfield that it looks like it's gathering pace.
I don't think he got all of that, and that rocketed to the fence. So I think if you beat the outfield today, you're going to get full value for your strokes. It's a lovely surface, and as you said, it does look like it's hybrid, but it's not. We were out there earlier looking at it.
It feels and looks like a combination of AstroTurf and grass. It really does.
That's serious. Can you check that? Because I'm pretty sure we had to win in Durban to make the series a tie 2-all.
Punched away off the back foot by Aidan Markram up towards mid-off. Well, you were there. You played. I commentated. You played. Yeah. I would go with your memory.
I remember that game, but I do remember. I remember.
You remember winning by 1 wicket?
Yes, because I was batting with Mick Lewis, and he hit the winning runs because I was very, very nervous at the other end. What I do remember about that game is I played on Roger Telemarcus. Remember Roger Telemarcus?
Very well indeed.
He bowled a slow ball, and I guessed it was going to be a slow ball, and it wasn't, and it went over the top of the stumps by about 1 millimetre. And it looked like a fool.
Hazelwood in again. Markram drives once more, but this time it's gone straight to back to point.
Marnus
it is. Yes, it's Minus at backward point, back in the ODI side.
Just before we go further, Alex Carey not wicket-keeping. I find, and I agree with Jason Gillespie, he's the best wicket-keeper in the country.
I also think Josh Inglis is a brilliant outfielder.
That's my point. There must be some theory to this. More concerning for me is Alex Carey standing at point, and I don't want him to hurt his fingers, i.e. for the Test series.
Here is Hazlewood once again, and tall Markram stands even taller and punches it up to the captain Mitch Marsh at mid-off, and they trot through for a single.
Because wicket-keepers are generally not used to fielding. Right? They've got gloves on the whole time and they're in the field. It does, I'm not to say that Alex Carey can't field, but it's different for him. And if he puts his hand in the wrong spot and he breaks a finger by not wicket-keeping, well, that's the Test series. That's a problem for Australian cricket. Why would you send him out there to do that?
That's your role.
I know.
To answer those questions.
I can't answer
It's not mine.
I know it's my role. I still can't answer the question. I don't know why you would do it.
It does seem peculiar, and I mean, you know, even if you think outside the box, it's difficult to come up with a reason. Here is Hazlewood once again from the club end, and Rickleton plays defensively, pushing it back up the wicket on the offside. There's no run. And a reminder to Australian listeners who'll be chuntering about me talking about South Africa's dominance in bilateral series. Australia, like Steve Waugh said, win the ones that matter, and they have eliminated from South Africa from 3 World Cup semi-finals.
I played in one. Oh,
they matter.
I was on the bench for one of those in St Lucia, I think it was. I can't remember.
It was St Lucia,
and it was a South African cricket. They collapsed that day. I don't know what happened.
I can tell you exactly what happened. Here is Josh Hazlewood around the wicket. It's pushed away out towards cover. Once again, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. There was Mickey Arthur was the coach.
Yes.
And if you remember, by the mid-2000s and late 2000s, such was Australia's dominance over South Africa that it played mind games, and they were half beaten every time they walked onto the field. The bigger the game, the more the nerves and the more dread there was that it was Australia. And they decided, if you remember, that they had to fight back. They had to do something different. They couldn't go out there and try and defend against Glenn McGrath and just see him off and get through his first 5 overs and that sort of thing. Here is Dorcius again, and Aidan Markram punches it up towards mid-off, no run. And so do you remember Jacques Callis? Jacques,
yes,
Mr. Orthodox, steady as you go Callis, charging Glenn McGrath. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember them?
And got bowled.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember.
And it was, as I say, they were, you know, if not half beaten, they were certainly on the back foot mentally. Every time they walked onto the field, as I say, the bigger the game, the more of a stranglehold Australia had. Dorcius in again, left arm over the wicket, driven by Markram, straight to extra cover, straight to the fielder, no run, none for 11. And yeah, they were 27 for 5. It was game over inside the power play.
Yeah, the game was over very early. And just looking at Dorcius here, looking at the breeze with the flags blowing to our left, and Dorcius getting the ball to shape back fractionally into the right-hander, which is a good sign for him, because the one that goes the other way will induce the outside edge.
There's a slip and a squarish gully. I think Markram drives straight to Travis Head at cover, and there's no run. Josh Hazlewood's I thought he was going to sign an autograph. I love it when players do that, especially when they've been told they're not supposed to. But in fact, his water bottle's in the shade, so that's the reason. But he's
chatting.
He's having a chat, isn't he? Yeah, he's having a chat with somebody.
Josh Hazlewood's a good old-fashioned country boy. Right?
Here's Dorcius again. Markram drives, doesn't time it at all. Thick inside edge. But there was a time, wasn't there? And it was put down to security or anti-corruption or whatever it was. And there was the ICC issued a directive to all international cricketers. It might have been during your time, was it? And they said no interaction with the crowd, no signing autographs during a match. And there were some players who were absolutely horrified and went out of their way to break this moratorium, and it's just good to see Josh Hazlewood having a chat with some members of the crowd. Driven by Markram again. It's not timed, that one at all. Straight to Travis Head again, no run.
Essential part of the game, I think, now, because we're all about engaging with the fans and bringing more fans to the game, and you know, people are playing with, they're coming to watch their heroes. Hazlewood having a selfie with a fan down on the boundary, so it's an essential part of the game. The challenge is always, depending on who's bowling, can you be ready for the next ball?
Yeah, yes, well, exactly. Here's Dorcas again, bowls. Markram was about to drive and realised he couldn't reach it, then it's a wide called by, we've got international umpires, of course, now, this being an ODI. Chris Gaffney, Richard Illingworth, the Englishman, is third umpire.
Oh, that's a whole other story I'll come back to on it, because I have a real issue with that. I don't understand why they bother with that, given it's DRS. Why do they bother with flying people all around the world now? Why don't they just have one?
And are they saying that ODI cricket is that much more important than T20 cricket? Here's Markram driving square of the wicket on the offside for 4. He has now finally found the middle of the bat. He actually timed one beautifully, didn't he, for the first boundary off Hazlewood through backward point, but that one is driven through extra cover. It's a wonderful, wonderful shot. Too early to say whether there's any seam movement, and very difficult to see from wide third man, but we do have a monitor as well. But I have to say that your impression, yours and Dizzy's impression when we looked at the pitch an hour and a half ago was belter.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of options for the bowlers. Oh, okay. Slower balls. The ball will swing early on. I think it'll slow up between sort of overs 30 and 50 for the first batting session, but then as the moisture comes in, it'll quicken up again, and I don't think that'll happen in the second half of the second innings, which is good for the Australian batting.
Here's Hazlewood again to the left-handed Ryan Rickleton, who pushes that one out towards extra cover again, and there's no run. None for 16. Ryan Rickleton opened the batting with Rohit Sharma for the Mumbai Indians in the last season of the IPL. And,
that would have been a good experience for him.
Yeah, it was interesting. He did all right, actually. I mean, not exceptional, but he was consistent. He had one of those sort of seasons where, you know, very few single-figure scores. You know, a lot of 20 off 12 balls, and you know, 25 off 15, that kind of thing. So they always got a start, or more often than not. Rickleton now forward, drives it through extra cover, chased by Carey. Steady, Alex. Stuart's worried about your hands.
I'm worried about, I don't know, it's running and sliding, no issue. It's your fingers I'm worried about, Alex. He's very quick. He used to be an AFL footballer, so he's going to be a fairly decent athlete, you would have thought, as he moves around the ground, and just chasing that one there. That came up and showed very clearly that he's a good mover, young Alex Carey. He's a genuinely nice player. I don't know if you had much to do with that.
I have.
He's one of the nicest people you can meet.
Which was what made the whole Johnny Best, I think, so ironic. He was made out to be the devil. He was pushed away up towards Adam Zampa at mid-on. It was hilarious.
Were you there commentating when that happened? Were you
no, I wasn't. I was watching from Cape Town. But I have had chats to Alex Carey, and he's just such a great guy.
Such a lovely bloke. And that's not to say that the rest of the players from both countries aren't great guys too, but it's you see him around, he'll always walk over and talk to you, and he's just a nice guy that has just a friendly sort of fella.
Here is Hazlewood again, bowls. Rickleton has struggled in the T20 series. He did make a score of 71 in the first game, but that's they've taken a single and rushed through there. But
he's a good fielder. Alex Carey, he's a good fielder. Look at this.
Do you know, you said that, I mean, I know that he is an absolute wicket-keeping nuffy, and you know, he takes it very, very seriously, always trying to improve technically and physically, and he's an obsessive. But even obsessive wicket keepers, I think, do enjoy a run around in the outfield from time to time, don't they? Just sort of makes it nice, makes a nice change, and he's certainly very enthusiastic about it. Here is Hazlewood again, bowls. Markram drives, flashing drive behind square on the offside. It goes down to Dorcas on the wide third man boundary, and they go through for a single. Anyway, the point about Rickleton is that in his last Test innings before the World Test Championship final. He made 259 against Pakistan at Newlands, and the day after, or the day after that match, South Africa won that Test match. But he said he defied all conventional wisdom and said that he found Test cricket a bit easier than T20 cricket. And after we'd sort of picked ourselves up and fixed our jaws in complete bewilderment, he then did go on to explain what he meant. That's pushed away out up on the offside. You know, we all talk about, you know, the greatest format, the greatest test. They don't call it Test cricket because it's easy and it tests your physical and mental and stamina, your everything, all that. He said, no, the thing is, though, when you play a long innings in Test cricket, you can give yourself some time off. You can take a breather, you can play out a couple of, you can leave a few, you know, you can sort of reset. We were not convinced, and he said, maybe I haven't expressed myself exactly. He said it's just the constant, you know, expectation and pressure of G20 cricket. Anyway, he prefers Test cricket, and he said that is the greatest format.
I think in time he'll probably maybe change that.
Reconsider.
Yeah, in time.
It wasn't a very strong attack, and it was a very flat pitch. Here's Dorcius again, punched off the back foot by Markram towards extra cover. He kind of did realise just a few seconds later, not in the moment, that he hadn't expressed what he really meant.
Greg Chappell used to, heard him talk, you know, he's got all these runs. Greg Chappell, one of Australia's greatest ever batsmen, and someone asked him, how long did you bat for one day? And he'd scored 180, and he said, like, 12 minutes. And it was...
That's where Kepler Wessels got it from. That's pushed away out towards extra cover. That's it. That's exactly right. Kepler Wessels once said to me, this whole idea that you have to concentrate for 6 hours is complete nonsense.
Yeah.
He said, I switch on when the bowler turns. And how long does that take for him to run in? 3 seconds?
That's what I mean. So you face, say it's 3 seconds. Same thing standing at slip or keeping or fielding or whatever. You just got to be good at that, right?
Here's Dorcius again, bowls, Markram drives, and hits it very hard, but it's gone straight to Travis Head again. To Alex Carey, I beg your pardon. Markram's just struggling a little bit with his timing, and he's trying to hit it harder and harder, and is not finding the middle of the bat.
He's not placing them, he's not timing them either, but he'll get there if he bats a period of time. But that's the whole point with the game, even bowling-wise. Walking back to your mark, you can actually relax.
Cautious again. Oh, Markram goes over the top now. He's launched that over mid-on. He's struck it very, very nicely. And it's 4 runs. It only bounced twice, and it's a long boundary, long straight boundary down there. South Africa none for 24, losing the toss, being asked to bat first. Yeah, Kepler always used to say, you need to develop a switch, literally, an on-off switch, whatever that is. He used to lift his cap up, or his helmet. You know, he should lift the peak up to switch off, I think it was, and then pull it down again to switch on, concentration-wise. Oh, that's gone. He was gone, wasn't he? Alex Carey with a throw at the stumps. And Rickleton had given up. Now, there was a complete misunderstanding between Rickleton and Aidan Markram, who's looking a bit sheepish at the non-striker's end now, and he's walking down the pitch to apologise to Rickleton, but he'd given up. He knew he was gone. It was Carey's throw at the stumps.
It's close. I don't know whether there would have been a run there if he was backing up. Just trying to get a replay. He must have hesitated because it went to Alex Carey's left hand. He had to get around the ball. He had to stand up. He had to turn. He had to throw. Rickleton must have got stuck just slow out of the blocks.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Just on his heels. Markram 16, Rickleton 8. South Africa none for 25. Coming towards the end of the 6th over. Last ball of the 6th over. Rickleton has a waft. Flat-footed swish at this one outside the off stump and misses. He won't be best pleased with that shot. He was non-committal, and he really has just had a waft at it. None for 25. 6 overs gone. Just a reminder of the teams for you. Australia, Marsh, Head, Green, Inglis, well, I've got got the wrong batting order. Labuschagne, Green, Inglis, Carey. Inglis and Carey playing today. Hardy, Ellis, Dwarshuis, Zampa and Hazelwood. And South Africa have given a one-day debut to Devolt Brevis, who I think Australians will know now, but if they didn't know him before. And there's a couple of new faces. Keshav Maharaj, the veteran spinner, comes back. Temba Bavuma, of course, is captain. And all-rounder Vian Mulder gets a place at number 6, I think. Nandre Berger will excite the two fast bowlers in the commentary box. Left arm quick. That one is driven by Markram. It will be intercepted and cut off by Adam Zampa. Either of you seen Nandre Berger?
I haven't in my short time up here. I'm looking forward to it. I've heard about him, but I haven't seen him.
Do you remember Brett Schultz? South African,
yes,
left arm quick?
Yeah.
He's a sort of... as Devolt Brevis is the baby AB, and Nandre Berger's the mini Brett Schultz.
Right.
He's quick.
Like good fast bowling. You see one, you want to see more of them.
Quenema Parker was retained. He was initially only in the 20 over in the T20 squad, but he's been retained in the 50 over squad as well now, but he's not playing tonight or today. That one is driven by Rickleton out towards cover again, and there's no run, but Rabada has been ruled out of the series. It's just the perfect series to be ruled out of, because he gets to stay in North Queensland. And he gets to see Mackay.
Go to Mackay for a little while.
Can go out, have a seafood dinner and a nice...
Have some dinner somewhere. Go
glass of Chardonnay, doesn't have to worry about.
Catch a fish or two, perhaps.
That's right.
That's on offer.
Fantastic. South Africa do travel straight to England, though. They've got a similar 3 matches in both formats. Driven by Rickleton, square of the wicket on the offside, and again, it's come, I think, off the toe end of the bat. It's a very, very good chase from Alex Carey. He's very quick across the ground, and you wouldn't necessarily know that because you don't see him in the field. And I mean, obviously he's quick when he's batting, but I thought, even though that did come off the toe end of the bat, I thought it would run away for 4. But fabulous pursuit from Alex Carey, and he's just dragged it back, what, 1.5 meters before the rope?
Yeah, good piece of fielding by Carey. Didn't quite time. Good placement though. He didn't try and overhit that. Not a great delivery by Hazelwood. You could hear it through the stump lines.
It's punched off the Markram, walking into that, and fielded by Cameron Green. No slips now. We've got 3 men in the covers instead. Is this field? I mean, I'm old enough to have seen and commentated at the old Adelaide Oval, when it was huge. You know, when relay throws were still a thing.
Straight, yes.
Straight, yeah. But this field just. This ground feels particularly large.
I don't think it's so large directly straight. I think it's large wide.
Yeah. Markram goes over the top again. He's hit that on the up, lofted it over mid-on, down towards the boundary, and it's plugged like a cap wedge. It's just plugged. But he sort of hung his head in shame. He looked down, and what I thought initially was a moment of anxiety when he hit it. He didn't get hold of it at all, did he? But
no, I think he was. I think he's disappointed because it was dug in. It was a back of the length type delivery, and it was like probably didn't quite get hold of it. And probably, you know, he's going to get 3, but could have got 4. Hazelwood's just been a fraction short this over. He's just hit the surface and hasn't really come out of the surface. It's been slow, if anything, and doesn't look like the type of surface you can bowl back of a length on. So it sort of sits up.
Markram has 20 now as Ryan Rickleton plays the last ball of the 7th over. Square of the wicket on the offside. South Africa put into bat on what looks like a very, very good batting surface. It's been tidy stuff from Josh Hazelwood and Ben Dwarshuis, but I can't recall a single delivery. Except we had a play and miss in the first 7 overs. I'm not sure that we have.
There was one wafty one off Dwarshuis.
Oh, well, yeah, but not a...
No, it's not down the line.
Not a forced error.
No.
Right. For the next 7 overs, you'll be with Matt Clinch.
Live coverage of Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Neil. Great to have the voice of South African cricket out here in Australia. Neil Manthorp with you. Matt Clinch signing in alongside Stuart Clark. And a change in the bowling order with Nathan Ellis getting the chance to bowl from the far side of the ground, the city end of the ground here at Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. South Africa having made a promising start here. They're none for 32. As Ellis comes in, bowls to Markram, who's pushing it back down the pitch, and some good fielding by Ellis to get a hand to it. The start of the 8th over, South Africa having been sent in by Australia, a none for 32. Hello, Saf.
G'day, Clinchy. It's been a good start for South Africa. Made some nice strokes. Australian bowling's been okay. A couple of plays and misses, just ball swinging and probably a little bit wider than straight. But the challenge now for the Australians is to try and pick up a wicket or two and try and or stem the scoring rate. They haven't been able to do that yet. Ellis, we know he's a fine end of innings bowler with his various variations.
Ellis in, back of a length, Aiden Markram hitting in the air, down the ground, and it's wide of the fielder in Ben Dorshus, who races after it. He won't be able to get to it as it rolls down the hill for 4. Markram moves to 24. South Africa none for 36 in the 8th over.
It was slightly on the up that. The ball was in the air for a period of time, but mid-on sitting on the ring. No chance of catching it. He hit it so straight as well that the ball beat the infield quite quickly. And Jason Gillespie's doing some fashion show work in the background.
He's got a specialised shirt in which he's alluded to a few things, hasn't he, over the last couple of days? So he's got some entertaining things to bring to commentary. Ellis comes in over the wicket once more, and Markram's able to work it off his pads down to the fielder. Backward square leg. Josh Hazlewood does the fielding in the deep. A single from Markram to move to 25. South Africa none for 37 in the 8th over.
But yeah, it's Ellis. We see him in the short version of the game with the variations. Now it's a different setup or a different scenario for him here now, in the sense that he has to try and bowl a more traditional wicket-taking length and try and use the surface and whatever he has left in that 6-over white ball to extract something out of the surface and pick up a wicket for Australia, because they need a wicket. They're caught in a conundrum at the moment.
Ellis in to Rickleton, wide of the off stump. He pushes it into the offside, where Cam Green comes racing across from extra cover to the fielding. So the two fielders in the deep backward square leg, and Josh Hazlewood had a wideish deep 3rd. South Africa none for 37.
And then if he can pick up wicket, that'll bring Australia back into a more prominent position as we sit here and watch. Because at the moment, South Africa's going on very nicely. They're going to need to post a score around about 300, you would have thought. Anything less than that will probably be well unders.
Ellis steaming in with that unique bowling action, wide of the off stump and whipped away by Rickleton through the gap in the offside, down to the rope for 4 in front of the Western stand here. Just a little bit too much width from Nathan Ellis, and given the full treatment, South Africa moved to none for 41 with 1 ball to come in the 8th over. Rickleton moves to 15 from 18 deliveries.
He's very strong through that part of the ground, Rickleton. Really, it's almost like a wand in his hand, the bat. He sort of throws his hands through the ball and doesn't particularly miss it. He's very good at placing that ball just behind square and just in front of the man that's fielding it backward square. So the Australians know that's his strength, but he's good at finding the gap.
Ellis, the right armour, into the left-handed Rickleton, who this time doesn't time his next drive as it's fielded at mid-off, and the fielding done there by the captain, Mitch Marsh, who just gestures to the dugout. The end of the over, South Africa having been sent in, are none for 41 after 8 overs. And Markram is 25, and Rickleton is on 15. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Big warm welcome to our listeners through ABC Radio in Cairns, and of course for all our listeners on ABC Sport Digital, on the ABC Listen app, through of course the Sports button, the Cricket button as well, and our listeners in the UK through BBC 5 Sport Extra.
You can see a change in the bowling. And as you heard on the stop marks, Aaron Hardy to take the ball from down at the club end. I think out of everyone in this Australian team, he has the biggest opportunity to prove that he deserves to be in this team. He's a player of great potential. He's a player of great skill. Probably hasn't set the world on fire in the international game as we see it or at present, but he has a lot of talent.
26 years of age, coming in from the club end, back of a length to Markram, and he whips it away backward a point. Zampa won't get there as he runs around the rope, and a boundary to start the first over from Aaron Hardy. South Africa moved to none for 45 at the start of the 9th over. Markram moves to 29 from 30 deliveries.
That's not a great start. That was short
wide. Yep.
Markram is not going to miss out on any of those. Markram way too good. Any player in the world. He's had a lot of team meetings, and one place he didn't bowl to anyone. No one ever got the team meeting. We bowl short and wide to this bloke. No one ever had that. Ever.
Not in the pitch, Matt. The T20 international captain, Aid Markram, back of a length. This next delivery from Aaron Hardy is pushed into the gap in the offside for a single. Adam Zampa comes up to do the fielding. So Markram moving to 30 from 31 deliveries. South Africa none for 46 in the 9th over. Timber Vavuma comes in to lead this South African side. They've made 6 changes from their semi-final loss in the Champions Trophy to New Zealand. We spoke about the retirement of Henrik Klaasen, David Miller. Rassie van der Dusen doesn't feature in this lineup for South Africa as well. So, and the big news before the match, the injury to Kiso Rabada. So they are light on experience, South Africa, but a golden opportunity for the likes of Dewell Brevis to continue his form in the T20 format. And also, as Neil made mention of, the youngster Summarises gets an opportunity this afternoon. Hardy's next delivery is worked away, and this is down to the rope once more. So Rickleton able to get on top here as he moves to 19. And that's the 50 up for South Africa, none for 50.
Yeah, not
the 9th over.
Not a good delivery again, short, hip height, just on the leg stump. Riggleton just getting inside the line and nice and fine around the corner. Adam Zampa fielding out at very square, deep backward, probably deep backward square leg or deep fine leg. 2 deliveries there that are just free deliveries for any international player, and Hardy needs to find a nice line and a length here.
Hardy steaming in, this time wide of the off stump. Rickleton flicks his wrists and gets it wide of the fielder at extra cover. Mitch Marsh races after it as they turn and come back for 2. It'll be reeled in inside the rope, but they'll come back for 3. So the challenges here for, of course, Mitchell Marsh, who's the stand-in skipper with no Pat Cummins featuring in this one-day series.
Yeah, it's a challenge. Look, and we've talked about it a little bit, that it's almost like a transition period, and we don't want to call it a trend, but it is. And who is the Australians' best 15? If you were picking, if the World Cup was next week or 2 weeks from now, who would be your best 15? And because of the retirement of Maxwell, because of the retirement of Smith, there are just spots opening up at the moment, and they don't quite know.
Hardy's first over's gone for 12 as he's into Markram. He gets an inside edge outside the off stump, and it rolls down to the fielder. A deep backward square leg, a single to move South Africa to none for 54, Markram to 31. And the current run rate is around 6.12. So as Stuart Clark alluded to, sort of somewhere around 300 will be the target South Africa will be aiming for. I mean, how often would Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood play in a one-day international unless there's a World Cup on the horizon?
Well, very rarely would they all play together. Maybe a Champions Trophy or maybe an ICC event, you'll see them out. But it's, as Hazlewood said to us pre-match.
Hardy comes in, and it's worked off his pads by Rickleton into the onside where it's fielded just forward of square by Ben Dorsius, the end of the over. So 13 runs coming off that over from Aaron Hardy. South Africa none for 54 after 9 overs. 8 Markram on 31 and Rickleton on 22. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
And it's about workload. It's about keeping ticking over for Hazlewood. How many balls are they bowling? This frustrates me no end, and it's early in the season, I know, but they're changing gloves. They're having a drink. They've only been out there for 9 overs. It does my head in, this whole thing. That the umpires walked over and said, hurry up. We're always complaining about how slow the game is, right? Does he really need a drink then? Does he really, like, I asked Alan Border this one day, you ever change your gloves? Yeah, he said, I only had 1 pair. He said, I liked them when they got sweaty, so it meant I'd batted for a little while. But I get it. I know that's not what the way the world is at the moment, but surely we can put some stops in.
It's certainly one in which the umpires have sort of been encouraged by those that follow the game to try and speed it up. T20, we spoke about it on Saturday night. The match started at 7:15 and we finished just before 11 o'clock. So the challenge of trying to speed up the game with so many overs. Nathan Ellis starts a new over from the city end into Aiden Markram. Opens up the blade and just runs it down to the fielder Josh Hazlewood, who does the fielding at short third. A dot ball to start the 10th over. South Africa none for 54.
Anything else that was out the back of the hand? Oh, that's the off-cutter slow ball. I think watching Markram bat, if I was bowling or getting the ball just to come back at him, he's good outside off stump. He can flay it away through the offside, but the ball coming back into him, there seems to be, for some reason, there seems to be a gap there. Visually, there looks like there's a little.
Ellis comes in to Markram, who takes a big stride forward, punches it down the ground to the fielder at long on. It's gathered by Ben Dorcius, a single to move the score to none for 54. None for 55 with Markram on 32. Ryan Rickleton on 22. The first of the 3 one-day internationals coming to you between Australia and South Africa. This is the last match in Cairns, and then we make our way to Mackay for the next 2. So how often, I mean, if you're a selector, how often would you say Pat Cummins as the one-day skipper should be featuring in national colours?
Oh, well...
You can pause on that as Ellis comes in to the left-hander, and it's an inside edge in which doesn't get full contact on it. Ryan Rickleton.
It's one of the challenges of the bowlers, of a bowler being captain, because they do not bowl. They're not, you know, they're gone are the days where you played every game. That doesn't happen anymore. They're all managed, and their loads are managed, and their workloads, and how much they can bowl, and when they should be bowling. So the reality is, for me, and Pat Cummins is a great leader, and we've seen that with the Test team, and we've seen it at various tournaments, World Cups and whatnot. But he probably doesn't play enough in the other tournaments to be, in my opinion, the full-time captain.
Ellis into Rickleton, who drives a full delivery, but a bump ball as it's fielded by Aaron Hardy in the covers. Crowd thought that was something maybe to get the Australians up and about, but so far steady going for South Africa, none for 55 in the 10th over.
So if he's in the team, then obviously he's captain. Maybe they don't need a captain of the Australian one-day team. Maybe they just pick the team, and you know, Marshall obviously be in the team. Or Alex Carey could quite do it. He's standing at cover. A lot of the guys in this team have captained their states. Travis Head's done it. Alex Carey's done it.
Josh Hazlewood was a stand-in skipper for one, maybe. Ellis comes in. Next delivery to Rickleton. A bit of width on the delivery, so he drives it to Ben Dorcius, who does the fielding at mid-off. Comfortably gets through for a single, none for 56.
Marnus
moves to 23.
Marnus has done it for Queensland, so there's numerous options within it. There's always going to be numerous options. The Test team, you know, that's you know, a bit sacred, and that's a very important. And the Australian cricket team, you know, really value what it means to be the Australian cricket captain. So that should always be there. Maybe the one-day and the T20, we can be a bit more fluid with it, because that's the way the game is going now. There's a lot more serious about Test cricket, certainly in Australia, than the other formats.
Ellis steaming in once more from the city end. Full delivery to Markram off the outside edge. Doesn't quite time it, and it's fielded by Travis Head at backward point, the end of the over. South Africa having been sent in, none for 56 with Aidan Markram on 32. Ryan Rickleton on 23. And good over from Nathan Ellis. Trying to get the breakthrough for the Australians. Thanks to Stuart Clark, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Of course, you can join us throughout the afternoon on the SMS 0467 920 222 if you want to join the conversation with Jason Gillespie and Stuart Clark. Now, Dizzy, how about this shirt you are unveiling for our radio listeners who don't quite have the visual advantage of seeing what I can see, but it's a button-up shirt which has blue, dark blue, green, a little bit of orange, and then your face plastered about 16 times across the front of it.
This was our tour group. We went to the West Indies to watch the 3 tests and a couple of the T20s, and our tour group wore this, as well as we had a Carl Hooper one made up too, because Hoopsy was on the tour as well for a part of it.
So one with his face as well?
Yes.
Not your face?
No, one just with Carl, and we alternate days. So it heads to say Carl was a little bit unsure about wearing a shirt with his face on it.
Didn't embrace it in the same way you have?
No, and I just go, you know what? Doesn't matter, whatever. So a little bit of fun, mate.
Hey, you've joined us at the right time, because Travis Head is going to come in and bowl some of his off spin. So from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium, comes in and bowls. So it's chipped up in the air. The first delivery from Ryan Rickleton had landed well short of Mitch Marsh, who does the fielding at mid-on. So Travis Head given the opportunity ahead of Adam Zampa. Just when you think you've seen it all, with Josh Inglis given the gloves rather than Alex Carey.
Yeah, I did have a giggle. I was chatting to Travis before play started while they were doing warm-ups, and he said, I might be needed to do some bowling here because Maxie's not playing anymore. And I said, OK, so you've been practising a lot? And he just looked at me and he said, Diz, best when fresh. So I don't think the big fella's done a lot of bowling. He's tried to look after his body a bit. He's, you know, a bit of a break. He actually bowled quite a bit in the West Indies.
Of course, had that finger on ice once upon a time as Travis Head comes in, wide of the off stump as he bowls to Aidan Markram, who plays it late, but to Adam Zampa, who does the fielding at backward point. South Africa. None for 57 in the 11th over, having been sent in by the Australians. Markram on 32, Rickleton on 24, and Travis Head, the part-time off-spinner, into the attack. This time a bit more whip than it's whipped away by Markram. Backward a point. The run is on against the boundary, but Dorshus won't get there. And that's the problem for Travis Head. A little bit too loose and a little too wide, and Aiden Markram, such a good player throughout the offside. He'll capitalise on that. He moves to 36, South Africa. None for 61 in the 11th over.
Yeah, just a bit short there from Travis Head, and Aiden Markram's not going to miss out on those opportunities, is he?
Has the moustache, the sunglasses on, so he is a unique cult figure, Travis Head, as he comes in. A quicker delivery, and this time Markram lays it down to Cam Green, who does the fielding out long on. South Africa none for 62 in the 11th over. Change in the field with Mitch Marsh coming across to a sort of catching short cover. Marnus Labuschagne moving across to mid-on as Travis Head comes in. Almost hit straight back to him in the end. Rickleton just wasn't fully controlling his drive back down the ground and landed just in front of Travis Head. None for 62. Head at the top of his mark. Comes in using his feet this time as Rickleton tries to play it back down the ground. Head shuffles across to his right and does the fielding. So a pretty good over from Travis Head, just the 6 runs coming from it. South Africa none for 62 after 11 overs with Markram on 37, Rickleton on 24. Matt Clinch and Jason Gillespie with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Well, I suspect, Clinchy, that Mitch Marsh will try and get 10 overs out of Travis Head and Aaron Hardy. I can't imagine Aaron Hardy bowling his full quota.
For Australia from the Till Street end, it's Adam Zampa.
So on cue, Adam Zampa will get the opportunity. So probably given the choice as to which end he'd like to bowl from. There is a bit of a breeze coming from the southern side, isn't it? Southern side, the city end from us.
City end.
And so Adam Zampa would be bowling into that slight breeze, but South Africa a promising start here, none for 62. And as you said, the other challenge, Mitch Marsh doesn't bowl a lot himself. Cameron Green hasn't been bowling.
That's right. So he's going to have to use his bowlers well here. I suspect Nathan Ellis will bowl the vast majority of his overs after the 30th. Obviously, with all his defensive weapons that he's got, he'll be used more so in that phase of the game, particularly the final 10. You'd expect him to bowl at least 3 or 4, I would have thought.
Adam Zampa, 111 one-day internationals, over 111 wickets as he comes in and bowls his first delivery to Aiden Markram, who's forward and pushing it into the offside where Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding. None for 62 at the start of the 12th over.
Been a very successful spinner for Australia in white ball cricket, Adam Zampa. He's under the radar a little bit. It's been very, very good.
Josh Inglis behind the stumps, wide of a length this time, and Markram looks to cut it away. A little misfield by Mitchell Marsh, and they're able to scamper through and get the single and then come back for a second. So a bit bizarre there as to what was taking place, as I think Marsh was sort of foxing a little bit there. None for 62.
Got beaten by the spin, I think, of the ball. A lot of the time when the ball goes square of the wicket against spinners, when the batters hit the ball, the spin on the ball, and sometimes it doesn't spin until after the second or third bounce. It's really quite unusual.
Markram to 39, awaiting Adam Zampa, back and across as he hits it along the ground down to Cameron Green, who does the fielding out long on. A single to move Markram to 40. South Africa none for 65 in the 12th over. So, of course, the end of the power play, so more than 2 fielders now out loud outside the circle, so there is a deep mid-wicket. Long off was back and then a deep cover, but Mitchell Marsh is making a few changes to that field, so Travis Head is moving towards a deep backward square. Deep mid-wicket. A wideish long off, and we're looking at Ben Dorshus, who's in front of us in the Western Grandstand here at Cazaly Stadium in Cairns, as the crowd has continued to roll in. A little under 3,000 at the moment, so 2,200, and hopefully a few more will come in later in the day. Zampa in, this time Rickleton forward, gets a little inside edge as he plays it down to backward square leg and through for a single.
It was a really nice buzz and energy before the game. Clinch, we were down on the boundary chatting before the game, and just this nice buzz and energy here at Cazaly Stadium here in Cairns. Really is a beautiful place to be, isn't it? Particularly in August.
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Adam Zampa, the leggy in once more. Markram gets an inside edge onto his pad as he looks to find the gap in the offside. There is just a gap in front of Marnus Labuschagne. At the fielder, Alex Carey, who's at deep backward point. The Australians trying to get their first breakthrough with this partnership now. Up to 66 runs. Markram on 40, back and across as he cuts this out towards the deep. And Alex Carey does the fielding. Deep point, none for 67 after 12 overs. So that first over of Adam Zampa going for 5 runs. Hayden Markram on 41, Ryan Rickleton on 25. The Australians won the toss. They decided to bowl first, which has been the way of Mitch Marsh. He had a bit of a joke at the toss that's what he does when he wins the opportunity to make the decision. And Australia from that semi-final loss against India, where their team was Head, Connolly, Smith, Labuschagne, Inglis, Carey, Maxwell, Dorcius, Zampa, Ellis and Sanger, have made the 4 changes with Mitch Marsh coming in, Cam Green as well, Josh Hazlewood and Aaron Hardy. So there's no Glenn Maxwell, there's no Stephen Smith. It's a somewhat different looking Australian lineup. And the next World Cup in the 50-over format is still 2 years away. So the chance to try a few different things and give some opportunities.
Couldn't agree more. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for Australia, the Australian selectors, to have a good look at some different players.
Travis Head starts a new over. Full delivery to Markram, who drives it through the gap in the offside. Out to Dorcius, who does the fielding in the deep. None for 68. As Markram moves to 42. 78th one-day international for Aiden Markram. An average of a bit over 37, having scored 12 half-centuries and 3 centuries for South Africa. He is their T20 captain. With Temba Vavuma coming back in, he's getting the opportunity to dictate terms, and he's at the non-striker's end here. Ryan Rickleton's gone with the hat. He's struck on the pad by Travis Head, and the finger goes up. He immediately turns to the umpire, and we'll look to review this. But an interesting one, Travis Head having got the breakthrough. And we're going to go upstairs to confirm.
I think Ryan Rickleton's indicated that it's actually hit him on the arm. Because he tried to sweep. It was a length delivery. He's tried to sweep it and just saw him indicate to his partner that it may have hit him on the arm, near the elbow.
Is out. Check the feet placement, and it's a fair delivery. We can have a look at front on, please.
Richard Illingworth is our third umpire tonight, so today you'll hear his voice in the background as he will talk us through. Well, we don't get a replay here. Oh no, we do eventually on the electronic scoreboard.
Okay, just roll that through. Okay, and okay, thanks.
Travis Head liked it immediately, hit in line.
Okay, I
Didn't
can't
hit
really
his arm.
tell there with the bat and the ball going past it from front on. Let's confirm with Snicko that there's no bat involved, please.
Doesn't look like it may have hit him on the arm.
Down on one knee, covering all 3 stumps.
Okay, clearly no bat involved. We'll go for ball tracking when ready, please. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets missing. We'll go back to Sam on field. Sam, you need to reverse your decision. You're on screen now.
So Ryan Rickleton survives. He's on 25 from 29 deliveries. South Africa still none down for 68, and a deep breath from Ryan Rickleton. The surprise that it was going over the wickets.
Yeah, I think it pitched in line. Impact was in line. Very good decision to review by Ryan Rickleton. Just going over, bang on middle stump though.
Yeah.
Immediately over middle stump.
Cricketers are funny with their superstitions. He went for the hat with Adam Zampa and Travis Head in. He was almost out straight away. Wide of the off stump. The next delivery from Head, he looks to whip it into the offside, but it's fielded by Marnus Labuschagne, who does the fielding in the covers. None for 68 in the 13th over. Travis Head doesn't take a long time between deliveries. The off he comes in. It's forward from Rickleton as he doesn't time it, driving down the ground to Mitch Marsh.
Having not played in the DRS era, it must be quite deflating as a bowler. You get the wicket, you celebrate, and then it gets overturned.
Head into his action, Rickleton hitting high and long down the ground. He seems to have got enough on it. Charging back with the flight, Aaron Hardy can't get it. And they're able to turn and come back for a couple. So Rickleton maybe deciding to use his feet a little more to Travis Head. He moves to 27 from 33 deliveries. South Africa are none for 70.
Just didn't quite get enough of that. Certainly enough to get past or get over Aaron Hardy's head, but far from timed it, Ryan Rickleton, which just suggests a little bit holding up in the wicket a bit.
Head looking to close out this over. And Rickleton's able to work it off his pads through the gap on the onside. Takes off for the single and just trots his way through. South Africa, after 13 overs, are none for 71. Ryan Rickleton is on 28. Aidan Markram is on 42. Matt Clinch and Jason Gillespie with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. The Aussies won the toss. They elected to bowl first. South Africa have made a promising start here. The Aussies have won just 3 of their last 11 one-day internationals. So it is a format where they haven't been in red-hot form.
They have tried different combinations in the 50-over format over the last little while. So you can maybe understand a little bit of the inconsistency, but what it does show as well is very hard to be dominant in all 3 formats in world cricket, because we've been so dominant in T20 cricket recent times.
Adam Zampa about to start his second over from the city end here at Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. The leggy comes in, struck on the pads, Ryan Rickleton. He's caught on the crease, and Josh Inglis immediately comes racing down. Will the Aussies decide to review this?
Oh, what do you think? It's getting tight. 5, 4, oh, he's called for it.
Mitch Marsh said, yep, let's have a look upstairs. After Rickleton survived the LBW shout and the out decision given, he reviewed successfully.
The umpire to director, we have a player review.
My initial thought was not out.
Original on-field decision is not out. Check the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. You can have a look at front on, please.
Our commentary position here in Cairns is sort of at fine legs. That makes it hard for LBW decisions to exactly work out whether the player is in line. But from where we were sitting, it looked like it could have been going down leg, but that'll be the question.
Okay, we're going to have to look at Snicko, please.
He struck on the back leg.
Potentially pitched outside leg stump, Clinchy. And I think it might be sliding as well. As you can see,
rocket through.
The benefit of a replay that we've got, we can see off stump and middle stump.
Just in front of the bat, please. Okay, roll through nice and slowly. Okay, clearly missed the bat. Can we go for ball tracking when ready, please? Okay, ball pitching outside leg stump. So we'll go back to Chris on field to stay with his original decision of not out. Chris, you're on screen now, please signal.
So not a good review from Mitch Marsh in the end, going down leg side, and the not out call on the big screen now. South Africa none for 71. Rickleton still there on 28 from 35 deliveries. And Markram is on 42.
I think Josh Inglis was the one that really pushed for that.
Adam Zampa comes in, Rickleton back and across, hits it down the ground. They call through for the single. Green throws to the keeper's end, but they're able to get through. None for 72, with Rickleton moving to 29.
Yeah, because Inglis seemed quite animated. He seemed pretty convinced that it was out. Zampa, half-hearted appeal. Not sure he was entirely convinced.
Good to hear from Lungi Ngini before the game's play.
Yeah.
Scooters, yes. Crocs, no. The team instructions as to what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. No scooters in South Africa, so give them a go and get around town. Stay away from the beaches and the Crocs. Zampa comes in. Rickleton gets it. In fact, it's Markram who gets the edge, I should say. And runs down fine past the keeper, Josh Inglis, and they're able to come back forward too.
He spoke very well, didn't he? And it's clear that they're really enjoying themselves here, South Africans.
Aidan Markram nudging closer to his half century. He's on 44. South Africa none for 74 in the 14th over. Adam Zampa in his second over, none for 8. Zampa comes in, full delivery to Markram, who just uses the height of the delivery to play it down to backward point, where Alex Carey does the fielding. None for 75. Had a quick look at the middle when we arrived. It looked a pretty dry wicket.
Yeah.
Good batting conditions?
Good batting conditions. Same surface that played the T20 match on. Looked a very good surface.
South Africa none for 75, having been sent in by the Australians. Adam Zampa, the leggy, comes in, bowls to Ryan Rickleton, who pushes it back down the ground. Out to the fielder at wideish, long off and through for a single. As Cameron Green comes up to do the fielding. None for 76 with one ball to come in the 14th over.
It also didn't have as much live grass as I suppose we saw on Saturday night. It's obviously been mowed and rolled.
Markram, shorter ball from Zampa and a quicker delivery as it's cleanly taken by Inglis behind the stumps, whips off the bails. Markram was looking to unload there. A good finish from Adam Zampa to that over. South Africa none for 76 after 14 overs. Aiden Markram on 45. Ryan Rickleton is on 30. Jason Gillespie with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, and the next voice you'll hear will be Neil Manthorp.
Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you very much indeed to Matt Clinch. A very good start from South Africa. Be well pleased with this, playing the extra batsman in this game. They were a batsman short in the T20 series. That one is driven by Rickleton, is now wearing his cap. Spin at both ends. And it's an unusual luxury for Ryan Rickleton. In South Africa, you have to bat with a helmet, even if you are facing spinners. Health and safety. Down the wicket comes Rickleton. Actually almost yorks himself in the end. Has to dig out this delivery from head up towards Mitch Marsh at mid-on and go through for another single. But it's a very, very solid start. They're playing Matthew Brietska, who's a new face in the ODI squad. He's scheduled to come in at number 4. Captain Temba Bavuma at 3. And then Stubbs and Brevis, or Brevis and Stubbs at 5 and 6, with Vian Mulder, genuine all-rounder, at number 7. That's driven down the ground again towards long on, and they go through for another easy single. Fielded in the deep. It's Oren Hardy, sorry. Here's Travis Head in again, and that's a quicker one, and cut shot from Rickleton. And gets a bottom edge down into the ground, chops it into the ground. Inglis has to go and fetch it. It was I presume that Travis Head was brought on, Jason Gillespie, because Ryan Rickleton's a left-hander, and he's certainly not playing him with any comfort, is he?
No, and he actually, just with the benefit of the replay, actually got an edge on that one. That was a very tough chance for Josh Inglis.
Oh, nice. Markram now pushes it out to extra cover. It's fielded by Mitch Marsh. I thought he got a bottom edge. I thought he chopped it down into the ground, but it hit his glove.
Yeah. I thought that as well, but with the replay, it was a genuine edge.
Head in once again, and driven through extra cover by Markram for an easy single. It's Dorshus who does the fielding on the cover boundary. He's bowling really well, it's Travis Head. I must say, I don't know whether the two teams read conditions very differently, but South Africa playing 2 frontline spinners, and Australia just the 1, but maybe on the basis that they knew Travis Head could do a job for them.
Oh, there's no doubt. Travis Head more than a capable second spin option for Australia. Has this uncanny ability to pick up wickets from time to time. Just notice with the South African side, sort of Stubbs has been named at 5 and Brevis at 6, but you expect Brevis to come in before Stubbs?
I think it might depend on how many overs there are left and what the score is. Is Adam Zampa again. That one is driven by Markram down hard into the ground. I think there is some flexibility in the South African batting lineup, but then again, my intuition's not been on song on this tour. I thought Aiden Markram would bat at 3 in the T20s. In fact, he's opening. So Ryan Rickleton and Aiden Markram. That one is driven to cover again, straight to the fielder. Head fields, no run. So I'm pretty sure it's not replicated in any other country, with Markram and Rickleton opening the batting in all 3 formats together. And there's a big booming cover drive from Markram, and it goes horribly wrong. I think that was, I presume that was a googly from Adam Zampa, and it hit the inside half of the bat. Markram's trying to drive it through the offside, and it spun the wrong way, and he's just got an inside edge and a single rather than the fall through extra cover that he was aiming at. None for 81. South Africa. Mitch Marsh winning the toss and having little hesitation in bowling first. Well, it's as much about batting second, isn't it, as bowling first? Yeah. And Rickleton punches one through mid-wicket. Again, an easy single.
Nice now. Yeah, that's been obvious under the captaincy of Mitch Marsh, under the leadership of Andrew McDonald. In white ball cricket, there's been a strong tendency for Australia to bat second. There must be a statistical aspect to it as well, Manners.
Well, there's due, isn't it, as well? I mean, that's a big factor. That's driven over the top of extra cover by Aidan Markram, and it should be enough to bring him his 50. He's gone aerial, and there's a dramatic diving stop from Alex Carey out in the deep cover boundary. What a fabulous chase and a dive and a flick back from Alex Carey. Wow, Aidan Markram does indeed move to 50. The T20 captain. And well, he's enjoying himself today. He did struggle early on, and it's to his credit that he was able to play through a period in which he was struggling to find the middle of the bat. But actually, that was Marnus Labuschagne. I apologise in advance if I do. I'm bound to do it once. I call him Labuschagne. But no, that was Marnus. Really, really good diving stop.
That's how his name's pronounced in Afrikaans, isn't it?
Yeah.
And remind me again, what's Dorcas in Afrikaans?
Dwarses.
Say that again?
Dwarses. Huis, H-I-U-S, is house.
Right, okay.
So it's the House of Dwars.
Yeah.
Here's Zampa again, driven by Rickleton, straight back to the bowler, and he has to just give his fingers a rub there, because that one stung a little bit. Well, this is a very, very good start from South Africa. 2 lives. I don't know whether we can call them lives. Do we call them lives if you're giving out LBW and you're successful with the review? Ryan Rickleton twice on 28.
Yes. Yeah, we could call them lives.
It's not like a drop chance kind of a life, but it feels like a life.
Well,
I mean, you're given
technically he was last over as well. He did edge that one to Inglis, but it was one of those ones that if it doesn't go straight into your gloves, well, very tricky for the wicketkeeper. But technically it could go down as a chance, but...
None for 85, South Africa. Down the wicket, using his feet, Aidan Markram drives across this pristine outfield down to Ben Dorcas sweeping on the cover boundary and through for a single. Just reminding myself of some of the amazing series, Dizzy, that there have been between 14 bilateral series since the first one in 93-94.
Yep.
That was an 8-match series.
Was it really?
It was, yeah. It was level 4-4. That's driven over the top of extra cover. Just over the top of extra cover. And it's down to the boundary for 4. It's Cameron Green, who he just hesitated because while the ball was in the air, he thought it might be a catch. So he didn't turn and chase back immediately. And it was only once he realised it was going to clear him that he turned and chased, but it was too well timed. And it's such a throwback to a reminder of what a different era it was. Driven now by Markram straight to extra cover. Mitch Marsh does the fielding. But the very first one-day international between these two teams was played on the 19th of February 1994. Whipped away for a single by Markram down towards long on. And this is a reminder of, if we need reminding, of just how profoundly the game has changed. The 50-over game has changed. I know this will make you laugh. South Africa batted first and made 232 for 3.
50 overs.
50 overs. 232 for 3, and I was commentating, and we were all saying, well, that was a good score. That one is flat batted out towards mid-off and taken. Excellent, good low catch. There was nothing easy about that. Nathan Ellis, I think, who's taken the catch at mid-up.
I think it was Marnus Labuschagne.
Marnus gets everywhere. He is, yeah, he's everywhere. There's more than one of him. But a really good low catch. And, well, that was a slightly painful innings from Ryan Rickleton, in all truth. He made 71 in the first T20, which South Africa lost. And afterwards, he was very philosophical, and he said, I hardly middled it. I was clothing it all the time. I was trying to hit it sweetly. And there was a little bit about that innings as well, wasn't he? He didn't find the middle very often, but, you know, good, hard-working contribution to an opening stand of 92.
Yeah, just never quite got going, did he, Manners, Ryan Rickleton? And Travis Head, again, just showing his value in this one-day setup for Australia. To be able to offer his captain, Mitch Marsh, a few overs of his off-spin. Always creates something, Travis Head.
Well, he's got the breakthrough, and a much-needed one, I must say. Aidan Markram, though, is still going along very nicely indeed. As I said, South Africa playing the extra batsman today, so they'll be well pleased with that. Markram is 58 not out. South Africa now 1 for 92 in the 17th over. Shall I continue to remind listeners, some of whom won't have been born when the first one-day international was played? So we're sitting in the commentary box thinking, and that's a pretty good score. 232 for 3. Peter Kirsten.
Oh, Peter Kirsten? I played against Peter Kirsten.
Did you really?
I did. He was on a tour to South Africa in '97. I think he was playing for Border.
Yeah,
we played a tour game at East London. Yeah. And I remember the South African bowling coach, Piet Botha. He was playing that game as well. But yeah, played against Peter Kirsten. Yeah.
Drinks here, you're not missing any action. South Africa 1 for 92, so we're reminiscing about the first ever one-day international between these two teams. Peter Kirsten made 47 off 114 balls.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Hansie Cronje made 112 from 120, and it was like an innings from the moon. We were going 112 off just 120 balls. We were like thinking, you know, this is the Hansie Cronje. Anyway, it was good enough.
Really?
South Africa won. Australia made 227 for 5. For five, and lost by 5 runs. South Africa won that game by 5 runs. Steve Waugh, the to become great finisher, finished on 46 not out from 59 balls. Wow. South Africa were excellent at defending low totals. You know, they had, it wasn't just John T. Rhodes in the field. I mean, they were very, very, I think they were slightly ahead of them of the times and their time in the field. But nonetheless, you know, and you look back at all the scorecards from that era, and nobody scored at a run a ball. It was truly amazing. But an 8-match series, imagine that. They played a couple of 7-match series.
I think I played a 7-match series in '97 in South Africa.
Yes, you did. Do you remember the score?
I think we won that one.
4-3.
4-3, yes.
Yes, you did.
I remember in Johannesburg, I got sent in as a pinch hitter, would you believe? And I'm 26 off 30 I got bowled by Derek Crooks. Trying to slog him. It was always like, I think our team was relieved that I got out. So I was meant to go in as pinch hitter.
Travis Head into the South African captain, Temba Bavuma, who's forward playing defensive. I tell you what, if you'd made 26 off 30 as a pinch hitter for South Africa, you'd have been patted on the back when you got. Good effort, mate. Yeah, good, well done. Do you remember who else was anybody else from that era that you remember? I think Pat Simcox was still playing then.
Paddy Simcox played against Pat, who's a good competitor. Derek Crooks, as I mentioned, played that.
Excellent fielder, wasn't he? Excellent in the covers.
Yeah, he was very good. The great Alan Donald. I think Craig Matthews played a bit. He was a very good one-day bowler for South Africa. He was very accurate.
Very good. And
I don't know if he played a lot of Test cricket, but he definitely played a lot of one-day cricket.
He was South Africa's vice captain. He was Hansie Cronje's vice captain.
Yeah.
So it's Nathan Ellis who's back into the attack from the city end, and Markram drives He's doing a lot of driving on the up. I mean, that was a good length ball, back of a length maybe even from Nathan Ellis, and yet Markham's on the front foot and driving with the ball on the up, and steers it away behind square on the offside for another single. South Africa move to 1 for 93. With Aiden Markram now 59. Temba Bavuma has only faced the single delivery. Nathan Ellis, I thought he bowled pretty well the first 2 overs. It only cost 11 runs, and he was whipped out of the attack.
He was fine. I think I was saying this a little bit earlier on comms. I think he'll bowl the majority of his overs after 30.
Here's Ellis again, and that one is, I was going to say nip back. I don't think it's done any nipping at all, the ball on this pitch. It's just angled back into Bavuma, hits him on the pad. He's got a very, very idiosyncratic run-up as Nathan Ellis. I love it.
Yeah.
Love the way he runs up with the ball held at about head height.
Yeah, it adds a bit of mayonnaise to that run-up. I think there's a bit going on. It's a busy run-up, let's call it that.
I love it.
It's fantastic.
It's endearing. I think, you know, it's like you don't teach that, do you? Here he is, up to the crease again, bowls. Lots of changes of pace. This time Bavuma is forward, pushing it out towards mid-wicket, straight to the fielder again. We're spread now, obviously outside the power play. We've got some deep fielders. We've got a man sweeping on the cover boundary, a third man. It's such a long boundary that the third man is 20 yards in from the boundary, I reckon. And there's also a deep square leg. So 1, 2, 3.
There's a deep backward square and a deep almost
there's 2 men.
Yeah, almost a deep mid-wicket.
Man in front of us, Adam Zampa. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, and that's pushed out towards mid-off, and they scamper through for a single, and Temba Bavuma is underway. It's the angle of the pitch that confuses.
It is hard for us in our commentary position here in Cairns. Just we're at kind of fine leg, aren't we? Almost, or deep cover if you're looking from the other end. Yeah, it's hard to get the angles right, isn't it? It's quite tricky.
But no complaints, ladies and gentlemen.
No, absolutely no. It's it's a picture here. It's such a beautiful place, and it's a delight to be here in Cairns.
Ellis once again bowls now. Markram drives up towards mid-off, and they tumble through for a single. The other slight distraction that I also find quite endearing is the fact that the VIP benches seats are directly in front of our commentary box, so it's quite hard not to be distracted by the comings and goings of the bigwigs.
There are a few people enjoying the hospitality, the VIPs, enjoying some beverages and some food.
And I must say the West Stand from where we are commentating is filling up very nicely as we go through the afternoon, as we head towards Sundowners, as Bavuma now pushes out defensively towards extra cover, and there's no run. Bavuma faced 5 deliveries for his 1 run. Aiden Markram going very nicely indeed. It's 60 not out, and South Africa, having lost the toss, been asked to bat first. And they've got some batting depth. I told you that there were 6 specialist batsmen, with all-rounder Vian Mulder at number 7, seam bowling all-rounder Vian Mulder, and Prenlin Subrayan due to come in at number 8, off-spinning all-rounder, genuine, really can bat, not a bowler who can bat. I think he's certainly at first class and provincial level regarded as a genuine all-rounder. And Keshav Maharaj can bat. He's scheduled to come in at number 9. Travis Head continues. He's bowling beautifully at the moment, and that's whipped out on the onside. I think it's a ruse that he doesn't take his bowling seriously. He downplays it, but I suspect he takes it a lot more seriously than he lets on. And that one is tucked away behind square on the leg side. And he's the kind of character that they've run through for 2 runs. He's the kind of character that I can imagine him wincing if you told him that he was bowling beautifully. You heard me saying he's bowling beautifully. Hello, Stuart Clark.
Hello, Thorpe. I'm going to call you Thorpey.
Oh, outside the off stump, left alone by Markram. Wide is called.
People call you Thorpey.
No, Manners.
Manners, but does anyone call you Thorpey?
I think it used to happen at school. It was a long time ago.
I'm going with Thorpey, just for the sake of it, for our remaining game today and the next 2 in Mackay.
As Markram is well, he's launched this from Travis Head over extra cover, so over mid-off, actually. It's a really, really handsome shot. Shukri Conrad said after the T20 series that he wanted his players to show off more. Good. He said, I want you to back yourselves, and that was a very fine shot.
That's exactly what he did. He's a good player, Aidan Markham.
His head once again, and punched straight back to the bowler.
If you watch Travis Head bowl a lot, what he does get to do, he gets the ball to drift. He gets the seam in a really nice spot. And yes, he bowls. He's not a reluctant bowler, but he doesn't care if he bowls or not. But he's better.
Punched now by Aidan Markham down the ground. In fact, gone to mid wicket. Actually, it looks like Australia have got a mid on and a long on. the mid wicket's so straight. It really does. That's what it looks like. That one is late cut from Aidan Markham. Really deft touch. Josh Hazlewood having to chase it down towards the boundary, and it teases him all the way before reaching the boundary. That was very nicely played. He does have a soft touch, does Aidan Markham. Deft late cut. A guide, really, just steering it past the keeper's right hand and all the way down to the boundary for 4. And South Africa now 1 for 106. Having lost the toss and been put into bat.
Well, he's got all the shots, Aidan Markham. He's world class. Let's be clear. He's
not too many trick shots.
No,
but all the conventionals.
But traditional cricket shots.
Yeah.
You won't see him play a reverse sweep or a reverse ramp or any of that. But he can hit the ball 360 degrees. He just does it his way, and that's a sign of a good player, that he's very hard to tie down. No matter where you put the fielders, he has an ability to score. He talks about being more positive, but Aidan Markram's, if mid-offs up inside the circle and it floats it up outside off stump, Aidan Markram's good enough to hit that for 4. He's good enough to hit for 6, and he showed that. So that's the confidence bit that you're talking about, to back yourself and believe in yourself.
Travis had 5 overs, 1 for 32. Nathan Ellis continues now to Temba Bavuma, who pushes that again just defensively into the covers on the offside. It's at this stage of the innings, I'm assuming, Stuart, that the batting side will have a target in mind, or various targets maybe. You don't want to be looking at the finish line when you've only faced 19 overs, but I suspect now that they will have a stage-by-stage plan in mind. Do you think?
Yeah, I absolutely. I think that's the case. So they will be...
Here's Ellis once again to Bavuma, dabs it behind square on the offside. They set off for a quick single as Marnus Labuschagne comes diving in. But ultimately, they'll know, they'll be thinking it's definitely worth more than 300.
Well, they'd be sitting there saying at 20 overs in, so they're going at just under 6s, 5.5s. They'd be saying, if we keep going at 5 and 5.5 and over here for the next 10 overs and don't lose any wickets, that means we've got basically a 20-over game with nine batters in the shed to really then accelerate. And the important part to that is if you can get to the 40-over mark.
Here's Ellis once again, bowls. Slower ball, nicely disguised. Markram waits for it, though. Takes a single to long on.
If you can get to the 40-over mark and you've got 7 wickets in the shed, then you can really go ballistic. Now, that's one way to play the game, and I think that really depends on where you're playing your cricket. Like in India, you probably need to go harder a little bit earlier because the wickets are so flat and the grounds are so small. But in Australia, where the bounce is a little bit more and the wickets are doing a little bit, and the bowler's got something to work with, you've got to be a little bit more circumspect and say, but it's all about going at about, but not losing any wickets. Because if you lose 3 or 4 wickets, and Josh Hazlewood said it to us before the game, and I don't know whether he realised what he said, but...
Ellis again to Bavuma. Short, pulled through mid-wicket, and he's hit that very sweetly. Gee whiz, he was onto that so quickly, you half wonder whether he was expecting it to be short. Don't know, was it pace off? Was that slower? Was that a slower ball from Nathan Ellis?
I think so, but the other thing to that is I think he's a good player of the short ball.
Oh, yeah.
He's looking for... You know, if you do your tip sheet on Bavuma, you're thinking, well, if he's driving you down the ground, okay, we're in the game. You bowl short, he's going to whack you. So that's, you know, it's a good variation. It's a good change-up, but not maybe got that wrong at that stage.
is Ellis. He drops his towel halfway through his run-up, and that could be called a no ball. Actually, it's just fallen out the back of his pants. The umpire, sorry, dead ball. The umpire could have called dead ball because it's a potential distraction to the batsman. That was a new playing condition that was introduced a couple of years ago, which I think is daft. Anyway,
so you know, there's people sitting around a table going,
yeah, well, we've got to do something.
It's like it happens all the time. Well, no, it doesn't. Is it really causing you any grief? Well, it may do.
What were you saying about Josh Hazlewood?
He said before the game.
Come back to that as Ellis is up to the crease again. Bowls Markram, drives down the ground. It's another single.
He said it's always good coming back in. You're bowling to 6, 7 and 8, right? And you don't need... We're talking about his variations, right? If I'm bowling to 7 and 8, 9, just bowl good deliveries, right? He said sometimes you get caught bowling to 3, 4 and 5. That's when you need your variations, because if you're bowling to 3, 4 and 5, invariably they're in. And they're 50 not out. The field's spread. And you're going to get, if you don't have variations, you're going to go. So the whole game, and it's also from a spectator point, it's also the slowest part of the game, but it's the most crucial part of the game for a one-day game in the sense that you need to set this game up for the back 15 overs by going at 5 and over, being about 180, and then taking on the game in that last 15 overs and trying to go at 10 and over and put another 150 and hitting you 330 or something. That's the way they play the game. That's the way I'm assuming they would break it down, because if it was me, that's how I'd break it down. Unless you're in India, then you just go from every ball for...
So, and the ball gets so much softer in India, doesn't it? And quick as well. And it becomes discoloured. You know, it was in the subcontinent that we had this whole issue about how to address a ball that batsmen couldn't see because it had turned from white to brown.
Brown, couldn't see it.
And so therefore we had replacement balls at 34 overs, didn't we, and that kind of thing. We've had one new ball at each end. There's Adam Zampa is back into the attack now, taking over from Travis Head. It's driven to Dorsius on the cover boundary by Markram. 1 for 114, South Africa. Going along very, very nicely indeed. And we've had 5 overs of spin from Travis Head, 5 overs, 1 for 32. He's got the only wicket fall so far. Ryan Rickleton, caught by Marnus Labuschagne at mid-on. Nice catch, good low catch for 33 from 43 balls, 3 fours. Aiden Markram has 72. Temba Bavuma, the captain, has 7. Zampa is in once again, and that one is just dabbed out towards cover.
And Markram was good enough, so Australia tried to keep the field up for as long as possible to take away that single and make Markram, Bavuma, take the game on. I'd actually bring the field up to Bavuma and say, if you're good enough to hit it over the top, I'll drop them back once you start showing me you can do that. Markram different now, like I wouldn't leave them all up for him.
Cooper Connolly is on the field, and that was a slap drive from Aiden Markram. A little bit of bottom hand there. Cameron Green slides down at long off to prevent any more than just a single.
So if you bring up mid-off, I'd certainly bring mid-off. I mean, they've brought mid-on up, so they've got 5 inside the circle, but you could bring mid-off up as well, and it's all right, well, go over the top, take it on, because if you pick up a wicket, then Australia's back in the game.
Exactly, yeah. Here is Zampa once more, and that one is just popped, easy single. I do have a problem with easy runs. And that was just the easiest run in the world for Temba Bavuma. You just mentioned long off, bring him up.
You can just see what he's trying to do. His whole modus was just to keep knocking around, go to run a ball. All of a sudden he'll be 30, and then he can start taking the game on.
Here is Zampa once more. There's precious little spin for the tweakers on this pitch. It's pretty flat, and they had the heavy roller on it 2 days ago. I arrived at lunchtime. I said, how long's that been on there? And he said, no, I started this morning. Here's Zampa again, and that's punched off the back foot towards Dorsius on the cover boundary. But no, I'm serious. It was just that's your job. Just sit on the roller.
Just go backwards and forwards. Well, it's probably a little bit over the top. But
it was. I mean, it wasn't quite shiny this afternoon when we arrived, but it wasn't far off.
It was true. If you looked at it, you went, "Oh, hang on, this is not going to do too much." You didn't see the wavy look of a wicket. But that said, the most exciting games of one-day cricket are usually when the wickets are average if you think about it.
Yeah, I love a low scorer.
It's the 100 play, 120, the wicket's doing plenty and blokes are getting out and the crowd's into it.
So that first game at the Wanderers I described, the 232 for 3 plays, 227 for 5. It was a low scorer, but there was nothing wrong with that pitch, I can assure you. Okay, it's time for a change in the commentary. Matt Clinch will be with you for the next 25 or 30 minutes or so.
Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Manners. Start of a new over. South Africa looking to continue on here. 1 for 119 at the start of the 21st over. Hello, Stuart Clark. We're just having a look. Cooper Connolly's on the field. So just trying to work out. Travis Head looks to be the player who's off the ground at the moment as Dorshus starts a new over.
Yeah, Travis Head's off the field at the moment. Bowled a couple of overs.
Got the wicket.
Got a wicket. Going to change his shirt from the sweat.
Ben Dorshus streaming in from the city end here. Comes into Aidan Markram, who works it off his pads down the ground. Long on and through for a single. Cameron Green moves around to his left and does the fielding. South Africa 1 for 120 in the 21st over.
Australia got to find a way to take a wicket here, in other words, stem this run rate. Otherwise, you've got a lot of trouble later on in the order. You've got big hitters, big power to come. Plenty of options.
The Walt Brevis would be thinking, where's my chance come?
Brevis, Stubbs, Mulder can hit the ball. You know, they've got guys that can clear the rope. So wickets are essential now. You've got to find a way to try and just put a little bit of pressure back on the South Africans. And it's good to see Dorshus brought that man in for deep points straight away, keeping Bavuma on strike.
Fourth over, none for 17 for Dorshus. Wide of the off stump, and Bavuma just glides it down to the fielder at deep third and through for a single. So Bavuma playing the support role. He's 10 from 12. Aidan Markram has moved past 50. He's on 76 from 74 deliveries. The 1 wicket for Ryan Rickleton, who was caught by Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off. Rickleton was getting impatient against Travis Head, wanted to use his feet and missed time. The catch was taken at mid-off out for 33 from 43 deliveries, included 3 fours. The Aussie's first breakthrough.
He didn't quite get going, did he, Rickleton? He didn't quite get the timing right. He was trying.
Dorshus around the wicket into Aidan Markram, who plays it out into the offside, out to the fielder. Deep cover where Alex Carey does the fielding. Josh Inglis has the gloves this afternoon. Alex Carey's been doing the fielding in the deep. Mitch Marsh captain in the side with no Pat Cummins. There's no Mitchell Stark as well, so opportunities for Nathan Ellis this afternoon, getting his chance in the Australian lineup. Aaron Hardy as well is the one at the bottom end of the order as the all-rounder getting his chance. And Cam Green, who won't bowl, but as he said to you, he's enjoying the responsibility of just being a batter in this Australian lineup, but
why wouldn't you want
questions for him?
Like seriously, why wouldn't you want to just be a batter? Bowling's hard, it hurts. Your back's sore.
Dorshus in once more, short ball. Bavuma pulls it away down to Adam Zampa, who does the fielding at wideish fine leg.
Your ankles hurt, everything, like just batting. You get a headache from concentrating. It's about the extent of it. Your forearms get a bit sore from hanging onto the bat. I can't think of anything else. What else hurts?
Everything.
Geez, he got 200. Maybe you should ask him. Probably not the right bloke to comment.
Geez, he told us the story last night about the 200. Certainly had everyone eating out of his hand.
What, just once?
Just once. The longer version. Dorshus into Aidan Markram. In the back of a length, cuts it out to the fielder in the deep, and Alex Carey races around to do the fielding. 1 for 124.
It's like the old days when you used to get the short version, the long version LP. Right, depends which one's playing. If you want it just the abbreviated, you put that one on and it goes. Occasionally you want to get the full version and you go.
I think there's a paid version and there's a non-paid version, which gives you all the indulgences. Anyway, 1 for 124, South Africa having been sent in by the Australians. 22 overs in. Aidan Markram on 78. Temba Bavuma is on 11. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. A big welcome to our listeners through ABC Local Radio in Cairns, via the ABC Sport Digital, of course on the ABC Listen app, and look for the designated ABC Cricket button. You can get in touch with us. 0467 920 222 is the Cricket SMS number, not the AFL one. 0467 920 222. And Adam Zampa is going to bowl from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium. Zampa, and he's about to start his 5th over, none for 20. So deep backward square leg, long on, long off. Deep cover of the fielders out at the moment for Zampa, the leggy, who comes in, back of a length, and Markram gets underneath it. He hasn't timed it though. Out towards the deep where it'll land just short. of the fielder Alex Carey, who comes racing in.
That was a good old-fashioned shank. That, no other way to describe it. It hasn't bounced. It got stuck in Zampa's hand, and Markham goes back to play a full-blooded pull shot. It gets stuck in the wicket, doesn't get to him, and he just toe ends it. Shank in golf, and skewed its way out to deep mid-wicket, but it wasn't nothing convincing. I think for a moment he may have been thinking, oh no, I've just held out to deep mid-wicket here, and thankfully he didn't hit it well enough to get that far.
Get out to a shocking ball. Markram to 80 as he awaits his next delivery. Rocks back and cuts it hard into the pitch. It's fielded a backward point. Ben Dorshus does the fielding. South Africa 1 for 126. So we've sort of debated as we're ticking towards the halfway mark. You thought 300 is sort of the target South Africa would be thinking. Anything sort of 280 and above, I think, will be pretty competitive. Zampa comes in off the outside edge. It's driven away through the gap in the offside by Aiden Markram. Down to the fielder, Cooper Connolly. Third time I got it. He does the fielding at deep cover. South Africa 1 for 127.
I think they'll be disappointed if they only get 280 from here. I think looking at the scoreboard, 22 overs, 127. There's no pressure on them at the moment. Scoreboard's ticking over very nicely, going at 5 or 6 and over. Markram set his 81 off 79 deliveries, and Bavuma now starting to find his feet, 11 off 13, looking a little bit more comfortable and be able to rotate the strike. It's the 280 will be disappointing from here.
Long on comes up for Bavuma, who awaits Zampa, and is able to just get to the flight of the delivery and push it out forward of square on the onside and through for a single.
Got very nice reach, Bavuma. Australia just moved the field to really straight because he's been just knocking the ball down the ground or even just to the left-hand side of cover for a single. So they brought point right around. They put cover almost to a very square mid-off, and he just went the other side.
Bavuma to 12. Markram awaiting Zampa. He drives it along the ground. Zampa's just starting to get a little frustrated as it fielded by Cameron Green down at long off. Markram moves to 82. South Africa 1 for 129 in the 23rd over.
And you can go this field again. So you've got Ben Dwarsha standing at a very straight cover or a square mid-off. And then you've got Marnus at a shortish cover that's a little bit square, but there'd only be a 5-metre gap between him, saying to Bavuma, right, open in the face and try and hit it into point. Hopefully get an outside edge.
The leggy comes in, Adam Zampa. It's played away by Temba Bavuma. Out to the fielder, Aaron Hardy, who does the fielding at wideish mid-wicket. And the Aussies just trying to find the ways to put pressure on South Africa at the moment. And Adam Zampa is looking a little frustrated. None for 26 from his 5 overs. Markram's on 82. Bavuma's on 13. South Africa 1 for 130 after 23 overs. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you for ABC Sport.
And Dwarsha will go again. The old-fashioned way, try and buy a wicket here, maybe just try and go and a couple of, bring on a part-timer and hopefully get caught on the boundary or something like that. But doesn't seem to be anything in the armoury at the moment. Maybe a chance for Josh Hazlewood, just bring him back for an over or two, bring back your big spearhead, see if he can knock over someone with a good delivery, one that bounces a bit to Bavuma and he nicks it through to Inglis behind the stumps. At the moment, the game's sort of just meandering along, and the South Africans are doing a great job.
Josh Hazlewood, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Ben Dorshus, 4 overs, none for 21. Nathan Ellis, 4 overs, none for 22. Aaron Hardy, 1 over, none for 13. Travis Head, 5 overs. He's got the 1 breakthrough, 1 for 32. And Adam Zampa, 5 overs, none for 26. Dorshus comes in. Bavuma struck on the body and he's lost all momentum as he was trying to pull that delivery and almost went ricocheting into the stumps as he pulled up very quickly.
I think he thought the ball had gone straight up.
In the air.
And he thought, oh no, this is going to hit the stumps. So I'm just going to put my backside to the stumps, and the ball's not getting past. What would have been great if it just rolled between his legs and just hit the middle stump and bail fell off. That would have made me laugh. But he wasn't aware of where the ball had gone. The Australians now brought their straight men up, so they're going to bowl full. They have to bowl full to Bavuma. That's the best spot because he's...
Dorshus in to Bavuma, opens up the blade, beats the fielder at backward point. Marnus Labuschagne, and just picks up a single. Bavuma moves to 14. South Africa 1 for 131 in the 23rd over.
He's such a good player, square of the wicket, the short ball. Almost pitch it right up, get him hitting down the ground. He's got nowhere near as much power down the ground as he does square of the wicket, or the ability to manoeuvre the field. Dwarsha, he's brought his mid-off up inside the circle. He just now needs to bowl to that field and say, right, I'm going to bowl full. If you can hit me down the ground for runs, well, so be it.
Aiden Markram awaiting Dorshus. Edged. Taken. Inglis had to come forward to take the catch, and the innings of Aiden Markram comes to an end. Out for 82. Ben Dorshus gets the breakthrough for the Australians, and South Africa 2 for 131 in the 24th over.
Oh, Aidan Markram, you've been walking off and just confused about what has happened. You've been doing it without even raising a sweat. And unfortunately, you've just chased a wide one and you've just top-edged it off the... You're a bit late on it, and it's simple catch through to Inglis behind the stumps. As you said there, Clinch, he picked up his first wicket, Benny Dwarshuis, and the danger man, Aidan Markram's made his way back to the dressing room. He'll be devastated with that because he basically had 100 on offer and unfortunately has now been dismissed.
Round of applause for Aidan Markram as he makes his way from Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. Out for 82 from 81 deliveries. It included 9 fours, a strike rate of 101. But as Stuart Clark described to you, there was a century on offering there for him. It's concentration and execution at this stage of a one-day international, almost halfway through. And for Ben Dwarshuis, he picks up his 10th wicket in one-day international cricket. So no doubt a bit of a thrill for him getting the opportunity and able to give Mitch Marsh the desired result that the Australians have been looking for.
Yeah, look, Ben Dwarshuis, he'll be happy with that. Probably wasn't as wide as first thought. It was a little bit closer to the off stump than maybe I gave it credit for, and the ball angling back in because of his left arm angle. But Markram, looking at the pictures, you can see the disappointment. His head goes back. He's not happy with himself after throwing away 100. It's a disappointing way for him to end what has been a very, very, very nice innings from Aidan Markram. And South Africa have lost their second wicket. The Australians now just a little sniff back into the game. There's something on offer. If they can pick up 1 more, 2 more wickets, all of a sudden you can say they're back on top. But it's a disappointing way for Markram to go. And as you mentioned, Benny Dwarshuis, he'll be happy with his first wicket of the match.
So it brings out the 26-year-old Matthew Bretsky out into the middle for South Africa at 2 for 131. And he's awaiting Ben Dwarshuis, back of a length. It's worked away off his pads and he's off the mark. Bretsky scores backward of square leg for a single. South Africa moved to 2 for 132.
Nice little start there for Bretsky, just off his hip. Turn it around the corner. Haven't seen a lot of Bretsky play.
Played 2 matches. He scored 233 runs. High score of 150.
Fairly decent player then.
So he's taken his opportunities in the 2 one-day internationals he's played so far. So he'll be one that South African fans will be keen to see how he goes. You think about the possibilities with Dewald Brevis still yet to come in. Dwarshuis in to the South African captain. Temba Bavuma is forward and defending back down the pitch. 2 for 132 in the 24th over.
That's a good length there from Dwarshuis. It's full. Bavuma's not a big man. It's a harder shot for him to play, to just get on. He's shaping to try and go across the line over mid-wicket, but all of a sudden if that comes into play, the risk factor that goes with that is working in favour of Dwarshuis. Now, he may get 1 or 2, but Dwarshuis is now in the game.
Dwarshuis in once more to the right-handed Temba Bavuma, who's mistiming as he's pushing into the offside. And Travis heads back on the field. He does the fielding in the covers. The end of the over, South Africa 2 for 132. Bretsky on 1, Bavuma on 14. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. So Ryan Rickleton, who was caught by Manus Labuschagne at mid-off from the bowling of Travis Head, was out for 33. And Aidan Markram, caught behind by Josh Inglis from the bowling of Ben Dwarshuis, out for 82. Now the wickets to fall from an Australian point of view, South Africa 2 for 132.
And the big man himself, the big spearhead, back into the attack. Joshie Hazlewood's got ball in hand, number 38. Just waiting for Travis Head to get in position after his little stop into the change room, cool himself down a bit. Looking Australia, good tactics this by Mitchell Marsh. Get your big man, get the big spearhead back into the attack, see if he can pick up another wicket. And he can take him 3 and then 4, and all of a sudden pressure right on. I'm interested to see this projected score. It always comes up at 5.5, so they've just multiplied that out. They're going to go quicker than that if they don't lose wickets, and they'll go slower than that if they don't lose wickets.
4 overs done for 16 as Josh Hazlewood starts from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium. Bretsky looks to drive through the offside. Labuschagne gathers, throws into the keeper's end. Always on the move, Manus Labuschagne in the field. 2 for 132 at the start of the 25th over.
I can always remember growing up listening to Richie commentate. He always said, with that 30-over mark, you double the score. Remember that? That 30-over mark. I'm not sure that works anymore in the modern day. It sort of, maybe. Don't think so. I think it's... No. Depends on wickets lost. If you've got wickets in hand, you can score anything now.
Especially with such power in the middle order. Hazlewood back of a length. Bretsky looks to drive, and it's fielded at backward point. Manus Labuschagne does the fielding. 2 for 132. The other thing we haven't mentioned is the changing of the conditions. So previously you used to have 2 different balls at each end, and then after 34 overs, the 2 new balls after 34 overs, the bowling team will choose one of the 2 balls which they can use at both ends from overs 35 to 50.
Right, that's a newbie.
That's one of the new changes in the conditions of one-day international cricket.
They've changed. Do you remember I played in the era, Dizzy Lewis as well, the power play where the batting team could just pick a 5-over amount they wanted to have.
Hazelwood into Bretsky, who looks to just cut this next delivery late, and it's fielded once more by Labuschagne, who races around from backward point. 2 for 132 in the 25th over.
So yeah, there were 2 power play type things. You would get, you'd be going along really well, and you'd go, look, 26th over, we'll take the power play now, and be going, well, hang on, that's not fair. But they've tried all these different rules. The white ball has always been a bit of a conundrum because it gets discoloured, right, and becomes hard to see. So they've never quite got that right, or had the ability to get that right, I suppose.
Josh Hazelwood, the experienced bowler in the Australian lineup, comes in. Bretsky pushes it through. Yep, as he plays it along the ground to Mitch Marsh, who does the fielding at mid-off. He moves to 2. South Africa 2 for 133 in the 25th over.
So they've tried all things, and they've tried all things to try and speed this part of the game up. And power plays, ball, reverse swinging ball, that helps the bowlers. And the reality is teams just play to the conditions that they've got, right? So they just use it, and coaches and players find the best way to be successful. So no matter how you change the rules, they will come up with the best formula.
Hazelwood right arm over the wicket into Temba Vavuma, who comes forward and pushes it into the offside. And it's fielded by Cameron Green. But in terms of the pecking order, I mean, Test cricket is so popular here in Australia, which is the abnormality to other parts around the world, with the exception of England. T20 cricket is the franchise world. So questions about whether you prefer to play franchise cricket or play for your country, with the exception of World Cups.
See, I would, again, and I know that money will dictate what we do here, but international T20 series should be just saved for World Cups.
Yep. Hazelwood in to Bavuma, back of a length. He's once more looking to shuffle back and across, and can't beat Labuschagne at backward point. The end of the over. A good one for Josh Hazelwood. None for 17. His overs, so just the 1 run coming from that over. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 17. South Africa 2 for 133. Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
And then if T20 cricket is just franchise cricket, and you have a World Cup every 4 years, you get to see all your best players together at one stage. But nations around the world need the revenue that comes out of TV rights of international T20 cricket. So it's never ever going to happen. But there's so much of it now that's what the fear of the game is. What does that mean? What does Test cricket look like? Is Test cricket going to survive? Because outside of England, Australia, and India, the rest of the countries around the world use their T20 cricket to fund their businesses.
Ben Dorshus into the attack once more from the city end, 1 for 23. Bretsky is able to get off the mark, playing it out just backward a point. Throw for a single as Marnus Labuschagne throws to the non-strikers end. 2 for 134 at the start of the 26th over.
And then you're seeing with the 100, which is a different version of T20 cricket, which I think now that all you've got these private investors, it might end up being 120, just because that's what will happen, because it'll more content. So you can think about how that's going to work out and play out practically. Private investment in the game.
And Dorshus in his 6th over into Temba Bavuma, mistimed the pull as it's fielded at mid-on by Cameron Green. 2 for 134.
There's all these challenges that are coming into the game, and unfortunately the challenges of the game, of what's happening, is Test cricket's getting pushed down outside of Australia, England and India. It's getting lower and lower in the pecking order because it's not being driven by the TV rights that the other games. And we all, as Test cricket lovers, want to see more of it, but we're Australian.
Dorshus turns into Bavuma, drives through the gap in the offside, picks up a single, plays it out to Alex Carey, who does the fielding. South Africa 2 for 135. Bavuma moves to 15.
And you can ask Thorpe about this. I call him Thorpe, not Manners. You can ask Thorpe about this.
That's another question. Anyway, continue.
South Africa aren't playing a test match at home this summer.
No.
They're playing all short version cricket.
Yep.
So they've made that decision that is more commercially viable, and that's the format they're going to do. They'll play some overseas test matches.
Bretsky awaiting Dorshus. He looks to drive and it lands just short of Travis Head, who's fielding in at short cover. So looking to get on the attack, and Trying to drive through the offside, and a good delivery from Dorcius, who is getting his length right, asking some questions of the South African batters. Just a little bit of width and played on the up, but landed short of Travis Head. 2 for 135.
Yeah, I want to get this in. Gretzky was almost Gonski. I just wanted to get that in earlier. It's been sitting on the edge of my tongue.
Waited until the wicket fell. Dorcius steaming in over the wicket to Gretzky, who drives down the pitch, and Dorcius does the fielding. 2 for 135. So behind the IPL, what's the next best franchise cricket at the moment? I mean, the Big Bash would claim it to be that. The 100 would claim it to be that. We asked Johan Botha at the innings break about on Saturday night about DeWalt Brevis about whether there was any possibility we'd ever see him in the Big Bash even for 2 or 3 games. No possibility. Yep. T20 cricket's taken over in South Africa, as you said as well. Dorcius in. Gretzky works it off his pads, plays it out backward of square leg. Josh Hazlewood races around, does the fielding in the deep and prevents a second run. So Gretzky moves to 3, 2 for 136.
The answer to that question before I go is, depending on where you're from, that BBL tournament or that T20 tournament's the best. So if you're an Englishman, 100. Australian, BBL. New Zealander, whatever they call. South Africa, it's the Super 20, whatever they call that. So
I thought as an administrator, you give me a financial answer. You give me which one actually raises the most money, generates the most revenue.
I probably could. I'd have to go and think about it. Next break. I'll come back to you on that.
All right. Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. I feel like that's a win that I challenged him. He's going to go away and think about it. Gretzky's on 4. Temba Bavuma, the South African captain, is on 15. South Africa 2 for 136 after 26 overs. The 2 wickets to fall. Aidan Markram was the last to go caught behind from the bowling of Ben Dorcius. Josh Inglis taking the catch out for 82 from 81 deliveries. And Ryan Rickleton was caught by Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off from the bowling of Travis Head for 33. Jason Gillespie, welcome back.
Oh, thanks, Clinchy, and hello to all our listeners.
Interesting stage of the match as we approach the halfway mark of the innings as Josh Hazlewood starts a new over from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium, and it's worked onto the onside by Matthew Gretzky, and a dot ball to start the 27th over.
I was just listening to your discussion with Stewie then. Regarding the T20 competitions around the world. I think Stewie made a good point. I think it depends who you ask and where they're from. But I'll tell you what, one tournament that they say is a challenge and probably the toughest facing fast bowling is actually the PSL.
Hazlewood in. Gretzky comes forward, pushes it in the offside, calls through. Green comes racing in. Can't take it cleanly with one arm to throw down the stumps at the striker's end. Temba Bavuma gets home, 2 for 137. With Gretzky moving to 5.
I think everyone acknowledges that IPL is, obviously a very good tournament. The SAT20, Johan Botha talked that up quite a bit. But speaking to a number of players, I say one of the more challenging ones is actually the PSL.
Yeah.
Particularly from fast bowling point of view, a lot of very good fast bowlers.
Stu Clark's come back and wants to give me an answer. Josh Hazlewood comes in, into Temba Bavuma, opens up the blade. It won't be a run as it's fielded at backward point by Marnus Labuschagne. He's quick in the field. You're not taking him on. 2 for 137. He says SAT20 is his choice.
SAT20.
Couldn't wait his 20 minutes. He wanted to give it now while the conversation's still going.
Yep.
Don't mind that.
I think he just overheard us having a quick chat about it.
I think so.
Get his point across.
But it's an interesting conversation because everyone's craving the same thing, aren't they? I mean, you're looking for the best international players you can gain access to, promoting the local talent, giving their opportunity to shine. Hazlewood in, right arm over the wicket. Temba Bavuma comes forward, takes his right arm off the bat handle as he pushes it into the offside, but can't beat Cameron Green, who's fielding at cover point.
Bavuma's been finding it a little bit challenging here, particularly when the Australians have been pitching the ball up a bit further with sort of Dorcius and Hazlewood. Bowling a little bit fuller. He's 15 now off 25 balls. And it just seems, as Stewie Clark mentioned, that when it's shorter, the shorter deliveries, it looks like he's got more weapons, more options. Whereas on the front foot, he looks a little bit more limited.
Hazlewood in to Bavuma, back of a length. He rocks back and pulls this out to Alex Carey, who will do the fielding at deep mid-wicket. Bavuma through for a single. As he moves to 16, South Africa 2 for 138 with 1 ball to come in the over. So there's deep cover, fine leg, deep third and deep cover as well at the moment. Cameron Green is patrolling the inner circle. Marnus Labuschagne is at backward point. Mitch Marsh, the captain, fielding at mid-off, and Travis Head at mid-on as Josh Hazelwood turns at the top of his mark once more. Into Matthew Bretsky, back of a length, pulled, mistimed. Off the outside edge of the bat, it rolls down to that fielder at deep third, where it's well fielded by Adam Zampa, who came quickly charging in. So one off the last ball of the over, 2 for 139. Bretsky's on 6, Bavuma's on 16, 27 overs gone. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Jason Gillespie with you. So Josh Hazelwood's bowling it so just under 140 kilometres, around 137, 136. It's not quite that same. I mean, Mitchell Starc is such a point of difference at 150 kilometres. So when he's not in the lineup, you are missing a little of that natural pace. Lance Morris is the one who was included in the squad. Unfortunately, he's been out through injury. So that's probably the one question for Mitchell Marsh and the Australian selectors. They're always craving those. Well, we've spoken about a lot over the last couple of days, those genuine quick bowlers who put the fear into batters.
That's right, that bit of X factor as well. Starc bowls a lot fuller than most bowlers in world cricket. Swings the ball.
Dorsha starts a new over from the city end into Bretsky, who comes forward and defends into the offside as Travis Head does the fielding. 2 for 139 at the start of the 28th over.
And the Aussie selectors certainly like to have that left arm variety. And I think that in part is a reason why Ben Dorshus is in the side as well. I mean, but please don't get me wrong. He definitely in the side on merit. His record has been excellent for New South Wales and the Sydney Sixers. Fully deserves his opportunity and has done very well.
The left-hander Ben Dorshus in, and Bretsky getting all over this. Beautifully struck down the ground. And that's cleared the road for 6 as well. And a leg in the air as he absolutely accentuated the swing and the follow-through, and a nice shot to bring up a 6. He moves to 12. South Africa 2 for 145.
It just felt like it's been brewing for a couple of overs, Clinchy. South Africans have just... It almost feels like the innings has stagnated somewhat. Bavuma, I mean, the current partnership, 14 off 23 balls. So before that, it was 8 off 22 balls. So it hadn't quite got going. But gee, that was a nice strike from Bretsky. Hit that with real power, real force.
They were 1 for 92 when Ryan Rickleton went in the 17th over, 2 for 131 when Aidan Markram fell in the 24th. So since then, trying to build a little partnership here and trying to work out when to attack. Dorshus will be keen to respond here. Comes in to Bretsky, who pushes it into the offside. Now to Alex Carey, who does the fielding at deep cover. Bretsky is able to move to 13. South Africa 2 for 146.
Been quite tidy out there. Alex Carey patrolling the fence.
You know him pretty well. What would be his reaction when he's told that he's not keeping?
He would much rather keep.
Yes, I think every keeper would prefer to keep.
That's exactly right.
No one likes being in the field when you're a keeper. Dorshus in to the South African captain, Temba Bavuma, who flicks it over the infield, over the top of mid-wicket. They should get a couple here as Aaron Hardy has to race around to his left. Bavuma comes back for the second. Moves to 18. South Africa 2 for 148 in the 28th over.
As we see just down from our commentary spot, Josh Hazelwood's down on the fine leg boundary, signing autographs for some kids. It's great to see. Always a bit tricky. I remember Steve Waugh basically banned us from
doing it.
And I'll explain why in a sec.
Dorshus in, Bavuma back and across, trying to work it onto the leg side, and it's fielded at mid-on by Nathan Ellis. 2 for 148.
Not that he didn't want us to sort of engage with the crowds and that, but if we're turned around and he wanted to move the field or do something, nothing worse than you're trying to attract the attention of someone on the fence and they're not looking at you. He would give you the death stare if you didn't look at him at all times.
Last ball of the over as Dorshus comes in. Temba Bavuma just works it onto the leg side, forward a square leg, and takes off with a single as it's fielded by Nathan Ellis. So 2 for 149. Bretsky is on 13. Bavuma is on 19. Jason Gillespie's with you on ABC Sport, and Neil Manthorp about to come back in and join you.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Returning to the attack for Australia for the Mulgrave Road end is Travis Head.
Thank you very much indeed to Matt Clinch. Travis Head has spent some time off the field. He's had a bit of a hand injury, didn't he? Cooper Connolly was on subbing for him, but he's not only back on the field, he's been taped up and had some magic spray or whatever it was, and he's back into the attack as well. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Took the first wicket to fall when Ryan Rickleton was well caught by Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off. And it is Travis Head then. It's plenty of spin from Australia. He may well get through his 10 here, as that one is driven by Bavuma behind square on the offside. And they will get a single. It's a good tumbling stop from the captain, Mitch Marsh. That brings up the 150 for South Africa. 2 for 150. Going along very nicely into the 29th over. By now they'll have some idea of where they want to head to and what sort of a number. There'll be a minimum in mind. I suspect that be in, well, I don't know, in the region of 300 plus. Slap drive now from Matthew Brietzke. Beautiful shot all the way along the ground to the extra cover boundary. Aaron Hardy not able to get there. He knew that that was what he was well beaten there. There's something almost comically perfect about this outfield.
Comically perfect?
Well, I mean, it's like grass shouldn't be like that, you know, unless it's, I suppose, at Augusta on the greens. It's just amazing. It's hard to believe. That's why it puts a smile on my face. Right up in the block hole now from Head.
You've been very impressed with the facilities here and in Darwin, haven't you, Manus?
Superb. Absolutely amazing. It's chopped away by Brietzke now, straight to backward point. But it was the whole, not just, he says, flicking through his notes, the Marara Stadium in Darwin. Now, I keep thinking it's Warara, but it's Marara. Punched off the back foot now, down the ground. It wasn't just the cricket oval, it was all of the facilities there. I mean, it's a giant sporting complex.
It really is. It's wonderful. Number of sports are there. It's a Northern Territory Academy of Sport is up there.
Academy, yeah. Well, I mean, the whole thing's an academy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bavuma now drops this one out. Cooper Connolly's still on the field. So somebody else has obviously slipped off. But Cooper Connolly does the fielding, and the over comes to an end. 2 for 155. 8 different sporting venues at the whole Marara complex. I mean, 2 AFL grounds.
Yeah.
You know, it's like squash, everything from squash to BMX to tennis, basketball.
Hockey, hockey centre.
That's right.
There.
Maybe more than 8. Athletics, obviously.
And NT cricket, obviously, is there. There's the Pint Cricket Club. It's the Postal Institute Northern Territory, I think it's referred to. So yeah, a wonderful facility, and I think what this has done, it's really highlighted just
how underutilised the Northern.
That's an excellent word. Underutilised is a great, particularly with cricket, and you know, we've got the opportunity to play cricket 12 months of the year. Let's do that.
Adam Zampa continues now, and that's nudged away for a single. It's good middle overs batting, this, from Matthew Brietzke, and he takes another easy single.
And particularly, Manners, when there's a lot of discussion about cricket calendars and how the squeeze of fitting all fixtures in home and away. I mean, we're so fortunate here in this country. We've got these wonderful facilities in Cairns, Mackay, Darwin. We need to utilise them. Let's utilise them more and take the game to the regions.
Well, you could answer this, I couldn't, but I cannot fathom why they're not used more. And there's a slap drive from Bavuma now. Again, a little bit of bottom hand there. Those of you who watch American sports, it's like an ice hockey shot. It's a slap from Bavuma through extra cover, and he takes a single, moves on to 21. Brietzke has 19. Bavuma 21 off 32. Hasn't played a competitive game since the final of the World Test Championship at Lord's over 2 months ago. But he's used to that. He's not required on the T20 circuit. Is Zampa in once again, driven by Brietzke, who made 150 on his ODI debut against Pakistan. There's a warm-up tournament to the Champions Trophy and then didn't make the squad. So the overlapping of international fixtures meant that South Africa had a warm-up tournament in Pakistan ahead of the Champions Trophy, and half their players couldn't make it. We're finishing off from the IPL. It's right up in the block hole now from Zampa. Bavuma tries to drive, but yeah, he doesn't. He's short of offers, is Temba Bavuma, and he doesn't have a great T20 record, I admit. He loves the format, but there's a strike rate more like 120 than 140 for a top-order batsman as Bavuma drives once again, and this one's gone straight underneath the fielder at extra cover. Is that Marnus Labuschagne? Yes. He can't understand why he's furious. He's taking a wild, fair swipe at the air.
Takes a lot of pride in his fielding, Marnus. He's very energetic.
He's dived over the top of it.
He literally has.
And he's furious with himself. Anyway, Bavuma takes the single, moves on to 23. South Africa now 2 for 160 as Zampa is in again. Oh, and there's a big appeal for a stumping as Bavuma is totally deceived by Adam Zampa. He's not celebrating. I think he knows that Bavuma's back foot was anchored, but it might be quite close. Did it just drag out? But it's a beautiful piece of flight from Adam Zampa. Bavuma looking to drive through the offside, and well beaten. There's not much celebration amongst the Australians.
No, it doesn't seem overly. Oh, he was out of his crease.
Okay, foot is clearly grounded. Roll it through. Okay, I'm ready to make my decision.
He moved back quickly, didn't he? He was well out of his crease.
He had a foot out, wasn't he?
He was, but Inglis did well to get the ball back to the stumps, but it was just that time it took to get the ball back to the stumps that allowed Bavuma to get his foot back in the crease. We see a change in bowling here, Manners. I'm not with Stuart Clark. I'm not with this Thorpe. I'm going to continue to call you Manners if that's all right.
No one calls me Thorpe.
Right, I didn't think so.
Okay, Marnus then into the attack.
Marnus.
What's he going to bowl? Quick, before he bowls a ball.
I think he'll bowl leg spin, just judging from the shorter run-up and the fact that Inglis is up to the stumps.
He has literally bowled seam, off-spin and leg spin at various times, hasn't he?
I haven't seen him bowl much off-spin, but certainly the leg spin and seam up. He prides himself on his seam up.
He loves to bowl it in county cricket.
Oh, doesn't he?
He talks it up too. You don't know whether he's being fully serious when he does talk it up. Yeah, leg spin. Driven now, first delivery from Britsky, which landed that one nicely. That was perfect. He's got no slip in, and that's understandable at 2 for 160. But he does have. He's got 2 men behind square on the offside. Fairly close. Extra cover. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, and Britska opens the face of the bat, pushes this one square of the wicket on the offside, and Mitch Marsh is unable to prevent the single from being taken. I must say, the South Africans picked 2 frontline spinners, and were going to do that from well, 2 days out, I think. That one is driven by Bavuma out towards Cooper Connolly. He does the fielding. He's not in the 11, Cooper Connolly, but he's on the field.
I wonder if the South Africans feel that with a used pitch from the Saturday night, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that their reason?
Yeah, well, yeah. But I have to say that it looked in pristine condition. It didn't look like it had been used. When we had a look at it 2 hours before the start of play, or an hour and a half before the start of play. Chopped away now by Britska to Aaron Hardy fielding on the cover boundary. I mean, there was no. I know it's only a 20-over game, but you know there were no bowlers' footmarks that you could see. No. But I was telling Stuart Clark 2 days before the game, the heavy roller was on it for about 4 hours. Put it to full toss from Marnus Labuschagne, but it'll only be a single as Cameron Green, with his powerful arm down on the long-on boundary, gets the ball in the air very quickly. I arrived at about lunchtime 2 days ago, and there was a chap sitting on the heavy roller, and I said, how long are you going to roll it? He said, well, we started this morning. It was, yeah, I mean, it looked like an absolute belter. Heavily rolled, And when we saw it an hour and a half before the start of play. That's a good ball to finish from Marnus Labuschagne. Again, lands it in a good area, just outside off stump. Brietzke plays it away defensively. And there's no run. Just 4 from it, that over from Marnus Labuschagne. But as I was saying, so we've got Zampa is the frontline spinner, but Head and now Labuschagne also bowling. I wonder, is McKinnon going to get a game? He's in both squads.
Possibly. I think they'll want to see what the facilities and conditions are like in Mackay at the Great Barrier Reef Arena. Normally a pretty good surface there.
Very, very excited to complete this tour. I've been like a kid in the build-up to birthday and Christmas ahead of this tour, seeing part of the country I've never seen before, never thought I would see. Chopped away now as Adam Zampa continues into his 7th over, but straight to backward point. So it'll complete the trio for me.
How has the South Africans found Darwin and Cairns so far?
Well, they've loved it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it is a working tour.
Yeah, of course.
That's chopped away behind square on the offside. And they have, and they've worked hard. You know, they're not here only for a good time. But I have been trying to encourage them, saying, you know what, you're probably not going to get back to this part of the world. It's taken me 25 years to see the north of the country. So, you know, you really should have a look around and make the best of it. That's a sweep shot from Bavuma, just behind square on the leg side, and Josh Hazlewood and Aaron Hardy were converging on it together, and fortunately Aaron Hardy had the presence of mind to pull out in case there was any repetition of the Jason Gillespie, Steve Waugh famous.
Oh, we don't need to relive that, Manners.
Sorry, you're just sitting next to me. So, but that was it was sensible, you know.
Yes.
Hazlewood's getting there first. Hardy's probably the more equipped to have dived and pull it back, but he just
what a hand
cleverly pulled out. But I'm afraid it did go for 4. Zampa is in once again. Bavuma drives it straight back to the bowler. Zampa does the fielding. South Africa 2 for 168, going along very nicely and very well placed, you would think, for a total of probably, I mean, if they keep wickets in hand, they've got a lot of batting to come. More like 350 than 300. Chopped away now by Bavuma off the bottom edge. Didn't time it at all. Collected by Inglis, who whips his glove off.
300's got to be the absolute minimum here for South Africa now.
Yeah, you would think that they'd be disappointed with 300 from this position, to be honest. Bavuma drives out towards deep extra cover, and again they trot through for another single. You know, we were reliving the very first one-day international between these two teams.
Yes.
And you know, we go from sort of the ridiculous to the sublime, because there have been some seriously high-scoring games as well between these teams. And we go back almost 10 years ago, 9 years ago, the series in South Africa, in Durban. Australia batted first, made 371 for 6 and lost. They lost that series 5-0. And you know, you look at I mean, in one game, David Warner made 173 out of a total of 296. They lost that game as well. Wow. They lost it 5-0, but you know, they really, it was South Africa are very good at bilateral series. It's just World Cup knockouts that they're not so good at. That was, again, just nudged away. Middle over batting, this from South Africa. Runner ball stuff. You take a runner ball, take 3 or 4 singles and over and a boundary, and suddenly it's better than a runner ball, and that's largely the reason they got to 2 for 170. As Labuschagne continues with his leg spin, and Matthew Brietzke pushes that one defensively out straight back to the bowler. But Marnus was absolutely buzzing with anticipation when Travis Head came on to bowl so early, and he no doubt had a word to Mitch Marsh. I'm ready if you need me. That's a low full toss. He's turned it into a low full toss. Sweep shot from Brietzke, hit it very hard in the air and through square leg for 4.
It's a beautiful shot. He's got to the ball on the full, and just, it's almost it's a whip. Like his hands got through the ball so quickly. That was like a whip, and it's raced away. Man at deep square leg had no chance of stopping that.
Labuschagne in again. He's played the same shot, and there's a man out there in the deep, and he's cleared him. Well, that's the problem that Australia have and South Africa will have later on. The boundaries are so huge. I think it's Cameron Green.
No, that's Alex Carey out there.
Alex Carey out there. Well, you know what? It's entirely understandable that he's 20 yards in from the boundary.
Completely. It's just a very good, very well struck shot. And it's cleared Alex Carey by a good couple of feet. That's back-to-back boundaries.
I mean, you know, you've got to be interested in being in a catching position. And that one is driven hard by Matthew Brietzke and nicely fielded by Labuschagne off his own bowling. You don't associate. I mean, that was just a conventional sweep shot. He's hit in the air, and he must have hit it 80 yards, not 90 yards?
At least.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to exaggerate, but yeah, I mean, at least 90 yards, and it's cleared the fielder. So sweep shot, tuck off the pads to complete the over. Brietzke keeps the strike. And Marnus Labuschagne's first over cost just 4, but a little more expensive in the second one. He's gone for 10. And South Africa now, 33 overs gone, 2 for 179. It's just, so what are Australia doing now? Are they in damage limitation mode, or are they looking for wickets? I know it can be one and the same thing.
I think always looking to take wickets. See, Nathan Ellis has only bowled the 4 overs for 22. He's come on. Yeah, it's 33 overs. He's still got 6. You'd expect him to bowl his quota, full quota of overs. There's 9 overs of Head, Hardy and Labuschagne. So they probably only need 1 more over out of those, assuming that the other bowlers will bowl their full quota.
So it is Nathan Ellis from the city end up to the crease now. Bowls, and Brietzke on the... I was going to say on the back foot. He ended up with his weight on the front foot as he punched it to cover, only as far as Travis Head. I think Adam Zampa's just left the field now. There's a steady procession of Australian players taking little breathers, comfort breaks or rub downs or whatever they are. They're not off for long. Travis Head genuinely had some treatment he hurt his hand, I think, fielding a fierce drive off his own bowling. Here is Ellis once again, up to the crease now. Bowl, slower ball, and Brietzke's beaten by it. And looking to cut drive that through the offside, and he was through the shot just a little bit too early. Gee, it's a good crowd. It's pretty thin at the start. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, but yeah, it's 10 to 5, and I reckon the crowd's doubled in that time. Do you know what the ticket prices are? They're very affordable in Darwin.
I think they're the same throughout. That's my understanding. So I think it was $43 for a family of 4, $20 for an adult. Very reasonably priced.
Superb, yeah. Very good values. Ellis is in again. Cut in the air, just wide of Marnus Labuschagne at backward point. He dived, he gave it his all. He just couldn't get fingertips to it. And it's raced away down to the unguarded third man boundary for 4. There's a man at deep backward point, nobody at third man. That should make you a bit uncomfortable as a seamer, wouldn't it?
Look, there must be a reason for it. My best guess would be, from a statistical point of view, you're more likely to be hit. If players are trying to play power game, you're probably more likely to be hit square of the wicket than third man. And if it gets past the keeper, if it's a genuine edge, it's probably going to be 4 anyway, even if there is a man at third man.
Right. Chopped away behind square this time. Labuschagne does field. Stuart Clark's been hankering for a cup of coffee all day.
Has he?
And he's been saying, I'm just going to hang on. I'm just going to hang on. I think he knew that once he had one, he'd have 3 or 4. But he's obviously found one. Is it any good? Very good.
He's got a big smile on his face, hasn't he?
Oh, he got it from the club. The Cazaly's club, which is a fabulous, terrific facility. We have a restaurant and the pokies, a bar. That was kept very low, I think, from Nathan Ellis. A little chop down from Matthew Brietzke. Doesn't make contact. Did that keep low, or is it just a slower ball?
I think it actually did keep a little bit low. Yeah, most definitely. And a bounce in front of Inglis. Good effort by him to secure that. Bowling mid-130s, Nathan Ellis. Very brisk, 135.6. It's good pace.
Here is Ellis once again, that little hop in the middle of his run-up to the crease now. Brietzke drops it down into the offside and sets off for a single. He's played a very, very sensible, mature innings as Matthew Brietzke. He suddenly burst into life with a remarkable, huge six over deep mid-wicket, but otherwise his strike rotation has been excellent. And Temba Bavuma as well, his first competitive innings for first part of a month, 2.5 months. 31 not out from 44 balls. Matthew Brietzke has 35 from 35 with 4 fours in that 1-6. Drinks being taken here at the beautiful Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. And an opportunity, Jason Gillespie, just before you go, for you to answer your own speculative question from a little bit earlier as to why there isn't more cricket played in the Northern Territory and north of Queensland, because I cannot understand it. I cannot fathom why it's not used more.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. I think with just the calendars, the squeeze of facilities, it just makes complete sense in Australia. And I've harped on this for a number of days. We are very fortunate in this country to be able to play 12 months of the year. Why don't we utilise these facilities, take the game to the regions? You've obviously seen the facilities here, Manners. They're outstanding, both here, Darwin, and you'll really enjoy Mackay as well. Great Barrier Reef Arena. It's a wonderful facility as well. And I think an annual, why can't it be annual? And, you know, create a festival of cricket in the north of Australia.
You know, it strikes me that obviously there's such a centre of the country's population in the southern states, and you know, and it just seems to me perhaps that cricket administrations around the world are very focused on maximising revenue.
Yeah, of course.
And perhaps there was a concern that the smaller venues up here north. I mean, Darwin's only got a population of 150,000. I think it's similar here, isn't it?
Yeah.
And maybe a bit less in Mackay. But my goodness me, they've come out. And Tim David said in Darwin, didn't he? He said, I've played in front of 30,000, and tonight was 9,000, and it was a better atmosphere. You know.
But the players have really enjoyed it. They've embraced it. Both sides. Us as broadcasters, we've absolutely loved it up here, haven't we? See the sights of Cairns, Darwin. Got to watch some great cricket. The cricket's been excellent, and I just think it's a great opportunity to continue to grow the game, to take back some time. You know, the football codes encroach more and more on the Australian summer. So to be able to take the game to the regions, and they're very good quality facilities, and play cricket 12 months of the year, I think it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned.
Completely right. Completely right. And, you know, it's a working day, as you were saying a little bit earlier, and yet the people of Cairns have come out. I suspect that the crowd has already exceeded expectations. It was almost 10,000, 9,500, 9,800, I think, to be precise, for the T20 on Saturday. And I know that the administrators that I spoke to here said that they were hopeful of maybe half that. And I think it could be more than that. I think it could be already 5,000 or 6,000 in, and only $20 a ticket. Wouldn't be surprised to see more people come in now. There's some people, I'm sure, only just knocking off work now, 5 to 5 in the afternoon. The Cazaly's club, Stuart Clark, you got in all right then with your accreditation? Am I going to be okay to get myself a coffee?
You can just wander on in, Thorpey, anytime you want. You can just wander on in. flash your accreditation, flash the smile, and go in and you can have a coffee, you could have whatever refreshment you want in there. Probably get yourself a nice counter meal as well, although we get fed here. But it was very nice in there, nice and cool too. There was actually quite a lot of people in there, but it is that time of the day where people are coming home. It's
fabulous facility.
Great facility. It's a great setup, and I was listening to you and Diz talk that I agree. We've got to have more cricket up here. As administrators, more cricket.
Aaron Hardy's back into the attack after the drinks break, and well, Adam Zampa's fielding at short third man, just inside the circle, and it's gone straight to him. And yet, because the batsman decided immediately that it was a single, they made it very comfortably, and Adam Zampa wasn't even remotely interested in the possibility of preventing that single from being taken. 2 for 185. Hardy in once again, and dropped away by Bavuma. He tries to play a similar shot, but it's intercepted by Marnus Labuschagne.
You're going with Labuschagne, not Labuschagne?
Well, I've apologised in advance because I know that like if it's a close finish or something and he takes a catch, I'm bound to Labuschagne catch, taking it.
Last time we had this you were here, we had this conversation.
Here's Hardy again, driven over extra cover, glorious shot from Temba Bavuma. Really wonderful piece of cricket that from Bavuma. Knew exactly what he wanted to do. Has stepped down the wicket, lofted over the top of extra cover. The South Africans have had one day off on this tour, and it was the day after the tee. It was Sunday, and 7 or 8 of the players booked their own trips out to the reef, but there was no training booked, there was no practice booked, and yet Temba Bavuma was man alone with half a dozen net bowlers, feeling bat on ball rather than ocean on his body. Pushed away now by Bavuma out towards extra cover. He's a conscientious cricketer. Like I said, he hasn't played since the World Test Championship final, and he didn't obviously play. He's not in the T20 squad, so he knew that his duty to his team was to spend a couple of hours in the nets, having a hit and feeling bat on ball, while everybody else was scooting around Cairns on the scooters, which the South Africans are absolutely loving. Slower ball now from Hardy, nudged away through the onside. I shudder to think what the casualty rate would be in South Africa if we had those scooters. You've both toured, Dizzy and you.
Yeah.
You've been to South Africa often enough.
Yeah.
It's bad enough people driving cars and
so
crashing them everywhere.
It'd be concerning to some of the places in South Africa, but the scooters are an easy way to get around.
Here's Hardy once again. Brietska just helps it away off his pads out towards deep square. Dorcius does the collecting and the throwing in.
Well, Sydney and Melbourne used to have scooters. I think Sydney may still do, but they've got bicycles as well. So you get the same sort of thing. You can just
like London.
Yeah, I think like London. You can it's the green bike or whatever it's called, and you jump on and you just ride around. They used to have scooters, but they were becoming like pesky rodents.
Oh, they were just being abandoned.
They were just like, you'd be looking in the river and there'd be a scooter in there, like that isn't up there. So
it is
going
weird.
to bikes.
I think there should be parking areas. Anyway, for the next 7 overs, you'll be with Matt Clinch.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Manners. South Africa 2 for 191 after Australia won the toss and elected to bowl first. Nathan Ellis starts a new over. Struck on the pad. Bresky looking to come forward and maybe going down leg side. It ricochets down to fine leg. Josh Hazel whips it in as the throw comes in. The call of 2, and Bresky had a long way to make up, and he gets there in the end. The throw was behind Josh Inglis, so not the easiest throw to take from Josh Hazelwood, but a bit of fire in the throw, given the fact they were coming through for 2.
He's very quick, Bretsky. Got back in time, but an ugly-looking dive, but it was effective, whatever it may be. But it was a late decision there. He ran the first one moderately hard, I'd say. So he jogged, and then when he got down there, realised that Hazelwood hadn't picked up the ball yet and said yes. And he went through the old lap sweep, but he was outside the line of off stump. There was a big appeal, but it wasn't to be.
Bresky moves to 38 from 39 deliveries, 2 for 193. As Ellis comes in, Bresky's forward, looking to drive, and Fails to make contact. 2 for 193.
Set up very nicely here for the South Africans. 15 or 14.4 overs to go, 193. You'd imagine they'll go close to 8 or 9 and over from here. Once they only 2 down, they're going to need a score. Just with the moisture that will come in, it'll make it a little bit harder to bowl, a bit easier to bat. So, you know, a 320 score or 300 score is probably only worth about 280.
Ellis none for 27 in his 6th over. Angling it away from Gretzky, who's through the stroke as he looks to drive down the ground. So still to come, Tristan Stubbs, Dewell Brevis, Mulder as well. So South Africa have some power in the middle order. There was a few questions being asked why Vian Mulder was batting so far down the order. So he's listed to come in at number 7.
This Gretzky looks like a good player, and I'm not surprised he scored 150 in his second match. In only 2 matches. He got 150 on debut or in his second game, but
Ellis in, full delivery. Gretzky plays it out backward a point, takes off for the single. Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding. 2 for 194 in the 36th over.
The biggest challenge is to keep these guys playing international cricket for South Africa, because the lure of the T20 tournaments around the world, they become very popular amongst franchise cricket. But very nice technique, lovely backlift, plays all around the ground. I haven't seen him in the field yet, but I'm going to suggest he's a gun in the field.
Yeah. As he said, 150 against New Zealand, 83 against Pakistan. He's made a pretty good start to his international career, 38 unbeaten here. As Ellis comes in, Bavuma back and across, plays it out to mid-wicket where the fielding is done by Ben Dorcius. Bavuma playing his role, he's 37 from 49. Gretzky is 39 from 42. South Africa 2 for 195 with 1 ball to come in the 36th over. So the wickets to fall so far. Ryan Rickleton was out. He had an interesting little battle with Travis Head, which Travis Head eventually got the bragging rights, having survived a DRS review, having been given out. Nathan Ellis at the top of his mark. So the 4 off the over so far. Into Gretzky, who's forward, pushing it back down the pitch. Well taken by Ellis, who ricochets it to the throw to the keeper's end. It goes into the body of the batter. Quick apology there from the Australian all-rounder in the end of the over. 2 for 195 after 36 overs. Gretzky on 39, Bavuma on 37.
See, that's where the game's been cleaned up a lot in the old age. maybe pre-Disney.
Tomo and Lillian not apologising.
The ball get hit back, you just throw it at the batter, right?
Yeah.
Oh, get out of my way, and then the game doesn't allow that anymore. And that's what it was thrown back at the batter, and Gretzky just blocked it. Like, it just blocked it down the wicket. So what do you want me to do? I'm in my crease.
Yeah.
Well played. That's where the game has become a lot more gentlemanly than it used to be. You're going to see a change in the attack. Hazelwood back into the attack. Marsh sensing that important they try and take a wicket here. See if they can just stem this run rate. Just see if they can put a little bit of a momentum shift back towards the Australians. No other than the big man himself getting back into the attack. Bowled 6 overs for 20.
Yep.
Been the most economical of all the Australian bowlers thus far. He's the only one bowled a maiden, but...
Stuart Clark with you on ABC Sport. As Josh Hazelwood starts a new over into Temba Bavuma. He plays it off the outside edge and runs it down to third for a single. Bavuma moves to 38, 2 for 196 at the start of the 37th over. Ryan Rickleton was the first out for 33, caught by Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off, trying to hit down the ground. Labuschagne took the catch off the bowling of Travis Head, and Aidan Markram was caught behind from the bowling of Ben Dorcius. Josh Inglis coming forward to take the catch to his right. Markram out for 82 from 81 deliveries that included 9 fours. At that stage, South Africa were 2 for 131. In the 24th over, they've advanced to 2 for 196. And as Stewie may mention, 300 on the board as a possibility now. Hazelwood comes in, down the ground. Gretzky clears the attempts of Mitchell Marsh, and it will roll past him and down towards the rope for 4. So just for half a moment, Marsh thought he was a chance of a catch there, but cleared him, and it brings up the 200 for South Africa for the loss of 2 wickets. Gretzky moves to 43 from 44 deliveries. After 37 overs, South Africa 2 for 200.
Yeah, he won't like this field, Gretzky, against Hazelwood, because both mid-on and mid-off are up inside the field. So you can see now Mitchell Marsh just changing. He's coming himself, moving Cameron Green to mid-off. Fair enough, too. Cameron Green's like about 3 blokes standing there. He's so big. Mitchell Marsh getting himself out of the hot spot. Problem is he may go over mid-on here. Both men on the circle, and can't see Bretsky trying to...
200 from 218 deliveries for South Africa as Hazelwood's next delivery is worked off the hip by Matthew Bretsky. Takes off for the singles. He plays it down to fine leg. 2 for 201.
Tell you what he did do then. He was very deep in his crease. He went very close to leg stump. Just almost trod on his stumps, trying to get back and around. I think he was expecting Hazelwood to bang one in and he could pull it away over mid-wicket, but maybe our angle's a bit deceiving and he could have been outside the line of off stump, but very close, deep in the crease.
Josh Hazelwood turns at the top of his mark from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium into Temba Vavuma, angling it in on off stump, and it's pushed out into the offside where Aaron Hardy does the fielding. 2 for 201.
He's had a difficult day, Aaron Hardy.
Hasn't he?
2 overs for 20. He hasn't looked a little bit pedestrian with the ball. Hasn't really found a nice rhythm. And the South Africans, I think they've really targeted him too and said, look, probably if I'm going to go after someone, he might be the guy to go after, and certainly got a hold of him a couple of times.
Josh Hazelwood, none for 25 in his 6th over, comes into Temba Vavuma. The South African captain turns it off his hip, plays it out backward of square leg to the fielder in the deep, Alex Carey. Vavuma to 39, 2 for 202. In terms of the selection, I was a little surprised that, not surprised, but I thought Xavier Bartlett might have been in the conversation, whether you go for he or Aaron Hardy, Ben Dorshus, those guys in the conversation. I'm sure they'll rotate them as the series heads to Mackay.
I think he'll get a game. I think Bartlett's probably considered an out-and-out bowler. That's okay.
He might replace Hazelwood if he doesn't play.
Yeah, Hazelwood, he might have a game. Him and Ellis, maybe.
Speaking of Hazelwood, right arm over the wicket, short ball. Bretsky pulls his head out of the way. Taken by Inglis behind the stumps. The end of the over, 2 for 202. Bretsky on 43, Vavuma on 39. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, on ABC Local Radio in Cairns, ABC Sport Digital, and of course the ABC Listen app. Just look for the ABC button or the cricket button. It's all available there for you. And a cheerio to our listeners through the UK on BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Do you get any SMSs? People SMSing you? Have we got any?
Just about to fire a few of them to you.
Any good ones?
Well, there's a couple of good ones here. Cheerio to our listeners. You can get in touch with us. 0467 920 222 is the SMS number. The Wi-Fi here is not as strong. So I found the account sort of drops in and out every now and again, and just when I have it ready to go, I look down and it's got refresh on it.
But
enter your password
finally,
again.
after a week and a half, we've found something that we're not happy with.
Yes, that's a good point. Start of a new over. Temba Vavuma is waiting Nathan Ellis. He pushes it into the offside where Travis Head does the fielding. Travis Head having picked up 1 wicket so far, so the part-time off-spinner, 6 overs, 1 for 38. He came into the attack before Adam Zampa, who's bowled 7 overs, none for 36. Marnus Labuschagne had a couple of overs, none for 14. Aaron Hardy, 2 overs, none for 20, as Stewie made mention of. Nathan Ellis, 6 overs, start of his 7th over, none for 29. Josh Hazelwood, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 26. And Ben Dorsh's 7 overs, 1 for 36. There's Ellis in. The Vavuma is on the move. He hits down the ground, takes on the single. He plays it straight to Mitchell Marsh, who in the end couldn't make much of an attempt to put the pressure on the batters, and they get through 2 for 203.
They're going to have to get, so there's 12 overs to go after this one. They're going to have to bowl a few different bowlers here, Australia, just to get through a couple of overs, because you imagine Hazelwood will bowl his 10, Ellis will bowl his 10, Dorshus will bowl his 10, and then you're going to have, so that, well, let me just do my maths here. My maths are not a little bit out of whack here. 6 overs, yeah, probably 9 overs. There's 2 or 3 overs here.
Nathan Ellis leaps into his tack. Bretsky plays it in the air as he rocks back and pulls wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. They turn and come back for 2. The throw comes to the non-striker's end. Cameron Green doing the work in the deep. After the shot was initially just wide of Ben Dorshus. Through for 2 for 205. Bretsky moving closer to another half century. He's up to 45 from 47 deliveries.
Zampa will probably bowl a couple. So there's been a couple of overs here. The South Africans can probably try and target. There hasn't been a lot of spin for Zampa, so he's finding it a little bit more difficult today.
Nathan Ellis comes in, bowls to Bretsky, who drives through the gap in the offside. just wide of Travis Head, and out to Alice Carey, who does the fielding at deep cover. 2 for 206. Gretzky moves to 46. Bavuma is on 40. Midway through the 38th over. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you for Grandstand Cricket.
Good atmosphere in the ground. You can hear the buzz in the microphones. And I went for a bit of a walk when I got my cup of coffee around the back there, and there's a lot of people inside the club. There's lots of people wandering around. There's plenty of people out the back, so they're really enjoying their cricket up here in the north of Australia.
Nathan Ellis comes in. Temba Vavuma back in his crease, looking to try and turn his full delivery, but straight to mid-wicket where Ben Dorshus does the fielding. The other thing is, and we've noticed it over the last couple of days, just wandering in to have a refreshment at the end of the day, just how appreciative the cricket fans are in far north Queensland to see top-level cricket. They've got memories of you and Jason Gillespie being out here in the early 2000s, what it was like when Warney came to town, and just the war stories of going along to a day at the cricket and just how fond they were of that experience. And
yeah, I don't think I ever played a game up in this part of the world. Certainly not for Australia. I played one a couple in Darwin.
Darwin, yep. Nathan Ellis in, wide of the off stump, and Temba Vavuma can't make contact with it at the end of the over. South Africa 2 for 206 after 37 overs. Bavuma on 40, Gretzky on 46. They built a good platform after the wickets of Ryan Rickleton, who was out for 33. Aidan Markram was out for 82.
There's so many opportunities then. This series, we've all been wax lyrical about how exciting it's been and how much fun it's been, and how great it's been for the people up here. And it could easily become a permanent fixture with teams traveling. It'll be hard in years where Australia goes to India or the Ashes is on or things like that overseas. But outside of that, there's perfect conditions for cricket, and it'll give this part of the country, because you got to remember that it's all about broadcast.
Yeah. Content for TV providers. Josh Hazlewood starts a new over. Into Matthew Gretzky, who's hit on the body as he was looking to absolutely unload over mid-wicket. Failed to make contact and just readjusting his box as he gains his composure. 2 for 206.
You can just feel a little bit of pressure starting to build here on Bavuma and Gretzky, in the sense that they haven't been able to really get cracking here. They've hit the boundary once. Gretzky got one over the top of mid-off. Didn't really get anything else going. They haven't found the boundary again. Slight change in the field with mid-off, with mid-on going back, and third coming up inside the circle. Travis Head down there. But they just haven't been able to get going at the moment.
Dorshus at fine leg. Alice Carey at deep mid-wicket. Next delivery down the leg side, and Gretzky's able to flick it away. Fine down past that fielder at fine leg. And across the rope for 4. And that brings up his half century from 50 deliveries. Matthew Gretzky has not taken a backward step since he's arrived in international cricket, and helping the South African cause here in Cairns. 2 for 210 as he takes on the efforts of Rickleton and Markram.
Watching Gretzky bat, disappointed he wasn't in the T20 team.
Yeah.
He's got all the shots to different parts. He's a powerful player.
Josh Hazlewood now looking for a response. Gretzky's on the attack, takes a stride forward. That flamboyant shot as he looks to pull it just wide of the fielder, Travis Head at mid-wicket, and Head's able to do the fielding. 2 for 210. Now on the SMS, 0467 920 222. Martin from Echuca says, hi team. When T20 cricket first started, I thought Test cricket would struggle in the modern world. It seems now that one-day cricket is what is struggling. What's wrong? We'll discuss some of the various changes they've tried with the format over the years.
There's been lots of various changes over the years.
Hazlewood right arm over the wicket, slower ball, and Gretzky almost chops it straight back to him. Hazlewood couldn't gather it. Mitch Marsh comes streaming in, throws to the keeper's end. Temba Vavuma gets home, 2 for 211.
That was an interesting stroke. He backed away, and I think Hazlewood followed him, and he almost got so tangled up that he mishit it, and Hazlewood almost caught it. But I think if you look at this, he's almost off the pitch when he hits this.
Big stride to the onside, and he's off the pitch as he sort of splices it almost back to Josh Hazlewood. It would have been an unlucky dismissal and an unlikely one.
And if he'd stood still, he would have hit it over square leg for 6.
But that's clearly in the minds of the Australian bowlers, because he's moving a lot around the crease now, especially as he looks to attack. It's Temba Vavuma on strike. He's looking to attack as well. Over cover, down to the rope for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot, Bavuma. Just full out sort of stump. Hit it up and over.
Had to clear Abbott or just be... Abbott had to clear Hardy or just be wide of him, and in the end it was both. And despite his tall in stature and intimidating in the circle on the offside, South Africa are looking to maybe get a move on with just over 10 overs to go. 39 overs in. South Africa 2 for 215 as Bavuma moves closer to his half century. He's on 44. Josh Hazlewood from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium, and Bavuma back and across, works it off his hip out to the fielder. Alex Carey, who does the fielding at deep backward square leg. 2 for 217. With Bavuma moving to 45.
And here comes the overs I was talking about. Zampa's going to hat off. He's making his way up to the umpire. It'll be a big 2 overs, 3 overs here for Adam Zampa. And Ellis will bowl the last 3, you'd imagine, from this end. For Zampa from the city end. And Hazlewood and Dvorshis will bowl the remainder of the overs down from this end, the club end. So big couple of overs coming here, and we know how hard Ellis is to get after at the end of an innings. He's got good skills, good variation. It's really important these next 2 overs you try and build some momentum. What they don't want to do is lose 2 wickets here and then lose all the momentum, and then they've got to reset and restart again. They can just keep going at 6, 7, 8 and over, all of a sudden that momentum will bend and the score will just start to go and you won't even realise it's happening.
Stubbs, Brevis, Mulder still to come for South Africa. 2 for 216 as Adam Zampa's about to start his 8th over, none for 36. As the leggy comes in, bowls to Temba Vamuma, who's pulling into the gap on the onside. And it's fielded by Aaron Hardy in the deep, who does the fielding. The throw into the sun for Josh Inglis, not an easy one. He's got the helmet on, trying to see through the grill and looking right into the sun. He's able to use his body in the end to blunt out the throw that came in from the deep from Aaron Hardy. 2 for 217. Have you got an answer for Martin Inachuka as to what you would do in one-day cricket?
Oh, I don't know as much you can do, unfortunately. The game...
Zampa into Bretsky, punches it into the offside off the pitch, and it's fielded by Ben Dorshas at cover.
The bit that is the most frustrating about one-day cricket is the most important bit, and that's the middle 15 overs to 35 overs, where they just knock it around and all the fielders go out. What you could do is change fielding restrictions, make sure you have to have more fielders inside the circle. They've tried that, and it hasn't really worked either.
Yep. Zampa in. Matthew Bretsky hits high into the offside. It's long. There's a fielder trying to get around. He won't get there, but Marnus Labuschagne, in fact, will get there. It just held up, and there's a bit of a mix-up. Bavuma wasn't interested. Bretsky has to turn around, and now they will get an overthrow. All's well that ends well as Temba Bavuma sort of hustles his way down to the other end, having sent his fellow middle-order batter back in the middle of the crease. Middle of the pitch, I should say. 2 for 219, which had a bit of everything there.
There was lazy cricket from Bretsky. He hit it, and he thought that's going for 4, and he didn't run. And the fielder at deep mid-off got around, picked it up, threw it back in. They scampered through for 1. Bavuma wanted 2. Bretsky wanted 2. They both wanted 1. Inglis picked it up, threw at the stumps, and they got 2.
I was in the Matthew Bretsky scam. I didn't think Labuschagne was going to get there, and like DeWalt, Brevis, he was admiring his shot. This one won't be reeled in, though, as he rocks back and pulls Bretsky down to the rope at deep mid-wicket. As he moves to 57 from 55 deliveries, South Africa 2 for 223.
The more I watch of Matthew Bretsky bat, I'm thinking, how is he not in their T20 team? Because he looks like a good player, and he hits the ball hard, and he hits it in different spots. Like, he's gone, if you think about that, he's gone over cover, which is hard in itself, got short, and he's gone through mid-wicket. We saw him play a little flick earlier on, so he's got a few tricks as well. So he's in the shop front window now.
1 6 7 4s in his 57 runs so far. Awaiting Adam Zampa is going once more. Hasn't got this one. Underneath it, the catch should be taken, and Aaron Hardy holds onto it. So Matthew Bretsky's innings comes to an end. Trying to take on Adam Zampa one too many times. And Bretsky's out for 57. Australia pick up their 3rd wicket, 3 for 223 in the 40th over.
Yeah, he took on Adam Zampa. I don't think he can be overly disappointed. Like, he didn't quite get that. And if you're the coach of the South African team, you're actually encouraging him to do that more, because he's got the ability in the game to take that on. He didn't get that at top edge. He's frustrated, yes, he's walking off disappointed, but the shot was there. It was the right shot. It was just not executed properly, and unfortunately he'll make his way to the fence, to the boundary after being dismissed. 3 for 223. But Stubbs makes his way to the middle, and we know he's a powerhouse with all the tricks as well, and it's just a matter of the South Africans really pushing on from here.
Interesting that Tristan Stubbs comes in to Wal Brevis, the next schedule to come in, but with almost 10 overs remaining, South Africa 3 for 223. They need to keep this momentum going if they're to get around sort of 300, which is the target on offer. Adam Zampa picks up his first wicket, 1 for 43, with 1 ball to come in the 8th over. Matthew Brevis, 150 from 148 deliveries against New Zealand in that tri-series match in Lahore, and certainly has enhanced his reputation here in Australia, being able to bat in that manner. And now the pressure is on these two. Temba Bavuma, the captain's still there, but he's a scratchy start to his innings as he was happy to sort of pick up the singles inside the circle, and then Australia started bowling a bit straighter to him, putting the pressure on to try and clear the infield, and it'll be interesting to see how he changes his approach as the set batter now. 3 for 223. Tristan Stubbs, the new batter, is on strike. 25-year-old right-hander awaiting Adam Zampa. He's on the reverse switch hit to start with and hits it along the ground, and it's fielded by Mitch Marsh, who does the fielding at short third. It's modern-day cricket, isn't it? Come in, don't see one, just go with the shot and go with the instinct. 3 for 223 after 40 overs. Bavuma on 46. Stubbs yet to get off the mark. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Hasn't the game just changed? If you came in and did that 10 years ago, people would be yelling at you saying, put some value on your wicket, how dare you, like you disrespect and all this other garbage you'd be copying, right? Now, mate, that's his natural game.
Yes.
He sees it, he just plays, he's, oh, okay. It's just changed. And you know what, I think we're better for it, because a lot of that fear, we're taking a lot of the fear out of the game. Guys come out, play their natural instincts. Yes, they've got to be a little bit cautious and pick the right, and they've got to be able to play the shot. There's no point playing a shot that you can't practice or you've never practiced. There's too much of that happens certainly in grade cricket. I see that, you know, guys come out and start reverse sweeping. Have you ever practiced it? No, but they do it on TV. Well, that ain't going to work. There's so many more skills now.
Not every player can do what Glenn Maxwell's able to do. Travis Head's going to come back into the attack. He's 7th over, 1 for 38 as he comes into Temba Bavuma. It's along the ground as he plays it out to deep cover. It's fielded by Aaron Hardy. So here's the one who hasn't had another opportunity to come back into the attack after his expensive first 2 overs. So Mitch Marsh going with the decision to bowl the part-time bowler, Travis Head. 7th over, 1 for 38. Aaron Hardy's 2 overs went for none for 20. So what's Tristan Stubbs going to do here? He awaits Travis Head, hits it hard, down the ground. Green gets underneath it, takes the catch. A flashy cameo, maybe was given the instructions to go out there and try and provide a counter-attacking punch, but it hasn't lasted. And Tristan Stubbs is out for a duck. South Africa lose their 4th wicket. They're 4 for 224 in the 41st over.
I'm not sure if that's the right... I'm not sure that's a good piece of batting. Like, yes, he's hit it hard and flat, and he's picked the man out, and yes, he was trying to go over cover, but it's your second ball, and I don't know, maybe I shouldn't criticise him, but I think I don't know, I think he's got more ability than that, Tristan Stubbs. He could have actually... He's got an ability to play a better shot than that. At least for a few.
A comfortable catch in the end for the Australians, and South Africa now 4 for 224. After at one stage they were 2 for 131 and 3 for 223.
So I think what it does is now puts a little bit more pressure on Brevis. And Bavuma, you know, he's not exactly, he's batting very nicely, but he's not a dominant striker of the ball. He'll keep knocking them around. Yes, he can score a little bit quicker, but he's just put 2 wickets any time in any game of cricket. If you can put 2 wickets in an over or 2 on, the game changes immediately. The momentum changes.
It felt like an innings where Tristan Stubbs has been told, you don't have 10 overs here, mate, so make the most of the time you're out there. We want to get Deval Brevis out there at some stage, so...
So you're going out there to bat. Mate, look, you just got to go for a little bit till we can give a few overs for Brevis. Might be overly excited about that idea.
Maybe a quick 5:30 or something like that, but it didn't pan out that way. And the hot hand, Deval Brevis is into the middle order. And as he goes after Travis Head, hits it straight down the ground, his first ball to the southern end, the Cazaly club end, and straight over the rope for 6. So his first ball doesn't need to look at it either.
What if they're going to do this, why don't they send Brevis out before Stubbs?
This is my question.
Did Stubbs say, I'm the senior, I've been around longer, I'm going in next? Or Brevis, we know he's a clean striker. Well, if you're going to up the ante, there's the old pinch hitter back in the day. We were talking about this the other day.
Travis Head in, Brevis, long, hard down the ground, fielders underneath it, should take the catch, he does. It's Alex Carey. And not this time. Old Brevis fails to fire in Cairns. And all of a sudden, a mini collapse for the South Africans. They're 5 for 230, and Brevis has to go for 6.
Am I missing something here, or what's happened in this last couple of minutes that we've had?
Feels
Stubbs,
like they think it's the last 2 overs of the match.
Is it? I'm trying to look. Am I reading the scoreboard? Does that say 48.4 overs? It says 40.4 overs.
40.4.
There's still 9 overs to go. It seems like a gross waste to me, but yep. Brevis will make his way over. 6 off 1. And then held out to Travis Head, thinking this is not bad, this game. I'll lob him up there and I'll get caught on the fence. Can't be that hard.
Travis Head all of a sudden has the figures of 3 for 45, which his previous career best, 4 for 28.
There's every chance if he bowls another over. Well, it's interesting to see what happens here. Like, was Brevis going to try and hit every ball for 6?
You can only assume that's his plan.
That's what his plan was.
He's thought, you know what, the part-time bowler's on. I'm going to try and capitalise on this, go down the ground, hit that beautiful shot to the northern end. I think it was registered about 125 metres, straight down past the scaffolding and the side screen. But
anyway,
it's 2 wickets in 3 balls for South Africa, and
3 wickets in 6 balls or 7 balls. So that's put a dent in the game.
Yep, 3 wickets in 6 balls. 2 wickets in 3 balls.
So they've got 9 overs, 5 down, and they're going to have to face Ellis, Hazelwood at the end, Dwarshuis with the lower order.
So the new batter makes his way out to the middle. Vian Mulder as he awaits Travis Head, back and across, and he wants to push it out into the offside when Nathan Ellis does the fielding. 5 for 230 in the 41st over. So with Temba Vavuma on 47 at the other end. Head quickly in, wide of the off stump. This time Mulder's able to cut out to the deep. Hardy lumbers after it, gets down low, cuts off the boundary. They turn and come back for 2. Mulder's off the mark. 5 for 232.
So my question is, if the instruction was to go out and clear the road, what's Mulder doing?
Yes.
Shouldn't he be trying to hit every ball for 6 as well? So there's some sort of confusion about what the plan was then, because both Stubbs and Brevis decided that they're just going to try and hit every ball for 6, which is fine if that's the plan. You think we haven't got enough, but that should mean everyone has the same plan.
Yeah.
Not lose 2 wickets. Oh, hang on, we'll just go back to batting properly again. Is that just youth? I don't know. That's what I mean. There seems to be some. There's not enough clarity on what's going on here.
I mean, Dewald Brevis is on his one-day international debut, so you wouldn't imagine that's how he thought he was going to come out and play.
Correct. So, maybe it's nerves. I'll give him some credit. He's on debut. But Stubbs was an interesting, reverse sweep. Sure, that's his shot. But then just holding out at deep mid-off here, flat. Green didn't move. He took 2 steps. The only thing he did was nearly blow his hands apart to hit it hard.
End of the over, Nathan Ellis is going to start from the city end. South Africa 5 for 232. As Ellis comes into Bavuma. He drives it off the outside edge. It rolls down to Josh Hazelwood, who does the fielding at 3rd. And a single to start the 42nd over, 5 for 233. But you feel like 300 now seems a long way away.
Big ask now to get 300. These two are going to have to bat for predominantly 6 of these last 9 overs. And then hopefully the lower order come in and slog a few.
Stuart Clark and Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, the first of 3 one-day internationals coming to you this afternoon and tonight from Cazaly's Stadium in Cairns. And we head to Mackay, the Great Barrier Reef Arena, as Mulder awaits this next delivery from Nathan Ellis, looking to drop it onto the offside. Labuschagne does the fielding at backward point. Cheerio to Jen and Rusty, the Wonder Dog, listening into the cricket coverage. Jim Maxwell's going to join us in the innings break.
Is he?
He's going to call in and say good day to you and Dizzy Gillespie.
Big Jim's calling in, the voice of summer. I wonder if he'd be sitting this, watching this game, analysing, get his scorecard out. Around the scores.
You could put that question to the voice of summer himself. I'm not sure he'd follow it as closely as he might a test match, but that's the modern day, isn't it? Nathan Ellis comes in, Mulder's forward, driving back down the pitch, and Ellis does the fielding.
Where's
5
Rick?
for 233.
Where's Rick as well? I've got no stats coming through. Got nothing. I have to go to my own private statistician, see if he can
In fairness to Rick Finlay, he's a statistician. He is, tests mainly
off-season,
with the exception of Big Bash finals that happen to be in Hobart, that he just wants to come along and sit in the box. Cheerio to you, Rick. Part of history where he and Chris Rowbottom, they barely said boo at one stage of the Big Bash final. They got so nervous.
Mate, we had to stop them from talking. They couldn't talk. They were just emotional down in the corner.
Nathan Ellis with that unique approach. He comes in, Mulder high on the bat as it just balloons out on the offside. It's wide of the fielder though. That extra cover, Travis Head, and Alex Carey does the fielding, charging up from the deep. 5 for 234. Mulder moves to 3.
I don't know if you remember, but, and the players after the Big Bash, they were doing the lap around the ground and they were all waving to the crowd, right? And they looked over at Rick, Chris, they were waving back to him. I was laughing, thinking, wow, this is... it was a big... that said, it was a great night for Tasmania.
It was a significant night in the history of Tasmanian cricket.
I'm not going to be negative. They loved it, and congratulations to them.
We're entitled to take the mickey out of them, but they enjoyed it. Ellis comes in. The South African captain, Temba Bavuma, drops it on the onside. Backward a square and takes off for a single. So he moves to 49. He's slowly getting closer to his half-century from 62 deliveries. 5 for 235. You might remember I was trying to get a Hobart Hurricanes interview and I was being led a merry dance. I was told by the Cricket Australia guy to stay out of the TV shot. I was told by the Tasmanian cricket guy, just do whatever you want to do. I was trying to get Mitch Owen and he was saying, I just want to hug my family, give me 5 minutes. All sorts of chaos when the home team is victorious and the formalities go out the window.
It was a great night for the Hobart Hurricanes and Tasmanian cricket.
Davey Warner and the Sydney Thunder wasn't their night. Ellis comes in, full delivery to Mulder as he drives it, flicking it off the hips out to the fielder Aaron Harding at deep mid-wicket, through for a single. So 42nd over. Ellis has finished his 7th over, 3 for 47. South Africa 5 for 236 after 42 overs, thanks to Stuart Clark. Bavuma's on 49. Mulder is on 4. As Jason Gillespie rejoins you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio Cairns, ABC Sport Digital via the ABC Listen app, of course. Just look for the ABC Cricket button. And a big cheerio to our friends listening, where it must be the early hours of the morning through the BBC in the UK on 5 Sport Extra. Dizzy, welcome back.
Well, a bit happened since I've been gone.
What would you describe what took place in that 6 balls spree there as the South Africa wickets tumbled? Travis Head continuing from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium, comes in to Mulder, who drives down the ground, and it's fielded by Alex Carey at long on. A single to start the 43rd over, 5 for 237. Mulder moves to 5 and brings Bavuma on strike on 49.
I think you see players like that. Like if Brevis had hit that second ball for 6, everyone would be saying, oh, great intent. Yeah, good cricket,
Travis Head comes in, the off here to Bavuma, who's looking to play a late cut. It's taken by Inglis. He whips off the bails. Don't think Bavuma was out of his crease, but it was an interesting shot to play when you're on 49.
I thought he was just trying to run it off the face, but just the lack of pace of Travis Head, it wasn't going to. There was no chance of that going for a boundary.
Cameron Green's at short third. As Head comes in, Bavuma's looking to just flick this around the corner and does so successfully. Down towards the boundary. It probably won't reach there, but he will pick up 2, and with that, his half-century.
Oh, shit.
As it's fielded by Ben Dorshus, and that's 50 runs for the South African captain, Temba Bavuma. 51 from 64 deliveries. South Africa 5 for 239. The 8th time he's passed 50 in a one-day international.
It's been a good knock, this, from the captain, Temba Bavuma. Just it feels like he hasn't got out of second gear, though. Does it?
Feels like he's playing his first game of a long time, which it has been since the World Test Championship. Back in his crease, he plays it along the ground through the gap at mid-wicket. Travis Head hares after it to do the fielding. Gets there just in front of Marnus Labuschagne. So Bavuma with a single 5 for 240.
But just with what you were saying there about I suppose the wickets of Stubbs and Brevis.
Head comes in, full delivery. Mulder hits it hard down the ground, along the ground to Cameron Green, who does the fielding at Whitish mid-off. Mulder through for a single to move to 6. South Africa 5 for 241. Of course, it's the power play, so just the 3 fielders. Is it the power play? I've got PP3 on the...
Yes, Del.
As the next delivery comes in from Travis Head, pushed into the offside by Temba Vavuma, takes off with a single to move to 53. As once of the field.
Yeah, once the 40 overs are done, then you're allowed an extra fielder outside the 5, can be outside the circle. So from overs 41 to 50. But I think sometimes in a team, when you've got young dynamic players like that, you've got to sometimes take the good with the bad. Like,
I'm fascinated on your thoughts. Neil Manthorp's as well. So Neil's going to come in and he'll bring you through to the end of the innings.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Carry on with that thought, Dizzy.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing the young players play with that aggression.
Nathan Ellis in as Temba Bavuma slice drives, thick outside edge actually. Slice drive. Sliced off the edge, all the way along the ground, past Josh Inglis and down to the unguarded third-man boundary for 4.
Because what I was saying, man, is just before you came in, is that had Brevis had hit that second ball for 6, had Tristan Stubbs not picked out Cameron Green and got boundaries, everyone would be saying good intent. That's exactly what South Africa need. They need to accelerate the rate, all these sort of things.
Here's Ellis once again. Bavuma guides this one away down to the guarded third-man boundary, Adam Zampa.
People say, oh, could they have just taken their time a little bit? Maybe they could have, but I think with only 10 overs to go and they're only a couple of wickets down, I think it's a calculated risk that you can take.
I think South Africa panicked. I think they knew that they were behind. I think that they misread the pacing of those middle overs to a certain degree, and I think they suddenly thought we're 230 and we should probably be 260 at this stage, and we were running out of overs. Here's Ellis, and again wide of the off stump. Mulder tries to reach it, has a little slash at that one outside the off stump, but it goes past the outside edge. And I think that they were trying to play catch-up. I mean, Bavuma's played a very solid anchoring role. But I just think, Dizzy, that with 10 overs to go, South Africa suddenly thought, whoa, we only got 230.
But I felt they were on the money. I thought they were playing quite well.
Okay. Here is Ellis again. Short, slower ball bouncer, actually. Nicely pulled by Vian Mulder, and he bowls a good one himself, and that maybe helps him pick it. And he's pulled it between deep backward square leg and deep square leg, or deep, yeah, well, long leg and deep square leg. And he's absolutely perfectly bisected them. And that's raced away for 4. It's a good shot from Vian Mulder.
It was a very good shot. He timed that well. He got the gap perfectly. And Aaron Hardy and Josh Hazlewood were never in the hunt for that.
Hit very hard along this beautifully manicured and cultured outfield. Here is Nathan Ellis once again up to the crease, and Mulder just chops it away out behind square on the offside and looks very cross with himself that he's found the fielder, Smarnus Labuschagne, in that position. 250 on the board now for South Africa, 5 for 251. I think if South Africa do finish in the region of, well, they're not going to get too many more than 300, I think, and I would suggest that conditions are such, Dizzy, that South Africa will be short, and South Africa and Australia will start as, well, I don't know, favourites, I would say. Slashed away, low full toss from Nathan Ellis, and it's sliced away by Vian Mulder out towards deep backward, well, wide third man, and they go through for 2 more. I don't think they paced it quite right in the middle overs. I know that it was, you know, they added 92, Matthew Brietsky and Temba Bavuma, but I think they needed to get, you know, change gears a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Manners. I think you're right. It took Bavuma a long time. I was saying just before, it just feels like he hasn't got out of second gear. Even now, I mean, he's been busy. There's no doubt about that. He's running 2s hard. As we see a change, the golden arm of Travis Head's being replaced by one of Australia's best ever white ball spinners in Adam Zampa. We'd expect him to bowl out now.
Zampa's bowled 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. You know, all of the... Aaron Hardy's only bowled 2 overs. He went for 20, but otherwise the bowling figures are outstanding. Travis Head is 8 overs, no maidens, 3 for 53. That's, you know, those wickets are worth playing 6.5 runs and over for. Reverse sweep now from Temba Bavuma. It was premeditated. The length was wrong to actually play the sweep shot, so he plays a standing up sweep. Reverse.
He played it quite well. And, but it was parried down by... Who's that there? So Travis Head chased it. It was parried down, saved 2 runs.
Is that Cooper Connolly still on the field? Substitute's been on almost the whole innings as Bavuma now goes back and tucks this one away towards mid-wicket. Zampa runs around to do his own fielding. I mean, South Africa do have a potent bowling attack, but my word, they're going to have to bowl very, very well, I think, to defend 300. It's such a large field. There are runs out there. You know, most of the fielders who are on or close to the boundary are conceding 2, no matter how quick they are. And I think that you know, I know this sounds counterintuitive, but actually this total on a big field is sometimes worth more than it is on a small field. That one is punched off the back foot through extra cover, fielded by Aaron Hardy on the cover boundary. Does that make sense? I mean,
yeah, I know what you mean. It has been interesting to see that the batsmen have been able to get back for 2s, even though the boundary riders are 15, 20 metres off the rope. That just shows you just how vast this ground is.
Slog sweep now from Temba Bavuma. Well, it was a sweep, but in the end, again, it's premeditated, and he was unable to get into position to play the orthodox sweep shot, had to reach for it, and he sprinted back for 2. Throw came in to the striker's end, and Bavuma was just coasting a little bit there.
He was. It took him a while to get going, and Ben Dorshus has thrown it in from the fence.
TV umpire to direct.
Very good throw. This is a little bit closer than you think.
Yeah, that's exactly my impression. So he was just slowing up.
Grounded.
Was Temba Bavuma, but he's going to be fine.
That's the voice. We'll go to the big screen.
Third umpire Richard Illingworth. You can hear.
I think you're right, Manners. I think it was a little bit closer than Bavuma thought. It was a superb throw from Ben Dorshus.
So when, well, I'll come back to that point. Here's Adam Zampa. Once again, they have gone through for 2 successfully. As now he plays a paddle sweep, does Temba Bavuma, just for a single down to deep back with square legs. So when Richard Illingworth received his job assignment sheet, or it'd be on email, wouldn't it? And he opened it up, and he do you think he had a double take when he saw that he had to travel from Worcester to Cairns and Mackay for 3 one-dayers? That one is slice driven behind square on the offside. Good shot. Very nicely played by Vian Mulder. He's waited on it and delayed the drive. So it's imagine a cover drive that he's just played a little bit late, and he's sliced it behind square. He knows where the gaps are, and that one has run away for 4. Good piece of cricket, that.
It was a very good shot.
And I mean, he'd have to come. He couldn't perform at optimum functioning level without having at least, I would think, 4 or 5 days of acclimatization. So Actually, he pretty put 2 and 2 together and going, well, that's a beautiful part of the world. I can have 5 days on the beach before the first game.
Perfect.
Well, Stuart Clark feels very strongly that it's a profound waste of money from the ICC insisting on having 2 international umpires for ODIs. I mean, we've got DRS. You know, it does. Why don't we have international umpires for T20s?
I couldn't agree more. I think they wanted to keep things neutral. I understand that, but
here's Dorcius, and that one is just steered away by Temba Bavuma down towards third man. But the point is that neutrality's a good thing. There was a time before we had so much technology where you know a natural subconscious bias could assist the home side, but not now.
I think the professionalism in the game, the professionalism of umpiring, it's a full-time job for these guys. And they want to aspire as well to
5 for 265. That one from Dorcius is pushed by Mulder to cover, no run.
They also, umpires want to aspire to work in their own country at the highest level. And you know, it's so I take your point. I think exactly what Stewie said. It just seems like money could be spent better.
Yeah, grassroots comes to mind. It's an expensive operation, the ICC umpiring program. That's a short one from Dorcius, and Vian Mulder plays a pull shot, an aggressive pull shot, and doesn't time it. I think he got a bottom edge. He ricocheted onto his pads and trickles gently out towards Josh Hazlewood at backward point. Josh Hazlewood's at backward point, and he's running on the spot and limbering up. I think he knows that he's going to bowl another over at least, or another couple.
Get himself ready. He's got 2 left, hasn't he?
Josh Hazlewood has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 36. The first over of the match was a maiden. Bowled him! Slog sweep from Bavuma. Crashes into the stumps. He tucks his bat under his left armpit, or into his left armpit. And it's a decent score on the scoreboard. He'll not be unhappy with the fact that he's made 65, but they have come from 73 balls, and he really needed, I think he knows that his team needed him to accelerate earlier. It was an innings, I suggest, Jason Gillespie, that was a little rusty, understandably.
I was about to say exactly that. And I just felt he just never, I've said it a couple of times now, just feel he never got out of second gear. Temba Bavuma, and you're right, it looked like a player hasn't played a game, hasn't batted in the middle for a couple of months.
6 for 266, and look, it may well be that South Africa put up a really strong showing. It could be that they've got 2 specialist spinners. I think they'll play a big role. Keshav Maharaj is a world-class performer. Prenlin Subrayan with his off-spin. They've got 2 very useful quicks in Andre Berger and Lungi Ngidi, and it could well be that they make a strong showing of defending 290 or 300, but I do think it's below par given the conditions, given how good the pitch has been for batting, how true it's played.
It just feels like it's going to be a little bit light, doesn't it? Just for all the evidence, everything we've seen it is a good surface, that's for sure.
Right, the new batsman is Keshav Maharaj. As first delivery, pushed it away out towards extra cover straight to the fielder. He's made a couple of 80s in Test cricket as Keshav Maharaj, so he's a basic, simple, uncomplicated hitter of the ball. Doesn't particularly like it short and fast, but has tried to develop sort of backing away uppercut against the short ball. It is cautious. That's wide outside the off stump, and immediately is called so by umpire Chris Gaffney. who had less of a trip, presumably, from New Zealand to get to Cairns. Do you know where Gaffney's from? I think he's South Island, isn't he? Dunedin, maybe?
Yeah, I think you might be right.
It'll be pretty chilly, that part of the world, this time of year. 6 for 267, South Africa. Thick edge now from Keshav Maharaj. He couldn't have placed it better. 4 runs, the result. Didn't mean it, but very, very happily take that. Thick outside edge, just past Josh Inglis, and races away over this immaculate, pristine outfield.
You're impressed with the outfield.
I'm obsessed with
you are
obsessed. I am absolutely clinically obsessed with the outfield.
You were impressed in Darwin as well.
I didn't think that it could. I would see.
You weren't sure if it was even real.
That's exactly right. I did. I thought it was a hybrid between some kind of astroturf grass and they do that though, don't they? They do that on. They play football as in not footy.
Soccer.
Soccer in the English Premier League. I think that's why. You remember the footage in the 1980s and 70s? There was those muddy goalmouth areas and where the grass had disintegrated in the.
They have heating under the grounds in the Premier League.
Right, Adam Zampa to bowl his last over, and it's hit straight down the ground and towards Alex Carey. It is at long on, who does the fielding, and he keeps him down to a single. Vian Mulder not taking a leaf out of Tim David's book and refusing a single off the first ball of the over. He's going to let Keshav Maharaj have a swing here. They've still got Prenlin Sabrayan, who can also bat. And then you're down to the 2 quicks, and Andre Berger and Lungi Ngidi. So it's Zampa once again. To the crease, bowls. Dipping low full toss, hits the toe end of the bat. Maharaj takes a single to Cameron Green at long on, and South Africa moved to 6 for 273. Half centuries today from Temba Bavuma, who we've just seen dismissed for 65 from 74 balls. Aidan Markram was very fluent at the top of the order with 82 from 81. And there was 57 from 56 as well from Matthew Brietzke, who batted at number 4. Driven down the ground towards long on. Excellent work from Alex Carey. He's quick across the ground. He's a very good wicketkeeper. I was about to say facetiously, he's wasted behind the stumps. He's a very good outfielder. He's very good at it.
He was a very good Aussie rules player, Manners, and was on the books of the GWS Giants.
Here is Zampa once again, back and across, defending his Keshav Maharaj. Did he not say... He signed a contract, didn't he? A semi-pro contract?
Yeah. Oh, no, he was in a professional contract, yeah. And then it was just before they came into the AFL. And then he was told that his services were no longer required. Was told he was too slow, funny enough.
This is me talking about how quick he is.
Yeah.
Pushed away behind square on the offside.
But these AFL players, Manners, are some of the most amazing athletes going around. They're so fit, strong, big, strong, fast.
I was going to say, I've always thought Alex Carey looks a bit small for an AFL player. I don't really understand the positions. I have tried.
Right.
Been trying for 30 years. He's a wing, is he? Pushed away by Maharaj. Quick single. There was delayed call. Vian Mulder didn't know whether they should take it because it's the last ball of the over. So he reluctantly answered the call and did run down. I don't know whether that was necessarily the most sensible thing. But it's you don't want to be turning down runs at this stage. There are only 3 overs remaining. South Africa 6 for 275.
3 overs to go. They'd minimum they'd want is 300. And they should get it. If these two are in, shouldn't be a problem.
So sure about that. Josh Hazlewood is coming back into the attack.
We've got Nathan Ellis is coming in now. And then I would suspect 2 from Hazlewood at the club end.
Nathan Ellis from the city end. I think at South Africa. Do you know the recent form of both teams is very, very patchy. Last 10 games, identical records.
Oh, wow.
Lost 7, won 3. Both teams. Here is Nathan Ellis up to the crease now, bowls, and it's Well, he tried to drive that, Keshav Maharaj, took half a step down the wicket and missed. Into the gloves of Josh Inglis it goes.
I suspect what the Australians will do, Hazelwood will either bowl the 49th or 50th, and it'll probably be Dorcius who will bowl the other one. So they've got a number of options, the Mitchell Marsh has.
Well, they've not been short of bowling options tonight, or this afternoon tonight. They've had 7, minus Labuschagne, he's even bowled 2. Adam Zampa's finished, by the way. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 58, and this is the last over for Ellis. That's full and wide outside the off stump, and slashing drive from Keshav Maharaj once again makes no contact. So 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 58 for Adam Zampa. I think that's very respectable. He's gone for less than a run a ball, and he has taken a wicket. I just think he's bowled better than those figures might suggest. Oh, I see Matt Clinch has found dinner for us.
Oh,
how
lovely.
How impressive. And very nice to see that your vegan meals are being catered for as well, Diz. That one is pulled away down towards long on, and they go through for a single. Did they go through for a single?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Maharaj manages to scramble through for another run. He moves to 7 from 9 balls. Vian Mulder has 20 from 18. South Africa 6 for 276. Feeling is with 15 balls to go that they're short of a good score, perhaps even short of a par score. Really, it's been an immaculate batting pitch. Good pace, even pace, trustworthy bounce. Very little sea movement, if any. That one is slapped away by Mulder. It's full, and again, it's Nathan Ellis's brilliant change of pace, subtle, undetectable change of pace that makes it difficult for batsmen to time it, and he's hit that straight to extra cover, straight to the fielder.
He's got a number of different changes of pace, Nathan Ellis. He bowls his Yorkers not only straight, but he also bowls the wide Yorker and sets his field appropriately. But his changes of pace, he's got the off-cutter, he's got the back of the hand, slow ball as well. Very skillful.
Here he is up to the crease now, bowls. Mulder pulls. Well, it wasn't a short ball, really. It was a length ball. It was, again, not full pace, but he pulls it down towards long on and fielded in the deep there by Josh Hazlewood. It's been an innings of frustration for South Africa. I think they had a very, very good platform laid. Opening partnership of 92, and then another 92 for the 3rd wicket between Matthew Brietska and Captain Temba Bavuma, but they just, well, there's 2 sides to every contest, and for every action there's a reaction, and I think South Africa's failure to accelerate when that was driven through extra cover. That's a good shot from Keshav Maharaj on the up. He's hit it on the up through extra cover, and well, at the moment that one beat the fielder, it was always going to race away to the extra cover boundary. So Dizzy, as much as I'm inclined to say I think South Africa paced it wrong, perhaps actually the bowling in the middle overs is just better than I'm giving credit for.
Possibly. I think the Australians all bowled well. Hasn't been necessarily a weak link. Aaron Hardy's only bowled the 2 overs, so it's hard to be too critical of him. But Travis Head was probably the surprise packet with his 3 for 53 off his 8. And this is second last over. Actually, Travis Head is taking the ball. Manners.
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to explain why.
I'm not sure, to be honest. It's not often you see a part-time spinner bowl the 49th over of an innings.
Well, I mean, I can understand, you know, that with the huge boundaries, obviously that's one of the reasons. And, well, immediate slog sweep attempted by Vian Mulder, and he took the run on the basis that he could come back for the second, and he slipped as he turned at the non-striker's end. So Vian Mulder has lost the strike. He he allowed Maharaj to take a single off the last ball of the last over, and he's now taken a single off the first ball of this one. And it's all contributing, I'm afraid, to a lack of game management from South Africa. You know, Keshav Maharaj just doesn't have the ability that Vian Mulder does. He shouldn't be on strike. He's clubbed one straight back down the ground. He doesn't have the power and to reach the boundary, let alone clear it. And I wonder whether Cameron Green there just sort of fielded it in a very relaxed way, in the knowledge that he was happy for the batsman to come back for 2. Do you know what I mean?
Possibly. But I think definitely the reason Travis Head is on is because of the huge boundaries.
This one could be out. Underneath it is Cameron Green, straight forward, straight into his hands. A 4th wicket for Travis Head. And Keshav Maharaj just doesn't have the power. Very few do, and no South African batsman has played on a field this big before. And I think that Maharaj, it's a bit like getting onto a par 5 with your driver. You've got 230 to clear the water, and you've never hit it that far in your life before, but you go, well, I'll give it a go. And it's a bit like what Keshav Maharaj has done there. Yeah, and I can hit it over his head. He's only 80 yards away on the long off boundary. And he's hit it straight to him. So Maharaj has gone for 13. And South Africa are now 7 for 284. As I said, they could still defend this total. It is 284, you know. It's not 184.
That's right. That's exactly right. It's amazing how the game goes. Travis Head, speaking to him before the play, he was upset. He was told he'd get some practice in with your bowling, because, you know, there's every chance you're going to be utilised. And he was at practice yesterday, and he was a little bit grumpy with how he struck the ball in the nets, and he jumped in the car and went home, and then realised, oh, probably should have had a bit of a bowl. So he had a good bowl in warm-ups today. As we see, he's bowled 8.3 overs. He's got 4 for 56. So
7 for 284, and first delivery to Prenlin Sabrayan has driven down the ground and nicely fielded at the second attempt off his own bowling by Travis Head. He's done I think he's done tremendously well. He was brought into the attack. He's bowled 3 spells, and he's brought into the attack quite early when it was obvious that there was nothing in this pitch for the seamers. And Prenlin Sabrayan, the first delivery, the first run for him, second balls, just clipped it all the way along the ground to Cameron Green. And South Africa move on to 7 for 285. Here is Head around the wicket and driven. Oh my goodness me, Head has fielded it and knocked it onto his stumps. I think Prenlin Sabrayan could be run out at the non-striker's end. Straight drive from Vian Mulder. Head down quickly, inadvertent, nothing deliberate about that, but he's ricocheted off his hand, and Prenlin Sabrayan is walking. He's not even waiting for the, you know, I guess, don't you, at the non-striker?
You know if you're out. Absolutely.
He's heading off, is Sabrayan, but we'll wait to see.
Clearly touched it.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, if we've got one on the other
close.
side.
That is
Looks
close.
like he's short, but can we have a look at another angle, please?
We couldn't quite see because...
just rock back.
I think he might actually be okay.
Well, it's... I thought his bat could be on the line.
Okay.
Sometimes, of course, you know, you go on the zinger bails. I think it's in the air. I think it could be over the line.
Okay, bat's in the air there.
But in the air.
Okay, yeah. That's a very good angle. I'm ready to make my decision.
Out. Because, of course, if he had grounded his bat and then lifted it up, then that wouldn't be out. But he didn't actually ground it behind the crease. So Prenlin Sabrayan knew. And South Africa falling in a heap now in the closing overs, and it's down to number 10, Nandre Berger, who's walking to the crease. With only Lungi and Gidi to come. I'd be very surprised if they do manage to get to 300 now, especially with Vian Mulder not facing. Do you not, am I being harsh? Do you not think that the game awareness, the game management has been poor?
That they've cost themselves 50 runs here, in my opinion. South Africans, just I think you're right. They probably were a little bit slow in those middle overs at times.
Ben Dorschus is into Andre Berger, who can bat, by the way. That's pushed away, steered behind square on the offside. He's not necessarily a huge boundary hitter, but there was a test match in the West Indies where South Africa were 8 down for less than 100, and he actually added 90 for the 9th wicket and made a studious 34 or 35, batted really well. South Africa went on to win that test match and of course helped to get them to the World Test Championship, but he's got a different job to do now, Andre Berger.
Certainly has.
Vian Mulder on a run of ball 22, and he swings hard at this one and declines the run.
I don't mind that. He needs to, he's got to back himself to hit 3 boundaries here, or at least 2 boundaries these last over.
So Ben Dorschus into Vian Mulder, stands surveying the field and swings again hard at this one, and he said yes on the basis that he wants to come back for the second, and they will stroll back for the second. I reckon, Dizzy, honestly, you know, unless the ball is hit super hard straight to the fielders who are on the boundary, I reckon it's 8 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It really is. It is a big ground.
I can comfortably tell you that there is no cricket ground in South Africa that matches the dimensions of this one. Pulled away by Mulder, man underneath it at square leg, it's not going to reach him. It's again confirmation of just how big this ground is. You've got to hit it well, you've got to time it really sweetly just to reach the boundary, and to hit it over the boundary takes a little bit more. It was tidied up in the deep. Who's number 72? I think Australia have got another substitute on. It's not even on my list of players. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Vian Mulder's 25 now. And Andre Berger has just a single, and it's Berger on strike. Dorschus in, hits him on the pads. They'll run through for a leg by. Australia are not going to try and prevent those from being taken. They can have as many singles and as leg bys at this stage as they want. We've got 2 balls left. South Africa 289 for 8. The innings has ended in something of a whimper. 1 ball left, sorry. 1 ball left, 49.5. Last ball coming up, 8 for 290. The last 10 overs, for all the disappointment that South Africa will feel, Australia should feel elated. They've bossed the last 10 overs with the ball. And that's punched away, swung high down towards long on, and the last ball goes for 6. Vian Mulder has hit that beautifully, very, very sweetly, over long on, who momentarily thought that he was in business for the catch, but it's soared away over his head. Really, really good clean strike from Vian Mulder, and that at least has ended the innings on a positive note, with Mulder finishing unbeaten on 31 from 26 deliveries with 2 fours and that 6. And Andre Berger unbeaten on a single, and South Africa have finished with 296 for 8. We shouldn't, I shouldn't go too hard on that being a below par score, because, you know, 300 is 300, and you still don't chase 300 easily, but it's a runner ball, and I strongly suspect that unless Australia make mistakes, maybe go out too hard in the power play, that they really should, given how easy it is, how many twos there are and how big the pockets are in the outfield, and long as they don't try to hit boundaries, Dizzy, if they go about it in the right way, I'm suggesting that they should be pretty strong favourites, needing 297 to win.
Yeah, yes, Australia will probably feel quite comfortable that they can chase this down, but bear in mind it is still 297, and you have to play well. A lot has to go right for you to chase down that total. I know the modern game, you know, a run a ball is a comfortable chase, but runs on the board, a couple of wickets early. South Africa bowl well and field well, take all their chances.
Well, that's the end of the innings. Just a reminder that Aiden Markram scored 82 at the top with an opening stand of 92 with Ryan Rickleton, who made 33. Temba Bavuma made 65, Matthew Briotska 57, and then Tristan Stubbs and Dewald Brevis both caught on the long on and long off boundaries, respectively, off 2 balls, one of which Brevis hit for 6. But South Africa ending with a little bit of a whimper in the last 10 overs, but some excellent bowling, led by Travis Head. 9 overs, no maidens, 4 for 57. Josh Hazlewood didn't actually bowl in the end, in the death overs. His 8 overs, 1 maiden, that maiden the first over of the innings, none for 36. Ben Dwarshuis, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 53. Nathan Ellis, 10 overs, cost 54, didn't take a wicket. Aaron Hardy's the only one who took a little bit of tap, 2 overs for 20, but Head, 4 for 57. Adam Zampa, 1 for 58. Don't think those figures do him justice from his 10 overs. And we had 2 overs from Marnus as well. Marnus Labuschagne, 2 overs for 14, 2 overs of leg spin. He enjoyed them as much as we enjoyed describing them. But Australia will need 297 for victory after South Africa finished on 296 for 8. Top score of 82 from Aiden Markram. Coming up during the tea break, you'll hear more from Stuart Clark and Jason Gillespie. He's going to be chatting to Jim Maxwell.
Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through him.
Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
Get your footy fix live and ad-free with the ABC Listen app. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team. ABC Sport's coverage of the footy on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Hits it over long on, it's massive.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa.
Takes a freakish catch. That is a circus trick. Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through it.
Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Hello and welcome back to Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. It is the innings break after South Africa posted 8 for 296. They got off to a flashy start, courtesy of Aiden Markram, who posted 82, Ryan Rickleton with 33. So they had a 92-run opening partnership between Markram and Rickleton. Temba Bavuma with 65, Matthew Bretsky with 57. Bavuma and Bretsky put together a 92-run partnership, but bizarre in the middle order after Tristan Stubbs was out for a duck from 2 deliveries. Dewald Brevis 6 down the ground on his first ball. His one-day international debut, and then he was out second ball trying to do the same thing down the ground, and the catch was taken by Alex Carey. So it was 6 and out for him. Maharaj with 13, Subaran with 1. Berger finished not out on 1, and Wadamola with 31 from 26 deliveries. Australia chasing 297 for victory, and Travis Head, the unlikely wicket taker for the Australians, 9 overs, 4 for 57. After Josh Hazlewood didn't even bowl out his 10 overs, 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 36. 2 wickets for Ben Dwarshuis, and the other wicket taker was Adam Zampa. Matt Clinch alongside Stuart Clark and Jason Gillespie. Stu, we're talking about how bizarre it was in the middle order as to what they were trying to do to try and accelerate this run rate. And in the end, it felt like they lost their way, but it will still be the most successful, highest run chase here at Cairns Stadium if Australia chase it down. Previously, Australia chased down New Zealand's target of 5 for 267. So I guess it's sort of up there in terms of the pressure they'll put on the Australian batters.
Yeah, look, they certainly will. 297, they've got to bat well. They've got everything. A few things got to go their way. They've got to not lose wickets and clumps. They've got to do all the things that we talk about and when we analyse, and they'll be talking about within the rooms. It was an interesting innings. Maybe they thought 300 wasn't enough, and Brevis and co wanted to come. Stubbs thought they needed 330, so they came out a bit hard. The problem was they just got out, and it really put a dent in that innings. Now, Brevis is his first game. You don't want to be too hard on him. Stubbs, he came out with a mindset to try and take the game on. So, from that point of view, it was, they just lost their way. Bretsky, he was going along really nicely, and unfortunately he tried to sweep. Zampa got caught on the boundary out here by Hardy. Again, they just had their foot on the throat type stuff and then took their foot off. And that goes to getting 330, 335, 340 to 297. That's it. It's no mean feat. They've still got to chase them down. If they bowl well, I think the only big factor that will come into play is if the dew does come in and it gets a little bit slippery and skids onto the bat, it'll get a little bit easier to bat.
Yep, I didn't mind how Stubbs and Brevis came out and tried to strike the ball. I think it was the right way. They just didn't quite come off, didn't execute. If one of those two had come off and got a little 30 off 15 balls, we're probably sitting here saying, 330, South Africa are well in the game here. So I didn't mind it. I think you've got to give a bit of credit to the Australians, how they bowled in the middle period. No dramas there. But I think if South Africa to be really critical, maybe that part in the middle there, Bavuma just never really got out of second gear. Maybe that could be something that they identify as an improvement for the next game.
So the Australians got 21 overs out of 10 overs from Adam Zampa, 9 from Travis Head and 2 from Marnus Labuschagne. But South Africa at one stage were 3 for 223. They finish at 8 for 296. So they lose 5 for 73 in the middle order. Let's just hear a word or two from Travis Head, the man with the hot hand with the ball. He spoke with Fox Sports' Megan Barnard.
We don't normally chat to this man about his bowling, but we had to grab you for a chat. Take a bow. That was a tremendous effort out there. How did you find it, and what was the secret to bowling so well?
8 or 9 overs wasn't on the bingo card this morning, I don't think. I'll feel every bit of that tomorrow. The wicket needed it, so happy to roll the arm over. Probably 4 or 5 overs too many out of the what I needed, but that's all right.
Yeah, 4 wickets, a run out. The wicket of Brevis, though, that was really important. Were you a little bit worried, though, when he hit that 6 over your head?
A little bit. I tried to dig it in so he didn't get smacked, but he smacked it anyway. So, we've seen the T20s how explosive he is. So, nice that he tried to take me on twice. Didn't rate my bowling too much, which is probably fair.
Thoughts on the total and how you're going to approach things with the bat?
Yeah, it looked like a slow wicket, so power play is going to be important. Obviously, Mitch and myself get this chance early, so trying to maximise that power play as much as we can with a harder ball, and it may get tough at certain stages, but it feels like the wind's died off a little bit. There was a bit of dew the other night in the T20, so big partnerships, and it's a big total, but I feel like we're in for a chase.
Hand okay? You copped a bit of a knock a bit earlier?
I can't field, so just deflecting, so they're all good.
All right, good luck.
Thank you, cheers.
Travis Head with Megan Barnard there. So had 24 wickets in one-day international cricket coming into today's match. In his 74th game, he picked up 4 today. His career best is 4 for 28, and the run-out was as impressive as he got the hand back and was able to execute a run-out at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, flick one back onto the stumps. It was almost like a reflex action when the ball was hit back at him hard. But, he'll take full credit. I thought he bowled pretty well, actually. He changed his phone. I think he's an underrated bowler. Travis Head, he gets the ball to shape away from the right-hander. He does get it to turn. You've seen it at different stages in Test cricket. When they're throwing in the ball, he invariably picks up a wicket or two. He's a better bowler than he ever lets on.
He just creates. But what was funny speaking to him, he's barely bowled a ball since the West Indies. And he batted yesterday at training, and he was so grumpy with himself for batting not so great in the nets that he just drove off in a huff and then realised, I need to practice my bowling. So he did a bit of extra work in warm-ups today before the game. So, he's got the golden arm, doesn't he?
He's just he's a very relaxed cricketer, Travis Head, and bowling. I think he'll take the wickets, but he'll also happily not bowl if they said to him, look, you just field, you don't have to bowl. He'd go, okay, that's fine too.
So Australia chasing 297 runs for victory. Their innings will get underway in around 20 minutes' time. We can just quickly bring you the reaction from the South African camp. Aidan Markram caught up with Megan Barnard from Fox Sports.
Yeah, Aidan Markram with me saying he's pretty happy with the total.
Yeah, nice total. Ideally, probably would have wanted to get to that 320 mark, but I thought I got really tough out there. Ball a bit soft, wicket quite slow, big outfield. So yeah, we would have taken it at the start for sure.
Fantastic effort from you, 82 off 81. How did you find it out there, and satisfied with your own contribution?
No, I wanted heaps more, to be honest. Yeah, it was quite slow. Sort of some hit the stickers, some hit the toe, and struggled for rhythm. But yeah, I got in and started finding that rhythm, and then managed to get myself out. So nice to get a few, but yeah, definitely wanted some more.
Yeah, nice to be back at the top of the order. We haven't seen you opening in, what, about 4 years?
Yeah, it's been a long time. Shooks is pushing for it. I'm happy with it. White ball cricket being at the top, it's generally a really good place to bat. So it's worked out all right, and we've seen in the middle order we've got some really good players as well. So I think it balances the team quite nicely, and yeah, I'm happy to fit in wherever.
Shame we won't see Rabada tonight or throughout this series. Who are you backing out of your bowlers to get the job done?
I quite like our spin twins that are playing this game, specifically in these conditions. Hopefully there's not too much dew and they can play a big role. But great opportunity for Nandre and Lungi to keep doing his thing. So obviously back all of them, but yeah, the spin twins hopefully can pull off some magic for us tonight.
What are your thoughts on the dew? It was a factor the other night. It should definitely be a factor tonight as well.
Yeah, I would think so. Even now the wind has calmed down. Generally then it tends to pull in. So hopefully it's not too bad and we can manage it and doesn't sort of affect the conditions too much. But we do expect it and we need to just sort of find ways to work around it.
Appreciate your time. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks.
Aidan Markram chatting with Megan Barnard, courtesy of Fox Sports. He top scored with 82 from 81 deliveries, 65 from Temba Bavuma and Matthew Bretsky with 57, while the pick of the Australian bowlers was Travis Head, 9 overs, 4 for 57.
He was disappointed. He should be disappointed with his innings too, in the sense that he got in 81 off 82 and was doing it easily once he got himself in. And then just, it was an innocuous, tried to cut one that was sort of angling in from Dwarshuis, too close to him. Really was late on it, got a little faint edge through, but he was 100% spot on. He wasn't happy, and that's good to see, because he arguably could have got 170 if he bats through for another 15, 20 overs. Good innings, well done, but, disappointed that he didn't go on with it.
Yeah, without a doubt. It was interesting to hear that he was quite happy with their total in the end. Ideally another maybe 320, but they're quite satisfied. So I think that maybe just highlights, and he did reference it, how difficult it was in those middle overs when pace was off the ball and the like. So maybe we've overestimated how easy it is to bat out there. I'm not sure.
Former Australian quicks Jason Gillespie, Stuart, Clark, Matt Clinch with you from Cazaly Stadium in Cairns, a crowd of around 4,400 in attendance, and hopefully a few more will continue to come in for the run chase as the Australians Travis Head and Mitch Marsh make their way out to the middle. It felt like the perfect time to get the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, on for a chat. Jim, welcome. We've enjoyed our time in Cairns. It's lovely to chat with you. What do you think about starting the cricketing season, the summer, so early with these matches against South Africa?
The season never ends, I think, Matt. Very nice to hear your voice and hear you enjoying it all. But the season is no longer summer. It's 365 days of the year. Just look at the schedule and how on earth teams are going to be able to somehow contrive to play both forms of the game. We need 15 months in the year to fit in all the T20 competitions and test matches. As someone's pointed out, next year, does anyone realise that we are supposed to be going to India to play 5 tests from January into February? But I think there's something called the BBL, which may be sold off to various corporations, and they'll want the best players to be playing. But if they're playing for Australia in India, that won't help the cause. So I don't know how they're going to manage all of this, and that's why I suggest to you, you can't say it's the cricket season. It's the season that never ends.
It's a good correction, and Josh Hazlewood made that point. The cricket feels like it goes 12 months of the year now, so really you're transitioning from franchise cricket into opportunities to play overseas, into coming back to Australia. But I guess traditionally our Australian home summer hasn't got underway until sort of October, November, but it feels like that is creeping earlier each year as we try and see the opportunities to bring cricket to these parts of the world. So the first two T20 internationals taking place in Darwin, the great reception that took place there. We had the first ever T20 international here in Cairns on Saturday night, Jim. So a crowd of just under 10,000 in attendance. And I guess with the possibility of a test match against Bangladesh next year, the likelihood that they might have one in Darwin and maybe one in either Cairns or Mackay.
Well, the big question about Darwin, of course, and I hope you were taking notice of this, when we were there 20-odd years ago, one of the extraordinary non-territorial aspects of it was that they were selling mid-strength beer. Were they still selling mid-strength beer at the ground the other day?
I don't think so. No, I think the full strength is on offer, reasonably priced as well as you wander around the crowd. But no, I think it's an open bar here. You can take your pick.
Well, they've filled up the grounds, and that's fantastic. That's another reason why we can play against these other teams that we are a bit disdainful about. You know, we need to play Afghanistan somewhere sometime. Bangladesh, we haven't played here for years. So they've got to fit it all in. But we keep coming back to that one. Now, I think Pat Cummins will have 3 months off now to prepare for the Ashes. There's all that sort of stuff going on. That's how we manage our bowlers in particular in between the big series. We don't play them in this series, for instance, and fair enough. That's how you keep them going till they're 37 or 38 years of age.
And Jim, it's Dizzy here, mate.
How are you, Diz? You've been for your run today?
I haven't been for my run today. I'm feeling a little bit, not feeling 100%. I've got a bit of a head cold, Jim, but hopefully I'm not sounding too nasally. But I think one thing in Darwin and here in Cairns, Mackay, has been the price point of the tickets. I think an adult ticket is $20 and a family of four is $43. I think it's exceptional value for money.
Fantastic. Well, that's the way to encourage people to come. I mean, you're not going to get that kind of bargain basement price for the Ashes, but for all these games, they've got to fill the ground. So let's do that. That's an excellent idea.
Jimmy, Stuart, mate, how come you're not up here?
Well, I want you to get your eye in, mate. You know.
Very early in the season for Jimmy, for myself, Jim. We're not used to it. I'm still watching the footy. I'm still cheering on the Sharks. I'm not sure.
You can do all of that. I mean, imagine the other night. It was the first time in history that we had, in the space of 5 hours, South Africa beaten by Australia in a cricket match, and then, would you believe it, in a rugby test in Ellis Park. Yes. That's never happened before.
Never, ever. But I will say, Jim, I don't want to spruik. I'm not like the tour guide here for the north of Queensland, but if you get yourself, and they do say, do you want to go up to the north of Queensland, just say yes. Because there's nothing bad up here, Jim. There's nothing bad. And I'm actually pushing. I'm getting my people to talk to the ABC people and say, we need more cricket in the north at this time of year, because it's going to be a great junket for 2 weeks every year. I'm just moving forward. I'm just projecting out.
That's exactly how Kerry O'Keefe described our tour 20-odd years ago. Particularly as the test match against Bangladesh only went 3 days. So we managed to get on the golf course. We went out to Humpty Doo for a very social exercise, because, you know, that is one of the social strengths of Australia's welfare system, Humpty Doo. I don't think anyone's ever worked out there. And so they're all, you know, card-holding members of something or other. We also managed, as Kerry O'Keefe said, to have a very good interaction with people, so much so that Kerry decided to call it the ABC's, in those days, end-of-season social cricket tour.
Well, I'm going to take on Scul's point. I'm going to take on Scul's point. I'm going to say it's the pre-season. Like, you know, teams have their pre-season where they warm up and they go and practice all their skills.
Yep.
We need to be, as a ABC commentary team needs to go into their pre-season in North Queensland and Darwin. I
don't mind it if the bosses are listening in Sydney. Matt Clinch, Stuart Clark, Jason Gillespie with you, with Jim Maxwell, the voice of summer, with you. Australia chasing 297 for victory after South Africa posted 8 for 296. Jim, we wanted to get some memories and recollections from you, from Stuart, and obviously from Dizzy as well, about Bob Simpson, the former Australian Test captain. Test coach, administrator. He played such a significant role in the history of Australian cricket, and his legacy certainly leaves a remarkable lesson about, I guess, the phases in which Australian cricket went through. But what I didn't realise when we spoke is that he actually worked as a commentator as well as a part of the ABC commentary team. So tell us a bit about your experiences, firstly watching Bob Simpson's career and then his lasting legacy.
Well, he was a stunning cricketer. He had shots all over the place. He often batted without a cap or a hat before the days of helmets, of course. And he and Norm O'Neill, if you can imagine it, batting together with a bit of Brill cream in the hair and whatever, and playing their shots in the way they did. And the running between the wickets, that was the thing that really set Simpson apart. And his relationship with Bill Lawry was created around the ability to just drop the ball and run. And I remember him getting a 200 partnership against England in Adelaide. And you know, the Poms, even in those days, weren't up to fitness much. And they were run ragged by Simo. He was always so fit. But, you know, playing as he did, the boys will remember him playing for Wests all those years ago in grade cricket. He had an unbelievable appetite for scoring runs. He got hundreds against everyone, every week, in between Shield games and Test matches. He just loved batting, and he was a brilliant, brilliant player. He could bowl a good toppy and a good leggy, and he got a lot of wickets. I think he got 71 Test wickets. And his catching, well, I don't think until we saw Mark Waugh and maybe a few others, we've seen anyone catch the ball as he did. He never seemed to miss a chance, going left and under the keeper to a right-hand batsman to take a catch. He beat Wally Grout to the ball sometimes, which was a big achievement because Wally used to stand at first slip most of the time anyway. But Bob was extraordinary at first slip, really one of the best. 62 tests, 110 catches. Great record.
Yeah, his record, certainly they talk about the great slippers of, you know, you hear the Mark Waughs and the Mark Taylors, but you even talk to those guys and they talk about Bob Simpson, and especially when he became a coach, about how much input he had onto their slipping. On his coaching career, Jim, changed the way the Australian cricket team prepared and really shaped the Australian cricket team into what we see today.
Well, I remember particularly that period, moving from poor old Kim Hughes bursting into tears at a press conference onto Alan Border, and then the board deciding after something like 14 matches Australia lost to bring Simpson in as the coach of the side. And he brought a rigour to the preparation Australia had never had. I mean, to be honest with you, in those days, it was a bit of a rabble, really, with the senior players just doing what they wanted to do. And it showed in their fielding, and in some of their out cricket where they weren't quite switched on. So it was a big move, which started with the success of the 87 World Cup. Can't be forgotten. No one gave Australia a chance. Not even the ABC. We didn't even send a commentary team. That's how much they were written off. And then it moved to 89 in England, of course. And yeah, Simo had a lot to do with the hardness that seemed to be about Australian cricket, particularly in 89 when Captain Grumpy wouldn't speak to the opposition and the rest of it. They got very hard-nosed, and I'm sure it was the taskmaster, Simo, who had a fair bit to do with that.
So just in terms of his playing career, Jim, obviously batted alongside Bill Lawry, opposites in the way in which they went about it, and then he retired from international cricket, made a century, I think, at the MCG, and then returns at, I think he was 31 years of age when he retired, and returns back to Test cricket at the age of 41. I mean, you just couldn't imagine that ever happening in today's era of cricket, where a player would announce their retirement, come back, and then made centuries on return once more.
Well, part of the reason for his retirement was that, you know, no one could make any money playing cricket for Australia in those days. And he just saw some opportunities elsewhere. But he kept playing great cricket. So, and he kept himself fit. And he was good at anything. I mean, I played quite a bit of golf with him during the time when he worked with us on television and then on radio, coming out of World Series cricket. And he was great company on the golf course because they could teach you a lot about shots to play and the rest of it. And he was just a natural. I think he was a very good soccer player as well. I mean, he was seriously gifted. He did he did intimate one day that if he'd had his life over again, he probably would have become a professional golfer. But life didn't happen that way, because all of a sudden at 16, he was playing cricket for New South Wales.
And Jason Gillespie, a lot of the stories, it sounds like, as a team manager, Bob Simpson would have a very good relationship with the concierge. You would know what time players got in. And sounds like Merv Hughes was on the wrong side of it a few times. And you're better to be honest and upfront rather than try and bluff your way through.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my experience. I got called up. My first tour was the 96 World Cup. I replaced Craig McDermott, who unfortunately got injured. And that happened to coincide with Simo's last time in charge of the Australian setup. So I had a brief interaction with Simo, and I'd heard that he was a hard taskmaster with fielding drills and stuff like that, but you hadn't worked hard until you'd had a Bob Simpson fielding drill. The high balls, he would just keep hitting high balls until you basically spewed up. He was ruthless, and he was, as Jim alluded to, he changed the way Australians went about fielding. Mate put a real emphasis on it. Taught the guys, as you said, Stewie, helped the slip fielders improve their work. But it was also the outfielding. It was making the fast bowlers accountable to improve their fielding. And yeah, he left an absolute lasting legacy, that's for sure.
I remember when he finished with Australia, he came to New South Wales. I think Steve Rickson got him in because they were quite close from back in the day when coach and player type stuff. And he had an amazing ability when he hit high catches to just hit them out of your reach. Yeah. I don't know how he did it, but it always felt like you were 2 steps and he'd go left, right. And you're right, he would just keep going till you basically fell over. Yeah. And then he'd yell at you to get up and go a little more, and then he'd go, right, you're done. And it's like, I don't think I only caught about 3, but I ran backwards and forwards. And after a while, you worked out that as long as you caught him, he was okay. And it just forced you to be better. Yeah. He forced you to be better. Otherwise, he just kept hammering you, and you went, I'm not going to cop that. So if you did it right, he was good and moved on. But yeah, he was just that old school, and the first of that really old school hard edge that if you want to be a professional cricketer, you need to be hard. And that happens on the training paddock before it gets out on the ground. Yeah.
It sounded like he wanted his players to work hard. He wanted to see them put in the work to justify the opportunity to represent their country. Stuart Clark, Jason Gillespie, Matt Clinch with you from Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. Jim Maxwell is with us from the line in Sydney. So, Jim, how's the preparation going for the ABC Cricket Mag? Have you got something in the pipeline that you're building towards? A big Ashes coming up.
Oh, you'll get a phone call for sure, Matt.
So what I was looking for.
So you haven't got any content, Jim, is what you're saying?
Well, we're working on it, yes. We've got a guy who's helping me edit it. He's actually in America, in Boston at the moment. So he's emailing. So I don't know whether any of you guys have received an email, but you will. And we'll manage to get something together for the season. It's just on that score, in terms of preparation and remembering things. Bob was hardcore. I mean, everyone knows if they look back on his career and the Ian Metcalfe stuff, where he did write something a little unkind about Metcalfe, and he got sued, and it was settled out of court. But I don't think Bob ever forgot, because he often used to sit there on planes or wherever, going through newspaper articles and putting the yellow marker over what had been said. So, there was another example of his toughness on so many aspects, but particularly on that part of the game. And our dear old friend Peter Roebuck, you might recall this one, boys, he used to do most of his copy over the phone. So sometimes it could be a typo mistake, And anyway, this is what happened, of course, and Simo was right onto it, because the word that was supposed to be in Peter's column was defeat, but the typist had heard the word deceit. So that caused a bit of a storm. But, he was meticulous about so many things. The aspects of preparing a team, the aspects of looking after his circumstances throughout his life. Because when he came back to captain Australia, I would imagine the negotiations would have been very tough in terms of what he was going to be rewarded with. And that went on even during the period when he was coach in 1989, I can remember, because you guys probably don't remember this, but during the 4th test that was played at Trent Bridge, he worked with us on television because we were doing the TV coverage of it as Channel 9 were working on Wimbledon. So he wasn't a man that ever forgot anything, I can tell you that.
No.
Absolutely.
Jim, lovely to hear your voice. Give our best to Jen, and we can't wait for the summer to get underway with the Ashes. And of course, your voice will be there once more, a part of the integral interest with all our listeners across a big summer. Stay safe, and thanks for sharing some memories with us.
Travis says he's going to make 100 now, boys.
Good on you, Jimbo.
Good on you, Jim.
Jim Maxwell, the voice of summer, joining you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. South Africa have made their way out into the middle, as the Australian openers, Mitch Marsh and Travis Head. Thank you to Jason Gillespie. Stuart Clark is still with you. So Australia chasing 297 for victory. Stuart Clark, what will be the approach here for the Australians? Keen to build a partnership, no doubt, and start maybe with some fireworks.
Well, we were looking at, the first over I think was a maiden when South Africa batted. I think both players will just try and get themselves in. I can't see them doing it T20 style. Wickets in hand, set up a nice base and then attack from there. I think it's the order of the day.
Andrew Berger, the left armour, comes in and bowls the first delivery to Travis Head from the city end here at Cazaly Stadium. And it's defended into the offside. So Australia chasing 297 for victory after Aidan Markram's top soared with 82. 65 from Temba Bavuma, 57 from Matthew Bretsky, and Ryan Rickleton with 33 as well. 31 from Wian Mulder, and Australia, Travis Head, the pick of the bowlers, 9 overs, 4 for 57. So Travis Head, having done the job with the ball, is now having to face up to the bat. As Berger comes in, back of a length, and Head is back and across and defending into the offside.
Berger's got a bit of toe, talking to Thorpe. Mentioned that he bowls with a nice pace. Just looking at this 145, so that's up there in the 90 mile an hour category, which is always good to see. A little bit of excitement, and a little bit quicker than most of the Australians bowled. So both Marsh and Head will have to be on their game, on their toes, and be awake. But they're used to it, these guys, and South Africa really looking to pick up a wicket early.
In his 6th one-day international, a bit more width on this next delivery to Travis Head, who drives, but straight to Brevis, who does the fielding at cover.
Yeah, good piece of fielding, Brevis. A real challenge, and I think if South Africa want to win this game, like anything, they've got to pick up a couple of wickets. So you want to get rid of Head, you want to get rid of Marsh, you want to get rid of Marnus and Green, that type of stuff, and get a bit of a momentum going, get a bit of a flow going back into your bowling innings. Slight change in the field with third man just being moved. Now he's standing right behind Gully, which he was trying to move away from. Gone back to where he was.
Now mate Ngidi. There's Berger back of a length, and it's driven this time by Travis Head. Wide of the fielder, Brevis at cover, and across the road for the first boundary of the Australian innings. Travis Head has Australia up and running, and none for 4 in the first over.
I don't know if that was a horrible delivery, that Travis Head just planted his foot, sort of lowered the body height and flayed it away through forward point. Brevis did his best, but he was really no chance of stopping that delivery. It's hit hard.
Travis Head's off the mark, and as is Australia. Just flicked on the radio or clicked on the ABC Listen app. There's no Kiso Rabada in this match. An ankle injury has meant he is out of the one-day international series, so some opportunities for the next wave of South African players. Ngidi's still there leading the attack. It will be interesting to see how Temba Bavuma organises his bowlers. Berger comes in, back of a length, and Head missed time looking to drive into the offside. It's fielded by Terrell Brevis once more. None for 4 in the first over.
I'm just looking at just the ground where they've been running. You can just starting to see that sort of, you can see the footmarks becoming a bit pronounced, which means there's a bit of moisture coming up onto the surface already. So that'll be a challenge. I was just talking to Josh Hazelwood pre-match about there's an optimal point, and then it almost gets too hard to bat because the ball gets so soft. So the Australians really want to take advantage while it's in the good phase.
Andrew Berger, the left-hander, charges in once more. Headers back and across. Defending back down the pitch, and it's fielded at mid-off the end of the first over. That last delivery just under 144 kilometres, Australia, none for 4. Travis Head on 4. Mitch Marsh yet to face a delivery, chasing 297 for victory.
we're going to see Ngini from the club end, I think. Yep, that's from our point of view. We're going to see he'll probably bowl a lot of slower balls. Interesting, the wicketkeeper just setting up the field here. Just moving fielders to where they need them to be. He'll go back to his position very shortly, but Bavuma's now moving. There's a few people, a lot of arms waving out there at the moment. Blowers going left and right, trying to get the field set properly to Marsh. Marsh, I'd imagine, he's going to play the only way he really knows how, and that's to take the game on. If you drop short, he'll whack it. You pitch it up, he'll try and hit it hard, but pretty stock standard field. 2 men on the onside, mid-wicket and mid-on, and man out of deep, fine leg, just going a bit squarer now. A slip in place for that edge early on, and then, nice ring of fielders through the offside, and a third man.
Ngidi starts his over from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium, and forward comes Mitchell Marsh, mistimed as he defends into the offside. None for 4 Australia in the second over, chasing 297 for victory.
Talking to him post-match, you got a sense that he was happy to get a few runs, like he'd been a bit short of runs, and he didn't outwardly say, I just feel really good about. He just said it was nice to score a few and hit a few in the middle and get us off to a decent start. So I think he, without saying it open, I think he feels a bit of pressure at the top of it, and being captain.
54 from 37 deliveries in game 3 of the T20 series, and Ngidi down the leg side. Well taken by Rickleton. Across to his left, a wide is called. None for 5, and it's gone all the way down to the rope. So I thought Rickleton had managed to lunge to his left. He completely missed it. So down to the rope, Australia. None for 9 in the second over.
It looked like it swung. It swung after. You see it in England, sometimes the seam gets in that position and it just goes. It got the seam was in that position and swung away. And Rickleton, he missed that by a mile, actually. So.
As the floodlights are taking over here at Cazaly Stadium in Cairns, we are calling from sort of a whitish mid-on position here as Ngidi runs away from us and into Mitchell Marsh, who just pushes it into the offside. It's fielded by Temba Vabuma. Australia none for 9 in the second over. Marsh looking to try and get off the mark here. 33 years of age, playing in his 94th one-day international match, a highest score of 177 for Mitchell Marsh. An average of just under 36, 1950s, 3 centuries, a strike rate of 95.
He's been around a long time. I know I played against him in his debut game for Western Australia as a kid.
Ngidi into the Australian captain, Mitchell Marsh, who's squared up and off the outside edge. It rolls into the offside and Temba Vabuma does the fielding.
And standing there at cover, Bavuma just marshalling the troops now. It seems like he looks like he's a little bit just sort of, came and played for a while, back into the game. All of a sudden, everything's going on. There's a little bit of, where do I put him here? What's happening? Where are you going to bowl? All that stuff. It does take a little bit of time sometimes just to get a feel for the game again. Like, Bavuma's a very experienced cricketer. I've been around a long time, but even when you have a month off or 2 months off, it just takes a little bit of time to find your feet, get comfortable with what's going on around you.
Ngidi comes in, slower delivery. Mitchell Marsh is all over this, rocks back and pulls it over the rope for 6.
That's not a horrible delivery, that. A bit leg stumpish, but he's entitled to think that can get worked around the corner for a single, not get pulled over mid-wicket for 6.
It's landed just in front of the rope, so it was 4 in the end, as Australia moved to none for 13 in the second over. Mitchell Marsh right to the rope, and in the end landed just inside the Toblerone.
Probably goes to show just how big that boundary is out there. He's got that pretty well. He hasn't mistimed that, and it's gone. That's carried 75, 80 metres.
Ngidi charges in once more, full outside the off stump, and Mitchell Marsh this time lets it go through. Australia none for 13 in the second over.
I think this is where they're going to fall down, unfortunately, South Africa. That Ngini's been okay. Bowls just doesn't seem as potent as Parker was, or where Rabada obviously not playing because of injury. Just a little bit, feels like he's just a little bit off the pace, and he might be good in certain situations, like slower balls or when wickets are gripping, but on this surface where the ball's coming through quite nicely at the moment, he's sort of going to get lined up, I think.
Mitchell Marsh is on 4, awaiting Ngidi. He drives back down the pitch, wide of Ngidi, and it's fielded at mid-on. They get through for a single, as Maharaj does the fielding. None for 14 after 2 overs. with Mitch Marsh on 5. Travis Head is on 4. Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you from Cazaly Stadium in Cairns. South Africa just had the 3 sixes in their innings, so that's an indication as to how wide the boundaries are. Of course, the Aussies without Glenn Maxwell, without Tim David. So that'll be the interesting part as to, you wouldn't want to fall too far behind in the run chase, and he can be able to do what Glenn Maxwell was able to do back on Saturday night.
Well, if you keep putting yourself in that situation, Clinchy, it's going to, you're going to miss out sooner or later. Without the spark of Glenn Maxwell, not everyone's got just blessed with that natural ability, are they? So they want to make sure that they get ahead of this run rate and then they power on from there, and don't leave it up to someone like Aaron Hardy at the end of the innings, who coming in at 7 or 8 and saying, Hardy and Dwarshuis, you got to go at 5 and over for 5 overs or something like that. So they'll know, and their game plan will be try and get ahead of the run rate and then just knock it around once the field drops out.
Andrew Berger starts his second over from the city end, comes into Marsh, who flushes away off the outside edge. It's wide of the fielder in the cover, and it rolls to the rope for 4.
Too wide and too full angle going across Marsh. Threw his hands at it. He's a strong man, Mitchell Marsh. You see there, he gives it the full flay of the bat up and over the man fielding at point. Even if he mishits at that or hits it at head height, it's going to take some catching because he's hit it hard. He's a strong man, Mitchell Marsh, and people don't realise just how strong he actually is.
Yeah, the power in which he has. So Ngidi down at wideish fine leg, deep third of the 2 fielders outside. There's a slip in place for Berger as he comes in. The left armour into Mitchell Marsh, who's squared up, struck on the pads.
Might have pitched outside the line of leg, that. It'll be umpires said no. Bowler walking back to his mark. Wicketkeeper Rickleton sort of got half an interest. He's sort of trying to convince someone that we should refer that, and no one else is really bothering.
DRS timer is now tipped down as Temba Vavuma is in conversation with Maharaj about their field placings at the moment. So slip in place, backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid on, mid off.
It's definitely not out that. It's missing leg, pitched outside leg, going over the top of leg.
Mid wicket in place for Berger, who comes in, bowls to Mitchell Marsh, hits it hard along the ground. It's wide of Bavuma out mid on, who offers chase, but this is rocketing towards the boundary, and Bavuma won't get there. Not quite fully timed by Mitchell Marsh, but the power in which Stuart Clark was just describing to you on display there, as Australia moved to none for 22 in the 3rd over, and Mitchell Marsh is now 13 from 9 deliveries.
He mishit that, Mitchell Marsh, but timed it well enough. That side of the boundary towards where the players are sitting, it must be on a camber down there, because Bavuma's quick. We saw him between the wickets earlier in the day, running between the wickets. We saw him chase the ball. He's got good leg speed, but that ball rolled away from him.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like Lords. I don't know if you ever watched any cricket from Lords, that you feel like you're going to catch up, but down that slope, but you sort of, it goes at the speed you're running for some reason. You can't catch it.
Yep. The left-armed Berger comes in, struck on the body. Mitchell Marsh, as he looks to rock back and pull, maybe just mistimed and losing a little in the light there as he gestures what he was intending to do. None for 22.
He was frustrated there, Mitchell Marsh. He should have hit that. Just banged in. He thought he missed a freebie there, I think, in his mind.
So I mentioned 78 metres to the northern end, in which Dewald Brevis was able to hit those big sixes on Saturday night. 73 metres to the southern end towards our commentary position, and the club end here. Berger's into Mitchell Marsh, back and across as he just defends into the offside. 73 metres to the eastern side, which is the far side from us, where a lot of fans are enjoying a night's cricket on the hill. There's some sort of makeshift corporate boxes which have the plastic chairs you can sit in there, and an esky in the middle of the suite. I'm sure they're paying a premium for that. And on our grandstand side, on the western side, it's 72 metres, so the shortest of the boundaries is to the grandstand side.
Well, I think you'd call those marquees. Yes. Tony Gregg would, at least.
He certainly would. Berger into the Australian captain. Short pulling, hasn't quite got all of it. And Ngidi comes racing around, but it lands about 10 metres wide of him, and Marsh comes back for a second. Marsh moves to 15. Australia none for 24. After 3 overs, Travis Head's on 4. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport with Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark.
He was a little bit late on that, Mitchell Marsh. It just got a little bit big on him. Banged in, a little bit quicker in the surface. Got it high on the bat. Still got enough to get it into the deep. Didn't carry all the way to the Guinea out on the boundary and picked up 2, but not a bad piece of bowling, worthy of a try to see if you can pick up a wicket.
And that will be the challenge for South Africa, is to try and get a couple of early breakthroughs, put the pressure on the Australian top order. Travis Head, Mitchell Marsh, Marnus Labuschagne featuring for the first time in Australian colours since he was dropped from that Test match following the World Test Championship. Cameron Green to come in at number 4, Josh Inglis, Alex Carey, the 2 keepers featuring, and then Aaron Hardy, Ben Dorshus, Nathan Ellis, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazlewood if required.
You got to remember that if South Africa don't pick up wickets, right, if you let's pair the game back, right, if you don't pick up wickets, they will go at the run rate they need to go at, so they'll get the runs. So the only way you can win this game for South Africa is picking up wickets.
And Geedy starts a new over from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium, comes into Travis Head, who's forward and defending into the offside. Australia none for 24 at the start of the 4th over.
Because if you don't pick up wickets, you're not going to restrict South Africa. You're not going to restrict the Australians to less than 297 with the power they've got in the batting order. You know, so the reality is when you break it down, you've got to find ways, if you're a bowling team in this situation, and that may be through bowling good balls with dots and not letting get a hit to the boundary. That may be bowling, you know, wide of your plans and your strategies before you walk out into the middle. You need to be sure about where you're going to go to, and then if that's not working, have some fallback options. But if you're going out there guessing and hoping to get a wicket, then you're in a world of hurt very quickly.
Absolutely. Lewin Ngidi charging in once more. Right arm over the wicket comes in to Head, who's forward and showing the full face of the bat as he defends into the offside. Temba Vabuma does the fielding. None for 24 in the 4th over with Travis Head 4 from 8 deliveries. Mitchell Marsh 15 from 12.
Be interesting looking at what Travis said. So he's played 2 defensive shots around about the top of off stump. Good deliveries. You wonder, and this is when again he has to be really strong in his approach, that's working. Don't go away from that. Don't try and get him out with a wider one, because that's when Travis Head will come into his own and he'll flay it away through the offside. Don't get short. Just keep it there.
Ngidi back of a length ahead as he tries to whip it off his pads. It's fielded and backward square leg and cut off. And preventing the single, none for 24. Sabrayan does the fielding. It'll be interesting to see when they look for spin in this run chase, given that he and alongside, he's the off spinner making his debut in this match, and Maharaj is the left arm orthodox.
Yeah, they'll get their opportunity a bit later on, but again, you want to make sure you get them into the game as soon as possible. If the ball's going to get a bit slippery, you can't do it with no fielders out.
Ngidi in once more as Travis Head just works it off the outside of the bat, runs it down to deep third and through for a single as Head moves to 5. Australia none for 25 in the 4th over.
Just looking around the grounds, there's quite a full crowd, and the spectators have come in. They're on the hill there enjoying themselves. You talked about the Mockies up there with all the people in there, but even all the little stands, you know, there wasn't a lot of people sort of as the game started, but looking around down the city end next to the players, they're full there, they're full down just next to the club. So the fans have sort of come in late, come and see good evenings cricket, and you know, it reminds me of, you know, growing up and what World Series cricket and one-day cricket, that used to happen quite a bit.
It's on Tuesday as well, so people have work and school commitments that come down after that, and there's food trucks out the back and a chance to watch some cricket. The Australian run chase as Ngidi comes in. Mitch Marsh is forward. This time does he defends back down the pitch. Marsh with 15 of Australia's none for 25 runs from 13 deliveries. Ngidi bowling around 137 kilometres with that last delivery. So the changes of pace, the variation. We saw the challenging conditions in which South Africa had to bowl in the dying stages of Saturday night. The dew will come in, so it'll make it harder to grip the ball, and it will be interesting to see how South Africa do adjust. Ngidi turns at the top of his mark. Mitchell Marsh waiting. He chips it down the ground. A controlled shot. Couple of bounces and over the rope for 4. With mid-off up. It was a comfortable risk for Mitchell Marsh to take as he closes out the over with a boundary. Moves to 19 from 14 deliveries. Australia none for 29 after 4 overs.
Yeah, it was a poor final delivery of the over. He got through his over pretty well then. He hadn't gone for many. That one there, he bowled a slower ball full. Marsh was almost looking for it. It was a drop kick length. It was a step hit. And Marsh, he's not going to miss out on that. It's not a great end to an over. He bowled a really good over there, Ningini. He was worried. I think he was probably worried about you dropping short and getting whacked through the onside. So he thought, I'll go full and up there. And well, Marsh is strong in that part of the ground too.
So Mitchell Marsh, 19 from 14 deliveries, including 4 fours so far in his innings. South Africa just making some more adjustments to the field. Temba Vabuma comes across, trying to move Ngidi at whitish deep third around to a more traditional third man position. Third man and whitish fine leg, the two players in the deep. Berger starts a new over from the city end. Full delivery to Travis Head, drives down the ground. Vavuma can't cut it off. And Travis Head scores his first boundary down the ground as he moves to 9. Australia none for 33 at the start of the 5th over.
Now, you don't want to miss out Travis Head. He's watching Mitchell Marsh find the boundary. He hasn't had an opportunity yet. That one bludgeoned down the ground. Called it a bit agricultural if you wanted to be really clear, but he still timed it well enough. Got a good eye, Travis Head. Not going to miss out on those. I was just thinking, remember the old days, you used to have 2 catching men. Remember you had to have 2 catching men in one-day cricket to start with? That rule went out a long time ago.
Yep.
Maybe they should bring that back.
Berger into head, wide of the off stump, trying to flick it onto the leg side. Fails to make contact, and Rickleton gathers this one behind the stumps. Australia none for 34 in the 5th over. Heads on 9, Marsh is on 19. Australia chasing 297 for victory. Couple of signs on the hill as well, on the far side of the crowd. It says our partners think we're at work today. Oh no, our partners think we're at Coldplay. That's well played. Comes in, Travis Head from this next delivery to Berger, flicks it away through mid-wicket and down to the rope for 4.
Yeah, nice shot, Travis Head, just too full on the leg stump. That time didn't go square, went straight through mid-wicket. Travis Head just impeccable timing. Was catching height, just got it away from the fielder at mid-wicket, too straight. Or went for 4.
If you want to get involved in the conversation, 0467 920 222 is the SMS number. Clinch and Stuart Clark with you on ABC Sport. With Australia none for 38 as Berger comes in. Oh, wide of the off stump, and Travis Head looking to chop down late. That didn't carry as Rickleton is able to take it down low to his left.
No bounce, that one. It didn't seem to bounce. Might have been an off-speed delivery. And just indicating that it didn't really get to him. Oh, no. Just, oh, he nicked it.
He nicked it.
Yeah,
yep. Just the late.
Not too different to Markram's dismissal, except he under-edged it, Markram top-edged it. So just a similar style shot.
So one that just didn't quite carry to Rickleton. As Berger comes in, this time it's off the outside edge and there's no slip in place. So it rockets down to the rope for 4. And all eyes look to Temba Vabuma around his field placings. A boundary for the Australians, none for 42. As Travis Head rides his luck, he's on 17 from 14 deliveries. Big flash off the outside edge there.
Well, he just took the fielder from slip to put him at mid-wicket, strengthened up the onside, and Head, you know, probably a fair chance that's gone wide of where first or 1.5 slip is standing. But people looking around saying, well, is that tactically right? But Travis Head batting like Travis Head, he's riding his luck a little bit.
17 from 14 deliveries as he awaits Berger a full delivery and punches this through the offside beautifully. Back-to-back boundaries for Travis Head.
That was a very full delivery. Head just lent on it through the gap. He's not going to miss out on that, Travis Head. That's a throwdown. Practices that all day, all night. That's a long half volley.
21 from 15 deliveries. Australia none for 46 in the 5th over. Chasing 297 for victory. Making a promising start here, the Australian openers, 2 of the most experienced players in this Australian side. With Josh Inglis, Marnus Labuschagne, Cam Green to come. South Africa need to try and find an inroad here. Berger wide of the off stump, and this time Head lashes it away. Backward a point for 4. 3 boundaries in the last 3 balls of the over. Australia bring up their 50 for the loss of no wickets Heads on 25, Marsh is on 19. Australia none for 50 after 5 overs.
Yeah, very productive over that for the Australians. Travis Head starting to find his groove. Punching that away through backward point. Found the gap nicely. Playing all around the ground now, Travis Head. So South Africans need to be a little bit cautious here that Travis Head doesn't get away. They're going to go with spin here by the looks of it.
21 off that over. Australia none for 50 after 5 overs. Travis Head is 19. Travis Head is now 25 from 16. He's overtaken Mitch Marsh, who's 19 from 14.
Left arm orthodox, I think we're going to go with here.
Into the bowling attack now for South Africa from Old Grey Orient is Cornell Subrian.
So Subrian, the off spinner, is going to come in from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium.
I'll probably go, they'll go deep on the onside, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, who's a long way away over there in front of the hill. And then a deep mid-on, mid-off will stay up inside the circle. Mitchell Marsh will be targeting, trying to stay leg side of the ball and go over the top of mid-off. Especially if that ball's skidding on, there's no turn.
31 years of age, making his one-day international debut this afternoon. The off-spinner, Subrian, comes in, bowls to Mitchell Marsh, who's back and across and hits it along the ground, down to long on and through for a single. You can hear Ryan Rickleton behind the stumps as Australia moves to none for 51 at the start of the 6th over. Marsh to 20. Brings Travis Head back on strike, who was able to get after the South Africans in the previous over. Picking up the 4 boundaries in that over. 5, in fact. So Travis Head's just having a look at just a couple of cracks. Now Subrian comes in around the wicket to Travis Head, who hits it along the ground. He plays it down to long off as well and sort of just walks through a single. As eventually it's fielded down there by Mulder. Australia none for 52 in the 6th over. Keeper up to the stumps as Subrian comes in. Marsh hits it along the ground, straight down to Mulder, who does the fielding at long on. So happy to just take singles off the off spinner to start his over. Just have a look at him.
I think that'll be the order of the day just at the moment. Just have a look, see what's going on. And then if they can get themselves and just get a bit of a feel, because they've never seen him before.
Subrian to the left-handed Travis Head, who looks to push it into the offside. Markram races around to his left, does the fielding at cover. And a dot ball, none for 53.
He's got an awkward bowling action, so it looks a fraction delayed.
It kind of holds it before he releases it.
It looks like it's just taking them a little bit of time to get comfortable with it.
Subrian into the left-handed Travis Head, who hits it hard into the offside, shuffling across. It's fielded by Maharaj in the covers.
Yeah, it's an awkward bowling action, I'd say. I think that's probably how I'd describe it. I think it's just different.
None for 53. Subrian full of delivery, and Travis Head's looking to drive down the ground, can't time it. And the end of a pretty promising over from the debutant, just the 3 runs coming from it. And Australia are none for 53 with Travis Head on 26. Mitch Marsh is on 21. Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
A good start for the younger, well, not the younger, for the off-spinner in his debut game. Just held up Travis Head there, made him feel a little bit awkward, a little bit uncomfortable. Travis Head wasn't quite sure. He's not sure whether to come forward down the wicket, tried to put him off his length, didn't quite succeed, and probably take that as a win for the South Africans. They found a short-term solution. They'll have to work on that, because Travis Head will find his range sooner rather than later. We're going to get a change from the city end.
After Berger's 3 overs, none for 35. And Geedy will bowl his 3rd over from the city end. His previous 2 overs went for 15 runs. And the experienced Geedy with no Rabada tonight will very much have to lead this South African attack.
You think they look a little bit under manpower? It just feels a little bit. It's just that experience of Rabada, isn't it? Been around a long time, played a lot of cricket internationally around the world, and not having him in the team, they feel a little bit inexperienced for my mind. So someone's going to have to stand up and take control, and Geedy might be that person.
Otherwise, Australia will take the game away from them pretty quickly. Ngidi starts a new over from the city end. Marsh gets an inside edge, and it's fielded backward square leg.
Started with the slower ball again. One ran his fingers across it. Might have just gripped in the surface fractionally. Came back into Marsh and got a big inside edge onto it.
So deep backward square leg. And where's the other fielder out at the moment? So we just try and have a look at around our position. Just the one fielder in the deep at the moment. As Ngidi comes in to Mitchell Marsh, who again mistimed, trying to work it off his hip, plays it around the corner, and it's fielded by Maharaj, who does the fielding. None for 54.
The man's out deep, blending into the crowd in front of the little small stand just to the left of the so he's deep long on.
Ah, yes.
The challenge Ngini's got here is with the field he's got set, he can't really bowl on speed. Because as soon as he does, well, he can to the left-hander because third man's in place, but to Mitchell Marsh, he had everyone up inside the circle behind the wicket. So anything on speed, Marsh is going to open his hands on it and just use the pace to the backward part of the back behind the stumps part of the ground. So he has to bowl. So he's almost telling Mitchell Marsh what he's going to bowl. Yeah. Travis Head's slightly different here. He's going around the wicket. He can afford to be on pace here for at least a ball or two. He can't just bowl those slow balls, which he's become accustomed to doing.
Long on has come up, deep backward square for Travis Head. Ngidi full pace outside the off stump. Head's looking to cut, fails to make contact. None for 54 in the 7th over. Travis Head 26 from 21 deliveries.
Carried through pretty nicely, that delivery there.
Just trying to chuck the head back to have a look at we get a monitor above our heads which shows the big screen. Sometimes they flash the speed of the delivery and sometimes they don't. It's okay. We're enjoying a nice time in northern Queensland. Ngidi charging in from the city end here. Comes into Travis Head and this time down the leg side and a wide is called. None for 55.
Yeah, on speed again, so he's gone 2 on speed balls. You get the feeling with Travis Head, if he gets one around a bit off stump, he could potentially get a little nick through to Wriggleton behind the stumps. Travis Head just trying to open the face on it and use the offside here. Hasn't been able to be consistent enough at the moment, but you get the sense that there's something there, perhaps. Travis Head saying leg side of the ball.
9 overs today, so you wonder about his concentration as he looks to drop this on the offside. Markram comes into the fielding from backward point. And with one ball to come in the 7th over, Australia none for 55. Travis Head on 26, Mitch Marsh on 21. 2 balls to go.
Yeah, the wide.
Yep.
He's such a dangerous player, Travis Head, because he just backs his ability. Technically, he accepts that he's got some faults, but it doesn't matter. He's got great hand-eye coordination. He just takes the game on.
Capitalise on his strengths. And Ngidi back of a length, flipped away just wide of the umpire at square leg. In the air, but there's no one inside the circle other than mid-wicket. So a comfortable shot out to the fielder in the deep as they take the single. Australia none for 56. Travis Head moving to 27.
In the field, as you can see, deep long on will go back. Deep backward square leg will go really square. Third will stay up inside the circle. Short fine leg. He has to bowl. If he's going to bowl on speed, he has to bowl it at the stumps. I get the sense he'll bowl another slower ball here.
Yep. Ngidi looking to close out this over. Comes in to Mitch Marsh, who whips it away. Wide of the fielder at point. Able to absolutely punish that wide of the off stump and a boundary to close out the over. Marsh makes the most of his opportunities with that 4. Australia are none for 60 with Mitch Marsh on 25. Travis Head is on 27. Stuart Clark's with you on ABC Sport, and in a moment, Neil Manthorp is about to join you.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you very much indeed to Matt Clinch. Yep. South Africa need to regroup. They need to footballing terms, put their foot on the ball and just calm down. Stumped! Got him! Brendan Sabrayan's made the breakthrough. Travis Head charging down the wicket. And, well, he just hit in the air, but he was looking to cash in on what remains of the power play. But good work from Ryan Rickleton. Mind you, Travis Head was a couple of yards out of his crease, or a yard and a half anyway, and pretty straightforward. But Brendan Sabrayan almost bowled Travis Head. It's only just beaten the off stumps.
Travis Head struggled with Sabrayan in the last over. Just did not get it, did not feel comfortable. Came down the wicket, looked to try and take it downtown. Good piece of keeping by Rickleton. Didn't bounce that. He kept low, kept his hands low, picked it up cleanly, whooped the bails off nice and quickly, and Travis Head makes his way back to the pavilion after a, I'll call it squashbuckling, because he played a few shots, and 27 off 24. But South Africa, you pick up your first wicket. It's always a good day when you pick up your first wicket. You can't complain about that, Thorpe.
Yeah, they need a few more, I think, South Africa. Well, they need to control the run rate. Do you know what we haven't mentioned is 7 sundries in South Africa's innings. That is a very, very good disciplined bowling performance. South Africa bowled more. South Africa bowled 10 wides already.
Yeah, well, they bowled 5. It was 5 down the leg side, but yeah, good disciplined bowling by the Australians. No freebies. Seven's a good outing for the Australian bowling lineup. Marnus is in the middle. He's made his way out. He'll be a little bit nervous, Marnus. There's a lot riding on his game, his innings. He gets a big score here. People will be talking about Marnus in a positive light. So he's been a very, very lean run of form over the last couple of years. He's a quality player still, but hasn't been able to deliver on the big stage. And you know, he'll be thinking about that. But it can all turn quickly with a good score and a good innings.
Sabrayan in once again to Marnus Labuschagne, pushes that one out on the onside. It was interesting to hear an interview with him a couple of days ago in which he said he was asked about how he thought about opening the batting, and unsurprisingly he said this is in the Ashes, of course, and Marnus pushing that one straight back to the bowler. He said he'd do anything, but you know, he said the moment he was told that he was being left out of the Test side, his focus turned to what he had to do to play in the Ashes. And yeah, I mean, he wasn't leaping up and down and blowing trumpets about opening the batting, but he certainly said he would be very much prepared to do it. That's punched again straight to mid-off, fielded by Tristan Stubbs. No, it's fielded by Matthew Brietzke, sorry.
The only thing I have found hard about dropping him after
Sabrayan in again and back and across, pushed away by...
There was a lot of conjecture around Marnus, and, you know, should he be number 3? So the game before they dropped him, they said, listen, you're not number 3, you're going to open. Which, okay.
Oh, for the World Test Championship.
Yeah. So, and then they left him out, like, surely...
Slapped away through extra cover. It's fielded by Brietzke. Again, they go through for a single.
If you're going to drop someone, you give them one more chance in the spot they're used to before you're leaving. Now, okay, he'll say it's for the best of the team, and I get all of that. That is part of what goes on in international cricket and working for the team. But it was also a little bit hard on Marnus that he hadn't had a good run of form. They didn't let him bat in his preferred, and then they left him out.
I think it's the lack of intent, isn't it? Not just the lack of results, but they... You know, and the thing is, do you remember the World Test Championship final? It was a bowler's paradise the first 2 days, and he actually batted a decent length of time. I think he batted over an hour in both innings, and you know, he certainly got the defensive technique. But it just seems that whether it, I mean, it can't be a technical thing. It must be just an
intent and a positive mindset.
That's right, exactly. And he's just seems to have retreated into waiting for mistakes mode, whereas sometimes you've got to just take the game on, haven't you? You've got to try and force errors rather than wait for them. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a good delivery. Up goes the finger. Big appeal for leg before wicket. And the umpire thought about it, and so has Marnus Labuschagne now, and he's walked down.
He's referring this, definitely referring. Come on, Marnus.
Well, Mitch Marsh isn't offering wholehearted support, is he?
He's done it. No, he's
Mitch Marsh is shaking his head, going, I think... I don't know whether he said you look dead, mate.
You're out, mate. So, it looked like it squared him right up, hit him on the right pad.
We have a player review for LBW, original on-field decision is out.
I have to say, it did
Check the feet
did
placement.
look quite straight.
It looked horrible
delivery.
from our
Have a
angle.
look at front on, please.
Well, here we go then. Richard Illingworth is talking us through it. The English umpire, and an excellent umpire he is as well, and a very good man too. Is it pitched outside leg? It's Keshav Maharaj, the bowler. I think it's crashing into middle and off, but it's pitched outside leg.
Fairly high as well.
If there's any edge there, please.
Is it high?
I'm not sure.
Okay, we've got clear.
Oh, I think that's hitting top of off, but I think we may find that Keshav Maharaj has got some turn from outside the leg stump.
Oh, no.
It's just in line, and it is hitting the top of middle and off. So good decision
on field to stay with his
from
original decision of out.
Umpire
on screen now, please.
Sam Nagorski. Is that?
Yes.
Are we going with that? Sam Nagorski?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Not Nagajski. We'll take out the unnecessary letters.
Yeah, okay, we'll just go with
things.
Just make it what it sounds like.
Yeah, well, Marnus is on his way, and Keshav Maharaj is a very, very experienced and very, very fine spinner.
Can I tell you, that's a fairly decent delivery, that. There's a little bit of part of me that feels for Marnus. He's walked out, Marsh and Head have smacked him everywhere, and he's walked out to that, and he's just got one that's pitch leg and going to hit off. Spinners dream of that sort of stuff, like especially a finger spinner. Maharaj, he's a good bowler, don't get me wrong, but mate, that's turned square, and Marnus has gone to work it on the onside, fully expecting it to probably slide on with the arm, and well, he's slid himself back to the change room now.
It was a very, very good ball.
Good delivery
from Keshav Maharaj. It's you can understand why why and how he's taken so many wickets through the course of his career. That was his first ball as well.
That's what I mean. Like, you're entitled to think, we'll get one on a length here, and
started with a screaming Jaffa, and the next one's not bad to Cameron Green.
I tell you what, that's a really good delivery, because he's gone the underspinner that skidded on. So Green would have seen that on the replay a few times walking out and thought, it's turning, and he's gone, good thinking. It's some good skills.
Here's Maharaj again, and Green is forward, steering that one into the offside. He was in very, very good spirits, Keshav Maharaj, when he arrived. We chatted to him 2 days ago. One of those really annoying travellers that suffers jet lag for about a day. Everyone else, that's a good one. Quicker one this time from Maharaj. Do you know what? He doesn't deviate from his stock ball very often, and he often bowls, into his rhythm with 2 overs of stock balls, and he's bowled 4 different ones, I think, so far in his first over. Very impressive. Green on the back foot, punches it down to long off, and they go through for a single, and Cameron Green is off the mark. But yeah, he was full of the joys of spring, absolutely loving it. Been on the scooter already, riding round town.
I tell you what else he is. He bowls his overs at a rapid rate.
He does. Yeah, he loves bowling. Just loves it. As it's this time punched down the ground by Mitch Marsh to long off, and they go through for a single again. Excellent start from Keshav Maharaj. Really, really impressive. And as Stuart Clark says, Marnus Labuschagne can feel not aggrieved. I mean, you should expect good deliveries, but that was an absolute Jaffa. First delivery from the left arm spin of Keshav Maharaj. So 2 down now, Australia. 2 for 63 after 9 overs. So plenty, very much on course, and nothing to worry about. But I always said South Africa will have to take wickets. Prenlin Subrayan in the off spinner to Mitch Marsh, and so whipped away through the leg side for an easy single to the boundary fielder. I just had a sense that if Australia just batted, not necessarily within themselves, but just batted, there's so many runs to be. You don't have to hit boundaries on this ground. I always thought South Africa would have to take wickets and take them quite regularly if they were to defend this total of 296 for 8. Subrayan in again. It's Cameron Green pushing it out towards mid-off. Just looked like on the first replay that Maharaj's delivery pitched outside leg stump. Part of it was, but the majority of the ball, over 50% of the ball, was pitching in line with leg stump. Single here as Green whips it away out towards mid-wicket once again. It's a ground and conditions and a pitch which batsmen have to put in the hard graft of taking a big risk if you're looking to hit sixes, certainly because it's such a big ground. Sabrayan in again. This time Marsh defends, and there's no run. It's not often you get South Africa bowling spin from both ends, and two spinners who get through their overs very quickly. I promise you, I do have Jason Gillespie alongside me. It's just quite... do you want to do some ball by ball? Because otherwise it's going to be quite difficult. Sabrayan in again, whipped away by Green down to long on.
Manners, you're doing a wonderful job, so no worries. Hello to all our listeners. Yeah, they do fly through their overs, don't they, these guys? This, Aiden Markram had acknowledged that this could be the key bowlers for him tonight.
Well, now defended. Well, when I say defended, when Cameron Green and Mitch Marsh defend it, the ball often comes off the middle of the bat at a kind of pace where other guys are looking to work it through the onside.
Geez, that was a quick over, wasn't it?
Oh, that was less than a minute and a half. And it's deliberate, though, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, I mean, it's part of building pressure, isn't it?
Mm. Oh, absolutely.
South Africa having posted a total of 296 for 8. By the way, the last 10 overs, it wasn't too many years ago where you'd score 73 in the last 10 overs and feel quite pleased about it, but South Africa scored 73 for the loss of 5 wickets. That was the last 10 overs, and that means Australia emphatically dominated the last 10 overs, that last power play. Here's Keshav Maharaj. Bowled him! Their third wicket falls. Maharaj has, well, he's started off with some absolute jaffers. And Jason Gillespie will have a look at this to see, but I rather suspect that he's turned another one from leg stump, or at least from middle stump, to hit the top of off. That was a very, very fine delivery, and Cameron Green's now on his way. And with Head and Marsh whacking them everywhere in an opening stand of 60, suddenly it's 3 for 67.
That's a beautiful delivery as well from Maharaj. Just as you mentioned, as Neil Manthorp mentioned, just straightened on him. It's been excellent bowling so far, and you sense that, as Aiden Markram mentioned, that these guys could play an important role here. The spinners for South Africa.
Well, there's, you know, I know that Australia don't do consolidation anymore. That's become a dirty word now. It certainly has in T20 cricket. But it still applies. It's still a relevant strategy in 50-over cricket.
It's relevant here because you've got English just joining Captain Mitchell Marsh now. And then you've got Carey, Hardy and Dorsius, probably the two all-rounders. One a batting all-rounder, Dorsius a bowling all-rounder. And then it's the bowlers. So a lot of responsibility here on Josh Inglis and Mitchell Marsh.
Well, it's new batsman is Josh Inglis, and he's driven his first delivery down the ground. Keshav Maharaj, you know, he's an avid pitch reader, and it was 2 days out, but the pitch was uncovered. It was obviously drying out. I'm not sure if there wouldn't have been time to give it a little sprinkle, would there, between Saturday and today? So I don't think it was even just a light sprinkling of water.
It would have been given a light.
Yeah, it had to have been.
Yeah.
That's why it was uncovered then, wasn't it? Just to sort of make sure that it wasn't tacky on top. But Maharaj liked the look of it. He's not a huge spinner of the ball, but he is a spinner. He's not sort of flight and guile. That's driven out towards Tristan Stubbs at cover, dives to his right, makes good stop. And he liked the look of it. And he said that, you know, he said very modestly, said, I hope I get selected. which, of course he was going to be selected. That one is defended by Inglis out towards the offside. Maharaj does his own fielding. Absolutely loving the involvement of the crowd. They were hoping for, I think they said between 4,000 and 5,000. It's got to be more than that. I reckon it's closer to 6,000 tonight. Off the back foot now, English punches one to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. That's Tristan Stubbs. No, it's Matthew Brietska. And they're through for a quick single. Oh, suddenly it's game on again.
It certainly is, and you can hear the South Africans. They're up at about, I think, up 3 wickets in 4 overs. A lot of responsibility on these 2 Australian batsmen.
Just a reminder, South Africa made 296 for 8 after being put into bat, asked to bat by Australia. Aidan Markram top scoring with 82. 57 from Matthew Brietska to run a ball. Temba Bavuma with a slightly laboured 65 from 74. Vian Mulder finished the innings in style, hitting the last ball from Ben Dwarshuis for a 6 over a slog sweep over wide long on to finish 31 not out. Travis Head, the star with the ball, 4 for 57 and credited with a run out, although it was inadvertent at the bowler's end, as Sibrayan is in with another one. It's pushed square of the wicket on the offside towards cover, and there's no run. I mean, there is a run. There is no more than one run. Yeah, so Travis Head, 4 for 57, bowled the penultimate over as well, which took all of us a bit by surprise. And Prenelin Sibrayan, the batsman, drove one straight back to him and he fielded it, knocked it onto the stumps. As Sibrayan, the bowler, is in now. That was a slower one, given a bit of air. Turned off his pads behind square on the leg side by Aussie captain Mitch Marsh. Do you know, I read the other day that Pat Cummins, who is the designated ODI captain, he's only played 2 games in the last year. The last 12 months he's played 2, I think, since the Champions Trophy. He's played 1 or 2 games, so he's not overexerting his ODI captaincy, is he?
No, he's certainly being managed. I think going forward, I think if he's on as Test captain, he'll be managed through white ball cricket. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he already is, to be fair.
Sibrayan in once more, the off spinner, whipped away again by Marsh through the leg side. There was a very interesting theory about 50 over cricket, 1-day cricket, put forward, suggested by former England captain Michael Atherton, who of course is a very, very fine cricket writer for the Times now. Whipped away, this time by Josh Inglis, again off the pads down towards long on. And some very, very good fielding from Vian Mulder keeps them down to a single, in which he said that 50 over cricket should exist only in World Cup years, on a bilateral basis.
What was his thinking behind that?
Well, it's waning popularity in some countries. That's pushed defensively out straight back to the bowler. And he said, you know, that it definitely has a place, and the 50 over World Cup will always remain, you know, a pinnacle of the game. He said, but it's just quite difficult through the. I suppose he wrote that before there was 2 T20 World Cups in every 4 years. So I guess that sort of plugged that gap. But
I remember playing county cricket, and there was 4 distinct formats of the game. You'd play the 4-day county cricket, you'd have the 50 over competition, you'd have the T20 Blast, but you'd also have the Sunday League 40 over contests.
Here comes Inglis forward to Keshav Maharaj. Pushes it behind square on the offside. Imagine if they throw the 100 in, you'd have 5.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's so many. There's Hong Kong sixes. There's 10 over competitions now. There's, I mean,
T10. Bowled him. Maharaj strikes again. Inglis done in the flight. He's played back to a full-length delivery. He should have been forward. He looks to the heavens in absolute disbelief and disgust. but he has to go, and Keshav Maharaj is knocking them over, the left-arm spinner. Tell you what, he gets better with age, does Keshav Maharaj. That one did turn, but it wasn't the turn that did Inglis. He should have been on the front foot.
He should have been on the front foot. I think we've got to give Maharaj credit there where it's due. He's actually got some turn out of this surface. That one almost like as if he's undercut the ball. And as you said, Neil Manthorp, it did turn a little bit, but nowhere near as much as a few previous deliveries. That's very well bowled, but you are indeed right. He could have got forward to that one, Josh Inglis. He looked to create length when it wasn't there to create.
Keshav Maharaj is absolutely ripping through the top order. He's got 3 for 5. 2.5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 5. Cameron Green clean bowled for 3. Josh Inglis bowled for 5, and earlier Marnus Labuschagne trapped LBW by an absolute snorter. You don't often use that term with a spinner unless it's a wrist spinner. Shane Warne used to bowl snorters and rippers, and
he bowled
bombs.
A lot of very good deliveries, didn't he?
but a left arm orthodox finger spinner.
Yeah.
I mean, he's bowled a snorter to Labuschagne, hasn't he?
Certainly has, yeah. That was a beautiful delivery. Just pitched on leg stump, straightened. As we see, Alex Carey's come to the crease. Arguably one of Australia's most informed players over the last year.
I'd like you to put me in front of somebody who will argue against that notion.
Yeah. he's in superb form, Alex Carey. Keeping as well as he's ever kept. Although he didn't keep today, interestingly.
Oddly. Here's Maharaj then, and Carey goes for the sweep, and up goes the finger. He's trapped him, LBW. Keshav Maharaj has 4, unless he reviews it successfully. Goodness gracious me. Carey sweeping the first ball. And, well, once again, Mitch Marsh is called upon from the non-striker's end to offer some advice. And I think Marsh has just shaken his head and gone, well, you might as well.
I think you're exactly right. You might as well. Look like hit him on the full, coming around the wicket. Maharaj.
And it's a fair delivery. We can have a look at front on, please.
This is absolutely extraordinary stuff.
Very full delivery from Maharaj.
Did it hit him on the full?
Almost, yeah, I think he almost sensed that this was what Carey was going to do.
Okay, looks like he's missed it.
It's very straight.
Looks like, yeah, it looks very straight.
It's half volley, isn't it?
It's a half volley, and it looks like it's just landed just in front of Alex Carey's foot.
Oh, I think he's going to... He'd be very lucky if this is reviewed.
The only thing that could save Alex Carey here is the fact that he's a long way down the wicket. That could be spinning past the leg stump.
Okay, clearly misses the bat. We can go for ball tracking when ready, please.
He is a long way forward, isn't he?
He's a long way down the wicket. That is the only thing that could possibly save him, Manners.
I think, do you know what? It's sort of hit it's landed on the pitch and his boot at the same time, but... He's going to be lucky to get away with this.
It's hitting.
It's hitting. It's hitting.
We'll go back
Alex Carey's gone for a first baller. And Keshav Maharaj. Well, you know what? There's some of the world's best fast bowlers who haven't produced spells as devastating as this. Keshav Maharaj, 2.3 overs, 4 for 5.
And ladies and gentlemen, Neil Manthorp's up and about here in the ABC comms box. But you're right, it's been an absolutely superb spell so far. It's got 4 for 5.
4 for 5? Exactly.
It's absolutely extraordinary.
Totally extraordinary.
And he's also on a hat-trick. Aaron Hardy striding out to the middle to meet his captain, his WA teammate, to face Maharaj, who is on a hat-trick. And is bowling absolutely superbly.
Australia have lost 5 for 15. It was 60 for none.
Yes.
This is, as you would often say, this is bonkers.
It is bonkers.
Just extraordinary. And it's Keshav Maharaj, who, by the way, was available and keen for selection in the T20 international squad. But coach Shukri Conrad explained that he wanted to try something different. Here is Aaron Hardy, hat-trick ball. Maharaj in, bowls. Aaron Hardy forward and defends it, pushing it square of the wicket on the offside. And, well, sense of relief, one-dot ball. It's very hard to explain. It's been fabulous spin bowling, but I think there's been some modest batting in amongst it, to be honest.
There's been some modest batting, but let's not take away at all from Maharaj. He's been excellent. He's mixing his pace up, changing his length.
And again, it's the flight, and this time it's Aaron Hardy who plays back when I think again it was full. We don't really normally want to be playing back to those sorts of deliveries, but my goodness me, what's Keshav Maharaj's
double wicket maiden
claim to fame? First Hindu to play for South Africa.
Is that right?
Yeah, and he's passed 200 Test wickets now. South Africa's leading wicket taker in Test cricket.
Leading spinner in Test cricket.
Sorry, yes, yeah. Passing Hugh Tayfield. It took 171 wickets.
Yeah. How many Paul Adams take? About 130, maybe?
134.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah. Here's Prenlin Subrayan, who comes from the same part of the world as Keshav Maharaj, both Durban boys. This one is turned away behind square on the leg side. And it's Subrayan once again up to the crease and turned away by Mitchell Marsh again out towards mid-wicket.
Would have liked to have seen Hugh Tayfield bowl in his day. Manners.
He was a prolific dot ball bowler as well. He holds a number of records, most maidens and that sort of thing. Chopped away out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary. It is Keshav Maharaj who's down there in the deep. In fact, South Africa have 3 spinners on this tour, all from Durban, all similar age, all sort of grew up together. Prenlin Subrayan as well. As it's flicked away out towards square leg. I actually meant to say Senyarin Mutasamy. Prenlin Subrayan and Keshav Maharaj, all from Durban and surrounds.
Yeah, right.
Next one, Subrayan and Mutasamy, both 30 now. Keshav Maharaj has turned a sprightly 36. Has his sights very firmly set on the next 2 World Cups, next year's T20 World Cup and then the 2027 50 over World Cup, which South Africa is mostly hosting, along with Zimbabwe and Namibia. This one just pushed square of the wicket on the offside by Aaron Hardy. He takes a single. My goodness, suddenly Australia are reeling. They had the stuffing knocked out of them by Keshav Maharaj. As Prenlin Subrayan in once again. I just want to read you Keshav Maharaj's figures once again. Yes. You just said double wicket maiden. That's right. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 5. And Australia, 5 for 79.
And the spin has worked wonders here. 8 overs of spin, 5 for 22 combined.
Matt Clinch doesn't want to come in and stop the rot. He's supposed to take over the commentary now, and he said, but you know why? Because he hasn't had a break. Because I've just done 7 overs and it's taken about 12 minutes.
They have flown through their overs, haven't they, the South African spinners?
It's just been the most extraordinary passage of play. Keshav Maharaj, what can he do now? And it's it's Aaron Hardy on strike. It drives that one down the ground to long off. Do you know, we just had a couple of television close-ups of Maharaj's face, and he's got this sort of cheeky look of disbelief on his face. He can't quite believe it himself. He has, but he really has bowled some absolute jaffers. And well, Aaron Hardy, why is everyone playing back to Maharaj? He goes right back onto his stumps, and it's a full-length delivery. I'm beginning to wonder. Maharaj was joking 2 days ago, and he said, "Yeah, well, I've developed a new ball. I've got a mystery delivery." He's a left-arm finger spinner. You know, how much mystery can there be? But he's saying, no, you might just see something a bit different. That's driven down the ground towards long off, and he had this. He's often got a cheeky smile on his face. I just thought he was winding us up. I still do. I still don't think he has got a mission. But
it's like Nathan Lyon. He always says he's got a new ball, and Warner used to bluff everyone.
Next one, defended by Aaron Hardy out towards cover. You can hear keeper Ryan Rickleton encouraging everybody. I mean, no one's short of a word at the moment. South Africa absolutely fizzing. Temba Bavuma now can't get to it at mid-wicket. The captain will be delighted that everything he's tried so far has worked out.
Absolutely, he'll be very happy. Temba Bavuma, very happy in particular with his spin twins.
South Africa got a slip in place now, not surprisingly. Maharaj in again, it's driven and sliced away through the offside. That ball spun across Mitch Marsh, and that's why it went in the air, but wide of the man fielding at cover. And the over comes to an end. Maharaj, that over took 60 seconds. You want me to carry on, Matt? You've not had a break. You haven't even had a chance to make a cup of tea. Anyway, Clinchy is going to take over. He might be able to stop the rot and see if he can get through a couple of maidens.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Manners. If I don't get back in now, I might not get back in at all, Dizzy.
I think you might be right.
5 for 83. Australia losing 5 for 15 in the space of 30 balls.
It's
Starting you over.
Really quite an extraordinary passage of play.
Into Mitch Marsh, the captain is still there as he defends back down the pitch. Australia 5 for 83. Sabrayan short, chipped in the air, and it's just wide of the fielder and backwards square leg. Bavuma was trying to move around. The umpire was awkwardly in the proximity as well, and the Australian fans are cheering a boundary because they've watched 5 wickets fall in the meantime. Hasn't this place become flat?
Certainly has, and all credit to South Africa. Credit where it's due.
Absolutely.
Led by Maharaj. I think Sabrayan's actually bowled really well as well. Doesn't have all the wickets next to his name like Maharaj does, but he's bowled very well.
Sabrayan, quicker delivery as he comes into Mitch Marsh. He pushes it back down the pitch, and Sabrayan does the fielding. 5 for 87. And you must think that Matt Kuhnemann is sitting there, the left-arm bowler for Australia, thinking, I can never get a look in Australian conditions. Quicker delivery from Sabrayan, and across goes Mitchell Marsh, trying to work it onto the onside, but it's fielded by Sabrayan as he moves around to his right. 5 for 87. South Africa are well and truly on top. 16 overs in. Marsh back, and this time playing off the back foot as he drives out into the gap through the covers, picks up a single as it's gathered in the deep by Berger. Australia 5 for 88 with Marsh 41 from 40 deliveries. The lone resistance at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of responsibility on the captain's shoulders here now. Aaron Hardy's got a lot of work to do here as well.
As he awaits this next delivery, slices it out backward a point. It's fielded at short third. And Hardy gets through for a single. He moves to 4. Australia 5 for 89 at the end of the 16th over. Marsh is on 41. Hardy on 4. Matt Clinch and Jason Gillespie with you on ABC Sport. So it's sort of worth just recapping what has taken place. So Travis Head was out for 27. Stumped by Rickleton from the bowling of Sabrayan. Then Marnus Labuschagne came out. All the intention. Marnus, we've waited to see you back in the national colours. Dropped for the West Indies series after the World Test Championship. He was out LBW for 1. Reviewed it. Unfortunately, hitting. Didn't have a leg to stand on. Then the tumbles that fell. Cameron Green out for 3. Bowled Maharaj. Josh Inglis out for 5. Bowled Maharaj. Alex Carey out. LBW. Maharaj for a duck. Here comes Aaron Hardy. Maharaj continues as he comes in and bowls to Aaron Hardy, who's back and across, pushing it out into the offside. And Maharaj has the figures of 4 for 9 in his 5th over.
It just looks like the Australians as well. They've struggled to pick up the length of Maharaj.
And he's through another one. Hardy has to lean forward, and his off stump is rattled. Australia are 6 for 89. As Aaron Hardy is out for 4, and Maharaj is having a career day, 5 for 9 in his 5th over.
This is an extraordinary piece of bowling or passage of play.
Just 49 one-day internationals, and Kishore Maharaj would never have played a game like this.
No, absolutely not.
It's like we're playing in the subcontinent. Australia are having nightmares of Muley once more, and the torment in which the Australian top order used to face. And I mean, that did rip and turn.
It did turn, yeah. Not a huge amount of turn, but just enough. And I think that's been the feature. It's not rapid turn that you're used to seeing on the subcontinent. It's just enough. It's like a bat width. It's enough to create indecision. And it looks like, for some reason, the Australians have had real difficulty judging the length that Maharaj has been bowling, because a lot of them have been playing back or trying to sweep in the case of Alex Carey. Josh Inglis and played back to a couple of deliveries that were quite full.
It'd be fascinating when we head out there for the post play to see the dewiness and whether the ball is just keeping lower. But we didn't see any of this in the T20 International.
No.
And South Africa just taking all the pace off, and Australia are just vulnerable.
They look very vulnerable here against the spin.
So Hardy out for 4 from 10 deliveries, and the drinks are coming out. Australia 6 for 89. Ben Dorshus is the new batter who comes out to join Mitch Marsh, who's on 41 from 40 deliveries. And just repeating, Kishore Maharaj, 5 overs, or 4.2 overs, 5 for 9.
This really is extraordinary, isn't it?
If they play a test match here, we'll have 4 spinners putting their hand up saying, give me a go. Nathan Lyon, Adam Zampa, Matt Kuhneman, they'll all be lining up. Glenn Maxwell will come out of retirement if the off-spinners are getting wickets like this. And that's probably the interesting conversation, this new chapter of Australia's one-day side without Steve Smith, without Glenn Maxwell, Tim David's off playing franchise cricket.
Yep.
And just the maturity, perhaps, and the leadership needed after a couple of early wickets.
Yeah, most certainly. It is a team. It's in a slight transition. There are a few players that are being managed, for better term of phrase. But ultimately, this is what Australia is, and there's some very good players, but they're being completely outplayed, outfoxed tonight by Kishore Maharaj.
297 all of a sudden was plenty. 6 for 89. Oh, it is incredible. So if you've just flicked on the radio or tuned into the coverage, wondering what happened in the cricket today, the first of the one-day internationals. Australia won the toss. Mitch Marsh decided to bowl first. Australia made a string of changes, given both these sides haven't played a one-day international since their Champions Trophy. Australia lost in the semi-finals to India. South Africa lost in the semi-finals to New Zealand. So Marsh, Green, Hazelwood, Hardy coming in for the Australian lineup. Well, South Africa were off to a promising start. Aidan Markram top scored with 82 from 81 deliveries. Ryan Rickleton 33. They had a 92-run opening partnership. Temba Bravuma scored 65. Matthew Britsky was able to score 57. A handy cameo from Mulder with 31. And Travis Head, the pick of the Australian bowlers, picking up 4 wickets. Australia in response, 6 for 89. Maharaj at the top of his mark, 5 for 9, 4.2 overs. The umpire waiting for the all clear to get play back underway. And the new batter is Ben Dorshus as he awaits Maharaj, a full delivery as he comes forward. And mistimed, it's fielded at mid-wicket. Expect there to be a bit more chirp amongst the field for South Africa. Maharaj in flight once more, Dorshus forward. Trying to flick it through the gap on the onside, but straight to the fielder Stubbs, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
Just changing his angle to over the wicket now. Started to Dorshus.
Markram in at slip. Short third, short fine leg. Deep mid-wicket, who's now moving around to a backward square leg. Long on. Mid-off, extra cover, and the fielder at deep cover. As this is a nice drive from Dorshus. A bit of a full delivery on that occasion from Maharaj. The one bad ball he's bowled so far in his bowling display, and it's given the treatment and sent to the rope for 4. Dorshus drives through the gap in the covers, and he's off the mark with that 4. Australia 6 for 93 in the 17th over.
Yeah, just over pitch there from Maharaj coming back over the wicket. Dorshus played it very nicely.
Maharaj in once more. Dorshus looks to repeat the deed. He drives not as well timed as it's cut off by Berger at mid-off. End of the over. Australia 6 for 93 in response, chasing 297 for victory. Thanks to Jason Gillespie, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport, on ABC local radio throughout Cairns, ABC Sport Digital, and via the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. A big hello and welcome to our listeners through BBC 5 Sports Extra. Stuart Clark comes and rejoins you on ABC Sport. What a turn, Sarfraz.
G'day, Clinchy. G'day, everybody. What a turn. What's happened? The wheel's fallen off. But I will say, some good bowling. You've got to give some credit to Maharaj. You've got to give some credit to Bruin. It's just been hard scoring and getting the ball to turn. No, getting the balls to straighten, pitch middle spin, pitch legs spin, hit off stump. Like, Marner's got a good ball.
Certainly did. Subrayan comes in, second delivery of the over as Marsh is able to play it down the ground to the fielder at long on to get off strike and pick up a single. As Berger does the fielding. Australia 6 for 95, Marsh to 42.
Yeah, Marsh, the only, the shining light, I suppose, for the Australian batting at the moment. He seems to have found a way and looks like he's hitting the ball quite nicely. Dwarsh's big job for him. 200 runs still needed. Big partnerships for the Australians now. Over 200 still needed in just over 30 overs. It's going to be a long night if the Australians get these.
Dwarshuis, Ellis, Zampa, Hazelwood still to come. Subrayan comes in around the wicket to Mitchell Marsh, who's, in fact, it's Dwarshuis, I should say, who's looking to drive into the offside. And it's cut off by Maharaj, who does the fielding.
Just getting his field right, that man. Ben Dwarshuis very strong over mid-wicket. That's where he likes to go. Seeing that man out there deep.
Subrayan around the wicket, angling in off stump, and it's defended by Dwarshuis. You can hear Rickleton and Markram behind the stumps in at slip. Looking for the one that skids on.
Well, that one there was the one when they're just quicker out of the hand. No turn, hitting the stumps.
Subrayan around the wicket. Dwarshuis big stride forward, hits in the air and it's dropped. The catch is put down by Maharaj at extra cover. It came to him quickly, but his hand to his mouth, he knows he should have gobbled that up.
He's in the wrong spot. He shouldn't be fielding there. Bavuma should be there. He's not happy standing at backward point. Is it a turning point, Clinchy?
Not sure. I can't even give you that. Subrayan comes in, keen to get a quicker one away, and this time Dwarshuis defends into the offside, and Maharaj, who's had one of those days, 5 for 9, has to come and apologise to his fellow spinner for putting down a catch.
Oh, I should have caught that. He almost tried to get out of the way of the ball. It looked like it got to him too quickly. He wasn't particularly paying attention. Next thing you know, ball's on the ground. So he'll be disappointed. South Africa will be disappointed. That would have been 7 for 94. And basically game over. It's game over. It's going to take a big effort for Australia to get these runs now. But, with Ellis, Zampa and Hazelwood to come, there's not a lot in the shed, is there?
No. One more, and I think Andrew Moore would have been his game set bingo. It feels like this is certainly going in a unfamiliar territory for the Australians. That being said, they had won just 3 of their last 11 one-day internationals. Maharaj starts a new over into Mitchell Marsh, tied in on the off stump, and it's defended out into the offside, and they take off for a single forward of cover.
Well, the other thing is that I can't see them bowling pace on. You'd imagine maybe Markram will bowl as well.
Yep.
Anyone else that can remotely bowl spin, they've bowled spin in the nets, you'll get a go.
Yep.
It won't be a case of let's get our quicks back on, because they got touched up early on.
Marsh to 43, Australia 6 for 95 as Dwarshuis awaits Maharaj and tries to turn it around the corner straight to the fielder Tristan Stubbs, who does the fielding at mid-wicket.
He really wants the Australians playing off the back foot as much as possible.
Maharaj in, Dwarshuis is trying to get forward and he drives this along the ground down to long on for a single. Dwarshuis to 5, 6 for 96. Can you think of any instances where a spin bowler took over in this? I mean, Shane Warne famously for Australia would turn games, but not in this fashion where you'd lose 5 for 15.
Not a left-arm orthodox finger spinner. You haven't seen a lot of that. Just bring the field up now. Really saying to Marsh, if you want to take that gap on, go for your life.
Maharaj in, Mitchell Marsh is happy to just hit it along the ground, down the ground, and pick up singles for the moment, just to rebuild a little bit of confidence. 6 for 98 as Marsh moves to 44.
Well, the Australians, they haven't got another option. They've got to just keep knocking it. They can't afford to lose another wicket. So Marsh can't afford to get out.
Interesting, they keep long on back as Dwarshuis hits this hard from Maharaj, straight down the ground. Fielder comes around from long on to chop it off. Just a single to see Dorcius move to 6. Australia 6 for 98.
Probably should have fielded that, Maharaj. Probably went through his hands again. You can see he's still thinking about that catch. He's been a little bit off this over. Just his concentration's gone.
Maharaj back of a length into Mitchell Marsh. Takes a big stride forward and defends it back down the pitch. The end of the over. 6 for 98 Australia after 19 overs. Dorcius on 6 and Marsh on 44. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. A crowd of just under 4,500 in for a Tuesday night here, and they're witnessing some sort of performance by the South African side.
Well, we were talking about his 297 enough. Well, they left 20 in the bank. Markram said, you know, we would have liked 320. 297 at the moment looks like about $1 million for the Australians. These two have got the ball on a string, into turn, drift, chances coming left and right.
Summarises has 1 wicket. He was looking for a second. The catch was dropped as he starts a new over into Ben Dorcius. Drives down the ground and Mullet does the fielding at long off. 6 for 99 Australia with Dorcius moving to 7. Start of the 20th over.
Interesting to see what Marsh does here, because you get this. He's not a type of guy that just wants to knock it around. He likes finding the boundary.
Yep. Spraying over the wicket, comes into Marsh, back and across. Plays it down the ground to Mullet once more at long on. So he moves to 45, so I'd imagine he'll get to 50 and then contemplate what to do next. But that's the 100 up for Australia for the loss of 6 wickets inside 20 overs. Who would have seen this?
Well, interesting that, you know, Marsh, I think his only option is to knock it around. And if he gets a bad one, try and hit it into the stands. He's strong enough to do that. Take the dot away. So they're trying to get Ben Dorcius to play around his front pad here and miss it.
Summarises around the wicket into Dorcius on the back foot. He punches this into the offside. Out to Brevis, who does the fielding in the deep. Australia 6 for 101. Dorcius moves to 8. He's handled it a little bit better than some of the batters above him, it must be said.
He looked a little bit more comfortable, hasn't he? Some of the batters have been reaching for it, and Hardy was reaching for his. Marnus got one, you know, trying to turn it on the onside.
Summarises in. Marsh is looking to free the front leg. Showed good composure as he just defended Tristan Stubbs, who does the fielding.
A good delivery that. He took all the pace off it and just floated it up there, hoping that Marsh would try and play a big, expansive drive.
Stubbs, the one field up forward of square on the offside, so Marsh back it across, looks to whip it down the ground, and Summarises gets down low and cuts it off. 6 for 101.
He's bowled well. He's bowled well here, Summarises. He's bowled beautifully.
Summarises 1 for 27 so far. In his 8th over to Marsh, bit more width, and he rocks back and just cuts this away. Backward, a point and past the fielder. It'll be cut off before the rope, but they'll turn and come back for 2. Marsh to 47. Australia 6 for 103. 20 overs completed. Maharaj about to bowl his 7th over, 5 for 17.
I tell you what they do. You don't get a break when these two are bowling. They're going at a rapid rate. They overrate. They're well about 40 overs by the second drinks break.
Well, Manners was making the joke that Dizzy was just keeping him company, that he couldn't get a word in, so he was just calling while the 2 offies were in, and thanks for sitting alongside me while I tell you what's going on. He said to Dizzy, you want to have a go at ball by ball, otherwise you're not going to get a word in.
It's going. They're bowling that quickly. Bang, bang, turn around, go. So they're just trying to force Ben Dorcius at the moment to hit balls where he doesn't. So they're bringing the fielder up at point and mid on, mid off for back, but
Maharaj starts a new over from the city end at Cazaly Stadium. Comes into Ben Dorcius and he's able to work this down the ground to long on for a single. So Dorcius to 9. Australia 6 for 104 at the start of the 21st over. Of the dismissals of Marnus Labuschagne out for 1, Cam Green out for 3, Josh Inglis out for 5, Alex Carey out for a duck. Which was the worst of them, did you think?
Well, that was the worst of them. There's some good bowling in there. Look, Alex Carey, interesting shot first up. That's his go-to. So
Maharaj into Marsh, pad and bat close together as he tries to drive it down too long off, but it's cut off. Some good fielding by Tristan Stubbs.
I'm going to say more good bowling than bad batting to some of that stuff. You know, maybe trying to work the ball onto the onside too much.
Maharaj around the wicket to Mitch Marsh, who's rocking back and hitting it hard into the offside. Beats the fielder. And that will race down to the rope for 4. Mouldered down low to his right. Couldn't cut it off. And it's a good counter-punching innings by Mitch Marsh as he watches them fall around him. He moves to 51 from 51 deliveries. Australia 6 for 108. And Mitch Marsh brings up his 20th half-century in one-day cricket.
Good innings that way, Mitch Marsh. The only shining light we've seen tonight for the Australian batting. He's played some nice shots, hit ball with plenty of power, as we know he can.
7 fours in his 51 from 51 deliveries as he comes forward to the next delivery from Maharaj, and off high in the black, defends into the offside.
Watching Markram warm up. I think he might be coming on here, mate. Is he standing at slip? Is that Markram?
Yep.
I think it is.
That's Markram at slip. Maharaj around the wicket to Marsh, who's back and across, using his feet to flick this wide of Temba Vavuma at mid-wicket and through for a single. So Marsh to 52, Australia 6 for 109. Josh Inglis hasn't got going so far. Like he missed game 2 with illness, but I mean, the uncharacteristic dismissals for he and Cam Green, probably two batters you'd expect a bit more out of.
They're better players than what they've showed, both of them. I think Inglis got out first ball in the last T20 game, sort of missed one that was a foolish delivery, he played back to. He got knocked over here.
Maharaj in to Dorshus, struck on the pad, but down the leg side. The end of the over. So 5 for 23 from 7 overs to career best for Kishore Maharaj. Australia 6 for 109, chasing 297 for victory after 21 overs. Dorshus on 9, Marsh is on 52. Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
And as we talked about, Aiden Markram's got ball in hand, taking the hat off. He's going to...
T20 international captain, no doubt we'll be saying to the one-day captain, I think Summarises could do with a break. Give me a go.
Give me the white pill. I can get the job done. So he bowls some handy off breaks.
Taken 20 wickets in one-day cricket for his 77 one-day international matches.
Probably doesn't bowl a lot, to be fair. He's a change bowler. When one of the bowlers gets the tap, bring him on for a few overs. So he's not a partner. Look, he's, well, I'm going to say like in the Travis Head mould, but Travis probably bowls a little bit more than Markram.
Travis Head took 4 wickets today, so Markram's thinking, why not me? He starts a new over. Marsh is back and across, pulling it out to deep backward square leg and through for a single to start the 22nd over. Mitch Marsh to 53. Australia 6 for 110.
Again, he's going to bowl his overs very quickly. He almost bowls it as he's letting it go. He's going backwards to his mark. Just getting the field set now. I think he needs the man at mid-wicket. He's very square, needs to be a lot straighter.
Long on, long off, deep mid-wicket as Markram comes in and Dorshus just defends into the offside. Bavuma does the fielding.
He's a bit flatter too. He's a bit faster through the air, Markram. He doesn't particularly try and turn too many. He's just looking for both batters to go on the back foot and try and work the ball away rather than play straight.
Markram comes in. Quicker delivery to Dorshus, who's able to drive off the back foot out to the fielder at forward point. Bravis does the fielding just for a single as Dorshus moves to 10 from 17 deliveries. Australia 6 for 111 in the 22nd over. 2 runs so far off this over from Aiden Markram. Comes in a Mitch Marsh, who hits this hard into the offside, dissects the 2 fielders. A point and backward point. And the Australian skipper is continuing to try and charge forward. 6 for 115. Marsh having passed 50, now moves to 57 for 55 deliveries.
Nice shot by Marsh, just giving himself a little bit of room, piercing that gap between backward point and third and a short third. Down that hill down there, races away across the boundary.
8 fours throughout Mitch Marsh's innings so far as Markram comes into Marsh. Mistimed as he drives into the offside and Markram races out to his left to do the fielding.
Moving that field, dropping that fielder out to deep point, bringing up the man from 40 or deep backward square leg, now coming inside the circle. He wants Mitchell Marsh to try and hit around the corner.
Markram trying to get the breakthrough of the Australian captain, who's back and hitting it into the pitch and takes off for a single. Stubbs does the fielding, moving around from extra cover. Marsh gets a single to move to 58 to close the over and to hang on to the strike. Australia 6 for 116. Dorshus on 10, Marsh on 58. Stuart Clark's with you. Neil Manthorp's coming back in. The Australians, for the moment, are living on a prayer.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus South Africa on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you very much indeed to Matty Clinch. And now Mitchell Marsh drives down the ground to mid-off. I mean, at least Ben Dorsius won't be feeling any pressure or weight of expectation. I mean, it's quite nice coming in at number 8. The top order having been blown away. You can't do any worse than all the batters.
Yeah, you got your bowlers, you got a wicket or two. Yeah, he's look. Ben Dorsius is a decent cricketer. Like, he hits the ball well.
Maharaj in again. There's a peel for leg before wicket as Maharaj spins one past the probing defensive bat of Dorsius, but for once not out.
Well, they were going to go. I like that fielder at mid-on there. It's just taken that single away from Dorsius. Now he's got to hit the ball somewhere else.
Maharaj in again. Swing and a miss from Dorsius. Nothing wrong with the shot from an aesthetic point of view. Just didn't make contact with the ball. Good-looking cover drive, though.
Yeah, look, nice technique. That fielder on that's fielding. So they've got a man sort of fielding just probably on a wicket across at short mid-on. Dorsius has hit a lot of balls to get off strike there. So they've taken that option away from him, which has automatically made him feel uncomfortable. And now he's trying to hit the ball to other parts of the ground where there are no fielders, which is not his strength. So it's actually good captaincy and good bowling.
Here's Maharaj, and that's down the leg side. It will be called a wide. Just making the point earlier that a very, very disciplined Australian bowling performance saw just 7 sundries conceded. South Africa have been considerably less disciplined. But Maharaj, that was his first indiscretion. As Dorsius now, well, flick drives this through the leg side, through mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. Maharaj captains his own team at provincial level when he plays provincial cricket and has captained South Africa, and you may or may not have noticed that Temba Bavuma, one of his strengths actually, I think, is delegation. Maharaj is that's almost caught by that man at short mid-on. That was in the air. He's there to stop the easy single from being taken, and Dorsius has almost chipped it straight to him. But one thing I love about Bavuma is he recognises moments. And this is Maharaj's moment, and he's put him behind the wheel.
Yep.
And said, "You drive.
Yeah, correct.
You have whatever feel." Because it was Maharaj who changed the field. He's been really very much in control of this spell, and a single off the last ball of the over. So
it's a good over, that. Just keeping it nice and tight, forcing Dorsius to play to the offside or flick it away through the onside. Almost picked up the wicket, half volleyed to the man at short mid-on. Markram will continue from the club end.
Maharaj is having his figures dented here. He had 5 for 13 at one stage. He's now got 5 for 28.
How many overs he was that? 8?
He's 8 overs. 8 overs with a maiden, that double wicket maiden from earlier. Aidan Markram's getting in on the act now with some of his own off spin, saving Prenlin Subrayan. He's also bowled 8 overs, 1 for 29. So
is there anyone else that bowls spin in the team?
Not seriously.
No.
No. Matthew Breitsley is a wicketkeeper normally. It's pushed away defensively by Dorsius.
What are you suggesting, giving him a role?
Well, no. I was just looking at, if anybody bowled even
like part-time off.
Well, Tristan Stubbs is bowls in the IPL.
Oh, well, there you go. He'll get a bowling.
Got an economy rate of 12, I think. Not that matters.
Is that a good or is that bad? Like that could be anything in the IPL.
He gets smashed. Yeah, he gets absolutely smashed. That's cut by Dorsius out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and they go through for a single. Do you know? I know that this sounds ridiculous, but that's okay. They don't pay me less for saying ridiculous things. Australia can still win this.
Absolutely, they can.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you see, so there's time. They've got time on their hands. They don't have to score at an intimidating rate. So it is going to require Mitch Marsh to score 150, though.
He's going to have to bat the whole... Oh, that's hit Dorsius on the helmet, isn't it?
Prenlin Subrayan has picked up in the on the leg side at mid-wicket and had a shy at the stumps. I think legitimately. I mean, oh, well, no, maybe not really. He was...
I hit him on the shoulder.
He was well in his ground, wasn't he? But Subrayan did apologise, and I think he was throwing it to the keeper.
He was throwing it to the keeper. That Dorsius tried. He almost slowed up in the line of the ball. Dorsius wasn't watching the ball. He was running to his spot where he had to make his ground, and it was just accidental.
Go on, Saucy.
So Aidan Markram in once again, and Dorsius plays defensively, pushing it straight back to the bowler.
Has Markram got the ability to throw one up? Because he's been very quick through the air. He's not really giving it any flight.
He may have the ability. I don't think he's going to do it, though. That's driven square of the wicket on the offside by Dorsius. So you can see 62 not out from Dorsius, 158 from Mitch Marsh.
I can see 60 odd from Dorsius. He bats well enough. You've seen he's got enough technique and enough skill to bat that period. Can he withhold from playing one of a big shot? Because he is a known hitter of the ball, and if he that's why I asked the question: does Markram have a slower delivery in him? Because if he does flight it up, Dorsius can hit it into the grandstand. He can also hit it straight up in the air. Yeah, the rush of blood. He doesn't. He bats 8 for a reason. He doesn't. He's not batting 4.
6 for 123, Australia. They were none for 60 after an opening stand between Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head, which looked like it was going to put Australia on course for quite a comfortable run chase, and then suddenly Keshav Maharaj took 5 wickets in 25 balls. So it's Maharaj continuing now from the city end.
Get the sense that man at mid-on is going to get a catch.
And Dorsius plays back. Everyone keeps playing back to Keshav Maharaj. It's peculiar. He's beating them all in the air. Maybe it's something to do with picking the flight up under the lights.
Maybe. They're all batting like Usman. Well, Usman takes his pads out. You've seen Usman bat like he plays back, but he gets all his pads and just uses his hands. Usman opens the batting, right?
Here's Maharaj once again. Then he looks like he's probably going to bowl straight through, finishes 10 overs. There's a slider now from Maharaj, slightly round arm and angled into Marsh.
I tell you what, it's good deception because his arm speed is not changing. It's all where his arm position is in his finger release.
Maharaj again, Marsh now again. It's a quicker one this time. Tries to chop it away through the offside and is beaten by the extra pace. Rickleton spills it behind the stumps. Absolutely outstanding day for Keshav Maharaj. Couldn't happen to a more decent cricketer as well. Pushed down the ground for another single by Marsh. It was in the air for a little while. Just momentarily it looked like Maharaj might have been able to get across and get his right hand to it, his weaker hand. Very unusual to see South Africa bowling spin from both ends, and 3 spinners now. Markram's into the attack and taking wickets and winning a game with spin outside the subcontinent. It's unusual to see them winning a game with spin in the subcontinent, but not what we expected here in Australia. 171 more needed off 150 balls. There was a time 15 overs ago where Australia were 20 runs ahead of the asking rate. They're now considerably behind the asking rate. Astonishing. Keshav Maharaj, 4.1 overs. That's 25 balls, and he had a fifer. Well, 6 for 126, Australia. Jason Gillespie's taken over from Stuart Clark alongside me, and he's definitely going to do some ball-by-ball soon, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to get a word out of him as Markram comes in. 3 spinners bowling for South Africa at the moment. That's a single out to extra cover.
Well, it's been excellent from the South African spinners. Aidan Markram at the innings break after his batting effort said that he felt the spin could play a real important role, and hasn't that been proven correct?
Here he is with the ball now. It's a low full toss. That's a gift for Dorsius, who drives it down the ground to Vian Mulder. We haven't seen Mulder bowl. He's the designated 5th bowler. So at the moment, Markram fulfilling that role. Impossible that Vian Mulder might not be required. That's driven square of the wicket on the offside. It's a handsome shot from Mitch Marsh. Out to Nondre Berger. I wonder how the the big fast left armer's feeling. Poor chap. 3 overs for 35. He got absolutely taken to the cleaners by Marsh and Head in that opening stand. 3 overs for 35. Off you go, son. Down there, fine leg. Thanks for your effort.
Bowled with some real zip though. Genuine pace.
Well, he's mid 140s and bowl high 140s. Yeah. I think he's quite touched 150. But
he's a nice bowler. Look, sometimes it's not quite your day. I think he just overpitched and offered a little bit too much width today, but you can tell he's obviously a fine bowler.
Aidan Markram in conversation now with. Well, he's in conversation with Tristan Stubbs. Sorry. Stubbo is a very, very popular member of the squad, hugely popular member of the squad, but I don't know what Aidan Markram was asking his advice on. Stubbs bowls a bit of very dirty off-spin himself, but hasn't done so for a while. Punched down the ground now by Mitch Marsh to long arms, fielded again by Mulder. They go through for another single.
Yeah, it's been very good. Markram's bowling some useful overs here for South Africa.
Here is Markram again, and Dwarshuis now drives down the ground. It's Brietska who fields at long on. He's not one of those guys that you know treats his bowling as part-time. It might be part-time, but it's full-time part-time.
Yeah. So what you're saying is he rates his bowling?
No, I wouldn't go that far. But he works hard at it.
Right.
He treats it seriously. That's you know he'd never go so far as to say I'm pretty useful or anything like that. Yeah. But you know if he can do a job and if he can help in whatever format it is, then you know he's only too happy to. But what I'm saying is that he bowls at every practice and does so seriously, not just you know turning his arm over. End of the over, and Australia still hanging in there. Having at one stage slumped to 86 for 89, they're now 6 for 131. And do you know what can often happen like in a situation like this is the captain's bowling options become all imbalanced. He suddenly finds that he's got 4 bowlers who've bowled 8 overs or more, and suddenly they've all going to have to bowl bits and pieces while another bowler, Vian Mulder, probably comes on at the other end. So your calculations go out of sync, don't they? It's, Keshav Maharaj is continuing, looking for a 6th wicket. I guess they feel another wicket might just tip Australia over the edge, but Maharaj now into his last over. So that the major threat will be gone after this over.
You can completely understand why Bavuma has bowled him through.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Pushed away, flicked away by Dwarshuis behind square on the leg side. I think mostly because Keshav Maharaj would probably refuse to come off. No, Skipper, I think we'll just go through.
Yeah, absolutely. Because just you get Marsh out and it's pretty much curtains for Australia.
Marsh now plays back again to Maharaj, tries to steer him away through the offside. And gets a bit too much bat on it. 6 for 135 as Maharaj in again, flighted that time, and complete change of pace. He bowls, that's driven through the extra cover region for a single by Marsh, and he will keep the strike at. It's not quite the end of the over, sorry, but you know they say. What was it? You know, hit 10,000 golf balls, or bowl 10,000 cricket balls, or hit 10,000 cricket balls. Something about 10,000 makes an expert, or something.
Oh,
pushed away at
10,000 hours.
10,000 hours, right? Yeah. Well, I tell you what, Keshav Maharaj has bowled at least 10,000 hours and 10,000 balls, and he's receiving. Well, not quite a standing ovation. There are a few people standing up, because he's finished his 10 overs, and all of his teammates have run over to him to sort of congratulate him, put his arm. That's a career best. It's his first fifer in his 50th one-day international. And my goodness, he bowled some absolute jaffers. He'd be the first one to tell you that, yeah, sometimes as a spinner you'll take 3 or 4 and they're all caught on the boundary. But not today.
Not today. He's been excellent today. Thoroughly deserves that fifer.
Nice.
On the back foot now, playing defensively, Mitch Marsh. By the way, 3 clean bowled, 2 LBW. So not one caught on the boundary.
He's done particularly well.
Here is Aidan Markram now continue. There you go. He's floated one up, and he's been slog swept over square leg for 4. It's not quite a slog sweep, but it's more of a pickup sweep.
Good awareness from Mitchell Marsh, knowing that square leg, just behind square leg, is actually up inside the circle. The deep men on the leg side are out of mid-wicket and long on. So I identified that there was an opportunity there, just had to get it over the top of that man at square leg.
Marsh quietly, he's gone on to 72.
He's played very well. That's a 50 partnership for Marsh and Dorcius.
And Marsh's 72 have come from 72 balls, so he's kept scoring despite the carnage at the other end. He now steps back and cuts one with great vigour and determination, but not timing behind square on the offside. I think that there's a bit toe-endy, and well, he comes back for the second run, but it was chopped up in the air. The square leg umpire is actually at point rather than square leg at the moment. Aidan Markram is in once again, pushed away defensively. Just looking at Matt Clinch to see whether he's got his power cable for this godsend of a little iPad, because the scoreboard becomes really unreadable under floodlights this time of night, and low batteries just flashed up. We might not need it, Matt. We could have probably got by on the last 20%, but seeing as you've got your cable here, and 19 to Dorcius, so it's been good work from him. I mean, everybody keeps you've said, Dizzy, everyone says, you know, this guy can play, as Stu Clark said, but he is at number 8 for a reason. But number 8s are expected to bat, and he is doing so very well. Marsh 74, Dorcius 19. Next one is last ball of the overs defended. Keshav Maharaj, by the way, final analysis, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 33. Those 5 wickets came in the space of his first 4.1 overs. The dew doesn't seem to, or it's late. I was going to say the dew, it doesn't seem to have arrived, Dizzy. It was really quite dewy on Saturday night, but that's a weird thing about dews. It can be unreliable. Sometimes there's a lot of it, and sometimes it doesn't land.
I think that's the first. Have you ever used those 2 words together, unreliable dew, in your life, in your commentary career? Unreliable dew.
I fear not. I fear not. Well, imagine if you were able to rely on it. Yeah. I mean, there are times that, you know, grounds have reputations. It's something to do with the pressure.
The atmosphere.
Air pressure.
Yeah, okay.
I think something to do with that. I think low pressure means more dew.
Right.
I think.
I'm not sure.
Okay, here's an Andre Berger back into the attack. Left arm quick and steered away. And his expensive evening continues. That's another 4. Very nicely played by Ben Dorcius, behind square on the offside. Just a little bit of width outside the off stump, steered away past Markram at backward point. That's a lovely shot.
It is a very nice shot from Ben Dorcius, and as you quite rightly said, it wasn't that wide, that delivery. Just a good execution of a shot, using the pace of Berger.
Of which there is plenty.
Yes, there certainly is.
Dorcius 23 now from 35 balls. That one is again cut in the air past the same region, past Aidan Markram, and the dive, the chase and dive in vain from Prenel and Sabrayan. He's got a hand to it, but it's just knocked it onto the rope. So back-to-back 4s, and Australia are fighting back in really rousing fashion. Dorcius, it's interesting, Mitch Marsh seems like twice in the last couple of overs he's sort of walked towards Dorcius as if he wants to have a chat, and then he's changed his mind for some reason. I can just let him get on with it. Defended now nicely by Dorcius, just standing in the crease and almost ending up chest on rather than side on, just punching it back. And sometimes you need to do that, don't you, as the senior player, the captain, whatever, and just you know, you're keen, you're thinking, I'd really rather he didn't do that, or he did. I wish he'd do a bit more of that. But that sometimes you just got to let him get on with it.
Sometimes you just got to let them play, let your partner play.
Those 2 fours have taken the score at 6 for 146. Remember, the target is 297. So about halfway and 6 down, but it's a lot better than it was 45 minutes ago. It's steered away by Dorsius again out towards Brietska, fielding on the cover boundary. 6 for 147. 23-24 now to Dorsius, 74 to Mitch Marsh. Only one other wicket taker for South Africa, and that's their other specialist spinner, Prenelin Subrayan, 1 for 29 from his 8 overs. Maharaj finishing with a career best 5 for 133. We have for Marsh now with a long leg, third man, deep square leg as well, as Berger is in to him, and that might have been a slow ball bouncer, I think. Mitch Marsh back and across. I think he might even have picked it because he just tucks it away on the leg side for a single. Have there been any signs of strike manipulation at all between these two, or they just got on with it?
I think they've just got on with it. That was a good execution of the slower ball, 120 k's an hour. It's a talented bowler, this lad. I know he's gone for a little bit of tap tonight, but you can see the quality there.
Hard worker too, and he's had his injury problems, more than his fair share of injury problems, stress fractures and the like, years out of the game. But he's and in fact for the last 4 months he's been gently working back towards full fitness. Last ball of the over produces another single, and now Dorsius and Mitch Marsh have a chat. I think this was initiated by Dorsius, however. He's come strolling up to have a chat to his skipper, and didn't have a long chat, but ended up with the gentlest of baby glove punches.
Little glove punch.
144 off 126. A few years ago, you'd have said, especially 6 down, no chance. Let's call it off and let's have an early evening. But the game has changed profoundly, even in the last 10 years, never mind the last 25. Aidan Markram continues now to Dorsius. Why? I just think, Dizzy, that, you know, it's like South Africa have 3 or 4 very, very fine bowlers who can't bat. I mean, is there any excuse for it these days? Markram pushed out towards extra cover.
There's no excuse to not practice and improve. If you're a full professional cricketer, part of your job is to be the best you can be in all the disciplines.
Here's Markram around the wicket. Dorsius drives sweetly out towards extra cover, and they go through for again another easy single. I just think that I mean, yeah, sure, in years gone by there were practical reasons, like you couldn't practice because you didn't have like net bowlers and those dog ball throwers, and people who can come and throw balls at you so you can practice. This one is pushed out through extra cover, another single. It's classic middle overs batting now from Australia mostly. So in the old days, all the bowlers would bowl to all the batsmen, and then a few of the batsmen might reluctantly bowl a bit of filth to the bowlers. So they you know,
nice ball,
some gentle medium pace or some off spin mostly. And so the bowlers never really improved. The next one is defended by Dorsius. But it's all changed. You know, professionalism is exactly what it purports to be. And so really bowlers should be able to bat now, like Dorsius is.
There's also personal pride as well. I know as a player, I didn't want anyone to say, like, if I'd failed with the bat, oh, you could have worked harder. You could have put more time and effort into your batting. So I think you want to help your team in any way you can. I wasn't a very flash fielder, but I worked at my fielding. I was never particularly fast or particularly good at catching or throwing, but you owe it to your team to give it your best shot. You know?
It was the motto of the great late Bobby Simpson, wasn't it? So there's absolutely he said in the 1970s there's no excuse not to be proficient in at least 2 of the 3 disciplines, and he was exceptional in all 3.
He was.
Well, you know, people tend to forget about how good his leg spin was because his catching and batting was so good, and fielding. But 350 first-class wickets. Now, Nandre Berger continues trying to tidy up his figures, trying to bowl just 1 decent, or at least tidy over. 4 overs at a cost of 46 so far from the left-arm seamer. Ben Dorshus now has 30. Mitchell Marsh has 76. And these two have taken the score from 6 for 89 to 6 for 155. So 66 runs they've added so far as Berger is in once again and pushed out towards extra cover. I must say that often in a situation like this, when the opposition are 6 for 89 and you're the bowling side, it's human nature to subconsciously to take your foot off the accelerator, but I don't think that's happened. I don't get the sense that's happened. I just think it's you know, a committed fight back.
Yeah, it's been some good batting. There's no doubt about that.
Here's Berger again to Marsh on the back foot, cuts it away. A cut shot, the bat angled about 45 degrees. It's Devolt Brevis who dives to his left to do the fielding. What an international, an ODI debut innings from Brevis. 6 out.
It really was extraordinary,
2
wasn't
balls.
it? And he could well have been 12 off 2 balls in his first 2 deliveries.
It was unusual. He's hit the first one over long off and then caught it long on. Cut away by Marsh once more, this time bottom edge, thick bottom edge, down towards long leg. Sabrayan does the fielding down there in the deep, or is it, sorry, it's Lungi Ngidi. What are these very large bugs that are flying around the floodlights?
Bugs.
Well, they look like the size of small birds. They're enormous.
They are big.
Huge things. I wouldn't like to get one of those tangled up by mistake. And that's short and pulled by Dorshus out towards mid-wicket. Diving, tumbling stop from Tristan Stubbs. It is usual to have a variety of bugs and moths and things attracted to the floodlights, but this being Australia, the bugs are 3 times the size of anywhere else, and they are huge. There were more of them when the floodlights were first turned on at just after sunset, but I think a lot of them have realised that there's no reward for them flying around. That's fielded by Matthew Brietska as Dorshus cuts once more out on the offside. Very, very fine fight back by South Africa after Keshav Maharaj's career best. 5 wickets in 25 balls this after South Africa made 296 for 8. We've been entertained tonight, Jason Gillespie, whatever the result.
We certainly have been. It's been a remarkable game of cricket, really. I think we all agreed that we felt that maybe South Africa were, 20-30 runs shy.
Yeah.
But then obviously that stunning spell of bowling from Maharaj just changed the course of this game.
Aidan Markram continues with his off-spin. I don't know whether that's defended straight back to him by Dorshus. I don't know whether South Africa would admit it. Probably not immediately after the game anyway. Maybe to themselves, but probably not publicly. It might take a little while, but I think they know that they were short as well. And there's another one from Markram, off-spinner, defended by Dorshus, no run. And I think that's why Stubbs and Brevis were out playing shots that they did. I think they realised that, they only had 230 on the board with 10 overs to go, when all indications were that it was a 300-plus pitch. But there was no accounting for Keshav Maharaj. Next one from Markram once again. Just a single from to Dorsius, pushing it back down the ground. 31 to Dorsius now, 77 to Mitchell Marsh, 6 for 157. And once more driven down the ground, this time by the right-handed Mitchell Marsh, who's he's been the epitome of calm. At least he's looked calm, which is, I think, half the art of captaincy, whether you're batting or in the field. So Markram is in once again, beats Dorsius outside the off stump, and there's an appeal for a stumping, but it's a speculative one and not a confident one from Ryan Rickleton.
Chris Gaffney is still taking it upstairs
review for
just to check.
I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery.
I'm a bit with you, Manners. I don't think
best
this is
side
out.
on, please.
It didn't even look like his back foot had moved. Well, he has dragged it out of the crease, actually. Talk us through it, does he?
Ooh, it's close. It's incredibly
just roll
close.
that back, please. And roll the foot
a
nice
lot
and slowly.
closer than we thought. Ben Dorsius was just out of his crease.
Okay, I've got the foot grounded, and as before the bails come off, so we can go to the big screen with my decision.
He's safe, but a bit closer than we thought, Manners.
Yes, it was. It was. I've always thought that slow motion replays are particularly unflattering to wicketkeepers. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
It seemed to take an age, and yet it didn't in real life.
The stumps. Yeah. It was quick. It was quick work from Ryan Rickleton.
Exactly, but in slow motion, it's like, come on, get on with it. Move. Pushed away by Dorsius down the ground. It's very, very good. Very good, solid middle overs batting this from Australia. Mitchell Marsh and Ben Dorsius doing a terrific job of keeping their team back, keeping them in the game. 78 to Marsh. Ben Dorsius has 32. A few minutes ago, Matty Clinch said that Australia were living on a prayer. Well, he's back. They're still 6 down, and the prayer lives on. He'll be with you in a sec.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus South Africa, live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Thank you, Manners. Great to have you out in Australia. As the Aussies are 6 for 180, 6 for 160 as I put my binoculars up after 32 overs. Dorsius on 33, Marsh on 78. Jason Gillespie, hello.
Hello, Clinchy.
Can we see some sort of counterpunch here as South Africa have had the breakthroughs early, and now Berger back into the attack from the city end here. Starts his 6th over. Comes in, bowls to Dorsius, who chips it straight to the fielder. A short mid-wicket who takes the catch. Tristan Stubbs couldn't believe it, that trying to rock back and pull, mistimed it, popped straight up to him, and he takes a comfortable catch. Australia a 7 for 180, and Dorsius is out for 33.
Berger a bit bowling into the pitch. Ben Dorsius, it looked like it just held up a little bit. And all he succeeded in doing was hitting it straight to Brevis at mid-wicket. Looked like it just held up in the surface a touch, but it's a good knock from Ben Dorsius, giving Australia some hope. 33 of 52 balls.
3 fours in his innings. Unfortunately, his cameo comes to an end. Mitch Marsh is still there on 78, and it brings out the man who Jason Gillespie said would be #1 pick in his T20 international side, Nathan Ellis, #1 ticket holder.
I said he'd be in my first team for sure, one of the first picked in the team, as I believe he just gives Australia so many options. He can bowl in all the phases.
You might have said one of the first picked. I might have misquoted you there, but he's certainly, in your eyes, a fan favourite.
I believe he's in Australia's best T20 side. So that's with all Australia's players available. I think Nathan Ellis makes that team.
So Ben Dorsius caught Brevis from the bowling of Berger, out for 33 from 52 deliveries, 3 fours. Australia now 7 for 160, chasing 297 for victory. Brings out Nathan Ellis to the middle. He's been able to get Australia out of some tricky spots, but this is going to take his absolute best. As he awaits Berger, who starts from the city end, full delivery, and defended in the end by Ellis, digging out the Yorker.
We easily would have predicted that was going to be his first ball. Fast, full and straight to Australia's number 9. Bowls with real pace. He's gone for a few runs tonight. But
not a surprise he hasn't played more one-day international cricket, just his 6th one-day international. But when you think of Kiso Rabada and Geedy, it's a hard side to crack into. Berger comes in. Ellis trying to get it away into the offside. Can't time it, and Brevis comes in to do the fielding.
But Manners also mentioned that he has had his share of injuries for a young guy, and stress fractures and the like, which obviously has had an impact on how many games he's played. But you're right. I mean, some of the great bowlers that South Africa have had over the last little while as well, probably been good competition for places. No doubt about that.
No David Miller, no Klaasen for South Africa tonight. No Jansen as this next delivery from Berger, trying to work it away. Ellis is fielded at mid-wicket. Stubbs does the fielding. 7 for 160 in the 33rd over.
And there are a couple of other bowlers that are missing. Gerald Coetzee and Antrick and Nokia.
Nokia.
So there's been a few players that would play in this side were they available.
It's what makes the World Cup so special. We rarely see national sides best 11 when it comes to one-day internationals. There's an inside edge. French cut by Nathan Ellis to get off the mark. It's fielded down at fine leg. Gathered by Summarises, and 7 for 160 in the 33rd over.
It's the challenge that all countries face, is which games, which series do you prioritise? Like, obviously, Australia have identified that with the Ashes coming up, a couple of their key players, namely Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, they're missing from these series to keep them as fresh as possible.
Berger 6 overs, 1 for 49 as he comes into Mitchell Marsh, who gets a leading edge. It balloons out on the offside but lands short of the fielder at backward point, Aidan Markram. The end of the over, Australia 7 for 161 after 33 overs. Ellis is on 1, Marsh is on 78. Matt Clinch and Jason Gillespie with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Australia got off to a promising start. Travis Head was out for 27. At that stage, they were 1 for 60. They would then go on to lose 5 for 15 as Kishore Maharaj took over and claimed his first ever fifer in international cricket. So 5 of the top 6 from an Australian point of view. Labuschagne was out for 1, Green out for 3, Inglis out for 5, Carey out for a duck, and Hardy out for 4. Ben Dorsh's the last to fall out for 33 from the bowling of Berger. But Kishore Maharaj, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 33. A night he certainly will never forget in Cairns, as South Africa made Cazaly Stadium feel like Mumbai. Aidan Markram keen to continue from the club end here at Cazaly Stadium. Comes in and bowls to Nathan Ellis, who struck on the pad, and they scamper through for a leg by. 7 for 162. Umpire says no, there was a little bat on that.
Have a look.
I think they're having a look.
So I didn't see the gesture for leg buys.
No, but Bavuma has called for it.
So they're going to send this upstairs, and Richard Illingsworth will talk us through it as they have a look.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. Original on-field decision is not out. If we can, I've checked the feet placement, it's fair delivery. If we can look at front on, please.
As we're just waiting for the big screen to show us the replay here. There's no TV feed, so Richard Illingworth is relying on the same feed we get.
Okay, just rock that back.
It's relatively close if Ellis hasn't got an inside edge on it.
Close to the inside edge. Can we have a look at Snicko, please?
I don't think he's hit this.
If he hasn't hit this, this is going to be close. Well, might have just done a bit too...
Just rock that back, please.
So the umpire hasn't called leg by, so he thought he hit it. It's close to the glove as well, but I think it clears the outside edge, the inside edge, I should say.
Ooh. On my back on.
There's a little spike down Snicker.
Yeah.
These ones tricky.
Okay, just go. Okay, I've got it. Just hold it when that first spike comes up, please. Go back.
So he's getting a spike on the freeze frame, which is not indicating it's hit the edge, which adds to the confusion.
Yeah, that's right. It's a tricky one here for Richard Illingworth.
Stuart Clark's is not out.
Although I've got roll through, I've got murmurings, but I've got a gap between bat and ball. Okay, so we're going to go for ball tracking when ready, please.
Ooh, this could be close.
Okay, it's umpire's call. So we'll go back to Sam on field to stay with his original decision of not out.
So hitting the top of leg, umpire's call is the decision. And a deep breath from Nathan Ellis, who survives. Haven't heard that one too often. I've got murmurings in the background in terms of the snicko, but a gap between the ball and the bat. Australia 7 for 162. Markram comes in. Mitch Marsh is back, pulling. Playing it out to the fielder in the deep. Deep mid-wicket, through for a single. As Marsh moves to 79 from 85 deliveries. 7 for 163.
Nice, Markram.
How does Mitch Marsh's mindset change now that he's down to...
He needs to take the majority of the strike, that's for sure.
Markram firing it into the stumps of Nathan Ellis. Just dribbles out onto the onside backward of square, and Geedy does the fielding.
He will trust Nathan Ellis. Nathan Ellis can hold a bat. I think if he loses Nathan Ellis, then I think you'll see him farming the strike.
Markram flights his next delivery. Big stride forward from Nathan Ellis. Bat and pad close together as he defends back down the pitch. Of course, we saw Glenn Maxwell do in the T20. No singles required when he was batting with Adam Zampa. Stay down there, thanks.
Zampa was never facing a ball, was he?
Markram comes in. Ellis is trying to turn this onto the onside, but straight to the fielder. Does the fielding at mid-wicket. There was that one in the penultimate over where Zampa thought he hit it reasonably well. He ran halfway down the pitch and then realised Maxie hadn't left his crease. He wasn't moving. Last ball of the over. He was taking the strike in the last over and took to the last 2 balls to hit the winning runs. Aidan Markram, right arm over the wicket, comes in. Full delivery to Nathan Ellis, who digs out his last ball of the over, pushes it in the offside. And Tristan Stubbs does the fielding. Australia 7 for 163 after 34 overs. Nathan Ellis 1 from 9 deliveries. Mitch Marsh is 79 from 85. And Aidan Markram has the figures of 7 overs, none for 29. Thanks to Jason Gillespie, Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport via ABC Local Radio in Cairns, ABC Sport Digital, streaming on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button, and of course through BBC 5 Sports Extra. And Stuart Clark rejoins you. Hello, Clarkie.
G'day, Clinchy. G'day, everybody. We're getting towards the end of this one-day international fixture. Australia in a tough predicament now. What do? Do they... Well, Mitch Marsh has got to do everything, basically. He's going to have to score at least 170 for us to win. Nathan Ellis is going to have to hold up his end. And then Zampa and Hazelwood to do a job towards the end. So it's going to be a big ask. Mitchell Marsh has got big shoulders, so maybe he can get the job done.
He's going to have big shoulders as Berger continues. Short ball pulled away by Mitchell Marsh in front of square, and
oh, we're not taking it.
In the end, we're not taking the single, which is interesting at the start of the 35th over. Marsh is 79 from 86 deliveries, and deciding if there wasn't 2 on offer, he wasn't interested.
I don't think he can get 2 there. That'd be a risky man to try take that on. He may. Look, he'd have run a big dive and whatnot, perhaps misfield. But yeah, it would have been a big ask to get back for 2.
Berger 7 overs, 1 for 49. Short ball pulled away by Mitchell Marsh. Gets it high in the air out to deep mid-wicket. This won't reach the rope, but they will come back for 2. As Brevis does the chasing in the deep. Races around to his left with Bavuma coming the other direction. Marsh gets his 2. He moves to 81. Australia 7 for 165 in the 35th over.
Berger's got to be careful here because he's bowled 2. Mitchell Marsh didn't hit the first one well. Hit the second one okay. You get the sense if he gets another one, he may deposit into the school behind the ground.
South Africa only hit 3 sixes in their innings. As Berger comes in to Mitchell Marsh, who's looking to rock back and pull. Plays it down to Sabrayan, who does the fielding at backward square leg, who's on the rope. Marsh once more decides not to take the single.
He got a good bit of zing on them. He's bowled 140s, so that's he's getting up to around about that 90, 140.5, I think I saw on the board. That's getting up into the 90 mile an hour territory, which is sharp. Mitchell Marsh holding his own though.
7 for 165. Australia need 132 runs from 93 deliveries. Berger short once more. Pulled away by Marsh. Right down to that fielder, Sabrayan, who parries it around the rope. Kept it alive. Marsh calls back Ellis for a second. He's run into the danger end, and with his head down, he comfortably gets home. Sabrayan's throw was behind Rickleton, the keeper, and the local crowd here in Cairns employing Mitch Marsh to try and run the 2s and take every run that's on offer.
Sabrayan's going to have to bowl his final 3 overs. I think he's got 3 left.
2
left.
8 overs, 1 for 29.
So he'll get a Markham will probably bowl out and he'll come on after that.
Markham 7 overs, none for 29. Berger short once more and Marsh ducks underneath. A wide is called by the square leg umpire.
Tell you what, he's good old-fashioned toes and nose here going on, isn't there? He's testing out the middle of the pitch.
Yep.
Feverishly bouncing them in there, and Marsh. Good play with the short ball, Mitchell Marsh. You want to make sure you get the height right, otherwise you're going to get sent. Oh, geez, he's probably right, but geez, that was a close call.
7 for 168 in the 35th over. Marsh awaiting Berger on 83. Oh, good delivery outside the off stump, and Marsh is starting to free the shoulders.
He swung hard at that. Wow. Do a intercostal swinging that hard.
Yes, well.
Swinging that hard. Oh, an outside off stump. Marsh having to drag it to the offside. Ellis coming down and giving him some words of advice. Watch the ball.
Yep.
Don't try and hit it so hard.
Do you say anything to your skipper after a shot like that?
Good shot. Keep going.
Keep your head down. Connect with the next one.
Don't throw your dig away.
Fine leg, deep backward square leg for Mitchell Marsh, who's awaiting Berger short. Marsh looks a pull. Taken by Rickleton behind the stump. So the tactics are pretty obvious by both. Marsh is looking to clear the rope. Berger's looking to bowl short. The end of the over. And a good one once more for South Africa. 7 for 168 after 35 overs. Marsh on 83 from 91 deliveries. Ellis on 1.
Well, I think they're using the width of the ground. They're saying, all right, that's the longer part of the ground, so you're going to have to hit it well. Marsh, I'm not sure he's particularly worried about the distance. He's strong enough and hits the ball cleanly enough, times it well enough to clear the ropes. What he doesn't want to do is he obviously doesn't want to let Ellis on strike. I think they're a bit worried about the pace of Berger and get one through his defences and knock over the pegs. So.
Five
bit of cat and mouse, won't it?
Yeah, last over from Berger. On the SMS, 0467 920 222 if you want to get in touch with us. Mayhez says, the deeper this game goes, the better it gets. As Markram starts a new over. Nathan Ellis trying to get off strike, pushes it into the onside, and it's fielded by Maharaj, who moves around to his right.
Yeah, it's getting better. I think the gap's widening, though, between balls left and runs required, which is always a challenge.
Markram in, flights his next delivery to Ellis, who's forward and hitting it along the ground to Bretsky, who does the fielding at mid-off.
Been tidy, hasn't he, Markram? I mean, got through his overs at a rapid rate. We're into the 36th over here, 37th over, I think.
None for 29, good for TV broadcasters. Full delivery, which is flicked away by Ellis. Down along on for a single. He moves to 2. Australia 7 for 169 in the 36th over.
I wonder if Marsh now tries to take the long the long end here and try and clear the rope a couple of times to try and get that gap down. Hard to hit Markram. He's been flat and quick.
Long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket. Quicker delivery on off stump. He looks to free the front leg and this time plays it straight to Tristan Stubbs. Deep cover. So the four fielders in the deep on the rope for Mitch Marsh as he tries to accelerate this run rate. Markram comes in. Marsh hits it in the air out towards that fielder at deep mid-wicket. It's wide of him. And into the rope for four.
Yeah, got too short then, Markram, and Mitchell Marsh just jumped inside the line, and the man out in the deep is at sort of squarish deep mid-wicket. That one went over the square leg umpire's head, and no one in that part of the ground stopping anything.
So Marsh to 87 from 93 deliveries, 7 for 173. Markram into Mitch Marsh. Hits it along the ground, this time down to long on. Takes the single. The frustration from Markram through the effects mine. 7 for 174. After 36 overs, Marsh holds onto the strike. He's 88. Ellis is on too. Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
And the drinks are coming out onto the field as we speak, the little cart, and the fielders are pausing for a quick break. Recap and reassess. I think the Australians will be thinking about, or Mitchell Marsh will be laying down some instructions of how we're going to go about this. Ellis, his job is to just hang in there, and the same will apply for Zampa and Hazelwood, and you'd imagine Marsh is going to do a bulk of the scoring.
Australia won the toss. They elected to bowl first and had South Africa. Well, they posted 8 for 296 in the one-day series opener from Cairns. That's the highest one-day international total posted at this venue. This is just the 6th one-day international we played here. Australia have won the previous 5. Half centuries to Aidan Markram on 82, Captain Temba Bavuma on 65, and rising star Matthew Bretsky with 57. Travis Head was the pick of the Australian bowls with 4 for 57 from 9 overs. His second best bowling figures in one-day internationals, while Ben Dorshus picked up 2 wickets. Australia made a positive start before Travis Head was out for 27. Australia were 1 for 60 after 8 overs before Kishore Maharaj ripped through the Australian top order for his first fifer in one-day international cricket in just 26 balls. He removed 5 of Australia's top 6 batters. Marnus Labuschagne was out for 1. Cameron Green was out for 3. Labuschagne was LBW. Green was bowled. Inglis was bowled for 5. Carey was out LBW to Maharaj for a duck. Aaron Hardy was out for 4, bowled by Maharaj. And Ben Dorshus was the last wicket to fall. Caught Brevis from the bowling of Berger for 33. So best figures for Kishore Maharaj. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 33. While Berger with 1 for 54 from his 7 overs. Ngidi, none for 21 from 3. Sabrayan, 8 overs, 1 for 29. And Aidan Markram, 8 overs, none for 35. The refreshments come out for the South African side, and the Australian batters have a bit of a conversation between Mitchell Marsh and Nathan Ellis.
I was just showing the highlights of the wickets and the dismissals here. Marnus gets 1 to 2. Interesting, Travis Head, he ran down Mitchell, Cameron Green, and all pitching sort of middle, hitting the outside of off stump. So you can see the ball turning a little bit. Inglis probably giving himself too much room there and exposing his stumps. He does play that shot though, so hard to be critical when it comes off and then when it doesn't come off. But interestingly, with Travis Head's stumping, the ball actually hit the stumps. So Travis Head came down the wicket, missed it.
Yeah.
The ball clipped off stump. Bales didn't fall off, but he was out stumped.
Yeah.
So you don't see that a lot where the ball clips the stumps and no Bale falling off.
No, you're right. And there was sort of a bizarre moment in the South African innings where they lost 3 wickets in the space of about 15 balls, where Tristan Stubbs was out for a duck. Dewald Brevis came in, hit a 6 off his first ball and then was out the next ball. And that was off the back of Matthew Bretsky, who was out for 57. So the improving South African young gun. And on the SMS, 0437 774 774. The Traralgon Tiger says Stewie was smart enough to try and give any batting advice to anyone unless they batted after him. That's from the Traralgon Tiger. So
100%. And hence I said, good luck, watch the ball, and I'm going to stand down this end and you do all the scoring.
Start of a new over. Berger comes in, bowling to Mitchell Marsh, who plays it into the offside, and Brevis does the fielding. Samuel from Brisbane Hey guys, enjoying the call as always. Been listening all day today while studying for uni.
Oh,
thanks, Samuel. Great to have your company.
What subject there, Samuel? Are you studying something complicated? Brain surgery?
Stewie's probably not a bad phone a friend when it comes to the amount of stuff he's talking on his phone as we're all talking rubbish.
Brain surgery, I'm not sure about that.
The bugs are moths which are being chased by birds. That's coming through on the SMS after Manners made that comment, and Mitchell Marsh is out. So the ball comes through from Berger. Marsh looking to get on the attack. Unfortunately, that's the end of the Australian captain's innings. Then Australia lose their 8th wicket. They're 8 for 174. And that might be the last hope, which is now gone.
Yeah, that's the last hurrah you would have thought. Mitchell Marsh, good innings. Well-compiled innings with the only mainstay of the Australian batting order. Top edge on one, flies through to the wicket-keeper. And the short ball tactic has worked. Mitchell Marsh has been dismissed. Quality innings from Mitchell Marsh, a good captain's knock, but unfortunately it's going to be not enough for the Australians. He's dismissed for 88 of 96 deliveries. And the Australians now lose their 8th wicket as Adam Zampa makes his way to the middle.
10 fours in that 88. And when you think the next highest score is Ben Dorshus with 33, Travis Head with 27 on a night in which Australia could have folded like a pack of cards. The captain at least tried to put some credibility on the scoreboard.
Have a think, and if you think about cricket, how many times there's a break in the game for whatever reason, and within 3 or 4 balls, within the next over, someone always gets, it's just a concentration thing. And you know, you say it when you're coaching kids and younger players, that you go into the break all feeling good, you go and have a drink, you relax for 2 seconds, and then you go back and you're just not as sharp for a minute or two, and bang, you're out. And that's just the way the game is.
Berger picks up his 2nd wicket. He comes in, bowls to Adam Zampa, the new batter, who defends into the offside, and Bravis does the fielding. So now's the chance for Adam Zampa to show what he can do with the bat, but the problem is Australia are 8 for 174, so plenty of time out in the middle, 37 overs in.
I think Berger's gone for a few, but there's something about Berger. He bowls with good pace, hits the wicket nice and hard, got a nice rhythmical run-up. Doesn't look like he puts a lot of strain in his body.
2 for 54 in his 8th over. As he's charging in from the city end here. Short ball to Zampa as he tries to rise with it. And just work it backward a point, but can't do so as it's fielded there.
He likes bowling halfway down. It's always a good sign for a fast bowler. Tests out the middle of the pitch, no matter how flat the conditions are.
Bowls good pace.
Mate, the great Len Pascal will be listening on, cheering him on. Bouncer, bouncer, more bouncers.
Yes. That last delivery, around 137 kilometres, so certainly quick enough. Especially if you're 9, 10, 11. Berger comes in, bowls to Zampa, looking to try and push it into the offside, but straight to Brevis, who does the fielding in the covers. 8 for 174.
I keep sitting here and thinking if I was playing in Berger's team, and I don't want to make fun of his name, but does he have some good nicknames for him?
You would.
Where would you start? Like, you could have anything.
Yep.
But we won't go down that path because we're disrespectful to his family name. But
yep.
Geez, I wish he was in my team.
Yep, absolutely. And he comes once more, bowling to Adam Zampa. He can't quite get his timing right as he shuffles across to the offside, plays it straight to Brevis, who does the fielding in the covers. The end of the over, 8 for 174. Zampa faced the last 4 balls of the over, yet to get off the mark. Nathan Ellis is 2 from 12 deliveries. The end of the innings for Mitch Marsh, out for 88 from 96 deliveries, including 10 fours. He was caught by the keeper, Rickleton, trying to play that cross-bat sweep. He'd been throwing in the kitchen sink at every ball in the last couple of overs, and eventually was caught behind from the bowling of Berger, and Australia lost their 8th wicket.
You'd see a change in the bowling. So Brian's going to take up the attack from the club end for his final 2 overs. Interesting little period this for both batters, because you get the ball to straighten, pitch outside off stump, come back to hit the stumps. Want to keep your pads out of the way here, be a little bit careful.
Samuel's been back in touch. It's not brain surgery as he comes in. It's the start of a new over. So Brian is defended by Ellis into the offside. Studying a Bachelor of Business, majority in logistics, majoring in logistics and supply chain management, Stewie. So not
Very
brain
good.
surgery. On 0437 920 222. Ellis this time frees the front leg. Hits it through the gap in the offside and down to the road for 4. Nathan Ellis with his first boundary to move to 6. Australia 8 for 178 in the 38th over.
That's a nice shot there by Ellis. Down the wicket, got to the pitch, found the gap between cover and mid-off. I was hoping he'd said something of like that in nature for his degree. If he'd said philosophy or something like that, I would have gone, yeah, come on, mate, seriously.
Yep. Great to have so many of you listening on a Tuesday night. And it's been a big night for South African cricket as both of these sides try to build towards the next World Cup, which is 2 years away. Australia with the opportunity to try and blood some new talent, but it's been South Africa who have taken all the headlines. Sabrayan comes in, using his feet this time. Nathan Ellis hits down the ground. Straight back past the bowler and plays it down to Mulder, who does the fielding at long on.
Very nice. Down the wicket, got to the pitch, flicked it through the onside.
That's why Jason Gillespie would pick him as one of the first players in his team.
Because of his batting?
Because of his ability to do everything. His batting, his bowling, his fielding.
Yeah, I think
his leadership. Sabrayan in, Zampa back and across. He tries to repeat the deed and hit down the ground. He can't do so as Sabrayan races across to the right and cuts off the single.
Have you breaking his value down, right? And so you're saying batting, bowling and fielding, you're giving some value. Just say, I don't know, 100 grand. No, that's not the right number, but let's just go with it.
Sabrayan in, full delivery to Zampa. Comes forward and pushes it back down the pitch.
And you got your 5, you got batting, bowling, fielding, captaincy, team. Oh, no, we'll go with 4 categories, right?
4, yep.
Yep.
You'll make it up. Yep. Sabrayan into Zampa, flicks it in the air, just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. And Corbin Bosch, it's fielded out in the deep.
Okay. Bowling, I'm giving that 85.
Hang on.
85 out of 100.
85 out of 100. Okay,
yeah.
with you now.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Leadership, 7.5.
Okay.
Fielding, 7.5. Actually, no, I'm giving leadership 10.
You've gone from 7.5 to 10.
Actually, I'm going 7.5 and 7.5.
End of the over, 8 for 180 after 38 overs. Yep.
Okay.
7.5, 7.5.
Yep. So how much am I giving his batting?
4.
That's 104. He's only getting 100, so he's getting 4 extra. We're rorting the salary cap.
We're rorting the salary cap. I'm still trying to work out how you went from 7.5 to 10.
You know, I started to work it out in my head because I was going to go over as well.
Sam, you'll get back in touch. We could do with someone who's doing studying bit numbers or whatever, because clearly we're not all there. 8 for 180, 117 runs required for an unlikely victory. Just the 2 wickets in hand. Adam Zampa, the 1 from 7 deliveries. Start of a new over. Ngidi comes in and Zampa flashes this away. Down through the vacant slip region, down to the rope for 4.
Might be worthy of having a slip to Adam Zampa just to his final few overs, just to see if he's prepared to keep flashing at him. We're going to catch him in a tough chance. May have gone. Oh, Cameron Green would have caught it.
Yeah, it certainly went high enough, didn't it? 7 for Adam, 5 for Adam Zampa from 5 deliveries. Ellis is 7 from 15. Australia 8 for 184 in the 39th over. Ngidi comes in, bowls to Zampa, who comes forward and bat and pad close together, pushes it down to mid-off and a dot ball.
It's going to be a big ask for these two, isn't it? Now, 100 runs to get off 11.4 overs.
Even with your and my maths, that's going to make it hard.
It's going to.
Traditionally, when we used to always go to the cricket as kids, once the wicketkeeper was out, then it was sort of like, righto, kids, are we going to the train now or are we staying on the end?
Correct.
Can we get some autographs, Dad? I think we'll stay to the end. Ngidi comes in, bowls to Zampa. It's back in the air as he tries to just work it down the ground and lands short of the fielder at mid-on. 8 for 184 in the 39th over.
And Zampa seems to, once the ball outside off stump, wants to free his arms a little bit, throw his hands at it. He's quite comfortable. And the ball's at his body, he's a little bit more uncomfortable. Doesn't really have the ability to turn it and work it to the onside. He just looks a little bit more uncomfortable with that sort of angle.
Highest score is 36 for Adam Zampa. As we said, he's the most experienced Australian player out there, over 100 one-day internationals, as he hits it in the air, and it's just dropped in the air by Tristan Stubbs, moving to his right in the covers. sort of propelled his body forward, maybe thinking it was going to come quicker than what it in fact did. And then Geedy turns to the top of his mark, a little frustrated that the catch wasn't taken.
He should have caught that, Stubbs. I don't think he quite picked it up as cleanly as he should, and hit him almost high on the wrists. Good fielder, Tristan Stubbs. I've seen him drop more catches in this series than I think I've ever seen him drop.
Zampa scatters through, moves to 6. Australia 8 for 185. And Geedy back at the top of his mark into Ellis, who absolutely looked to unload. Lost the right hand on the bat handle as he tried to put that into the car park. Taken by Rickleton behind the stumps.
He got done all ends up by a slow ball then. He was through it. He was swinging through it. Good piece of bowling. Mid-island's up inside the circle, so Ellis will be thinking if I can get it over the top of that fielder, it'll run away nicely to the boundary. Same as the fielder at mid-off as well.
Our man Lewin Ngidi, who we spoke to before the day's play, none for 26 in his 4th over. Hasn't been used as much with the spinners taking over. Comes in and bowls to Nathan Ellis, who works it off stump and straight to Boomer, who does the fielding at mid-wicket. The end of the over, Australia 8 for 185 with Ellis on 7 and Zampa on 6. Who do you think was taller, you or Ngidi?
Oh, that was a tough one. I thought he was. Yeah, I sort of felt like I was looking up at him. He's not as cut as I am, but that's a different story.
I'll tell you who was the clear shortest out of the 4 of us standing there is you and Jason Gillespie look at least close to his eye line, whereas I was down towards his belt buckle. But he was a lovely guy and great to get a bit of insight from him. He had a bit of humour and spoke about some of the players checking out the Great Barrier Reef and the scooters, which they don't have in South Africa, which we joked about they don't exist in Melbourne or Sydney now. Half of them have been in the Yarra in Melbourne.
I was still getting over your fanboy question to Josh Hazel. Oh, g'day, Mr. Hazel. How many variations have you got?
So when she looked at me and said, we all knew he had 0, and I just thought we might have been working on a few. Turns out it was the silliest question of the day. Sabrina comes in, starts a new over into Adam Zampa, who's forward and mistimed, plays it into the offside. Sabrina in his final over, 1 for 35. Ellis on 7, Zampa on 6. Zampa awaiting here. Can he chip it in the air? He can. Down the ground. Just lands short in the end of Gretzky, who was racing around from his left. Zampa gets through for the single, gets to the non-striker's end and just tries to recreate the shot he was hoping to play. 8 for 186.
They're trying to chip it away onto the onside. Probably over the mid-wicket fielder. You pick up 2.
The off-spinner, Sabrayan, comes in. Quicker delivery into Nathan Ellis. He's able to dig out the full ball and play it out to deep cover for a single. Ellis to 8. Zampa's on 7. 8 for 187 in the 40th over.
They were disappointed, Australia. They haven't played, they haven't batted well, obviously. No. That's, perhaps they didn't bowl as well as they could have either.
Sabrayan into Zampa, who's using his feet. Hitting in the air, over the covers. It won't get to the rope, though. He calls back for a second as it's gathered by Gretzky in the deep. Zampa comes back for 2. He moves to 9. Australia 8 for 189.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of work to do before they get to Mackay for the game 2.
What would the batting coach be saying in the post-match, do you think? Sabrayan comes in to Adam Zampa, back and across. Works this time down to long on, picks up a single. As he's moving to 10, 8 for 190.
Well, I think they'll be saying, let's have a look at the wicket before we all go and trying to take Maharaj to the onside. He bowls well, be careful.
Sabrayan in, using his feet. Ellis is trying to replicate. Straight over the bowler's head, down the ground for 6. Didn't try and overhit it, just really caressed it down the ground and used the speed of the delivery to clear the rope.
It's gone all the way. Good shot by Ellis. Zampa just called the 12th man, got the jumper on. Not sure that's particularly required in the north of Australia, the jumper this time around. We've got ours on inside, but a bit warm running around up and down the wicket there.
End of the over, 8 for 196 after 40 overs. Ellis on 14, Zampa on 10. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. Sabrayan finishes his 10 overs, 1 for 46.
That's a good debut for him, isn't it? Coming into international cricket, picked up a wicket early. Travis Head out. He's a world-class player. I'm interested in watching him have a drink on the sideline. He's not going the traditional Powerade or water or something like that. He's gone a more old-fashioned style drink.
Ngidi starts a new over from the city end here at Cazaly Stadium. Zampa pushes it into the offside. A misfield there. So they get through for a single as Tristan Stubbs failed to take it cleanly down low to his left. 8 for 198.
All those... the old torpedo down the side there. He's got a bit of spring. He's got a bit of a spring in his step because the South Africans are winning. He's all excited.
Yep.
He's what's that? He's having some sort of beverage, alcohol? No, he's having an old good old-fashioned Billy Noak down there. You would know who Billy Noak was, would you? No, sorry, I'm talking rugby league terms. I shouldn't do that.
Ngidi, none for 27 in his 5th over. Comes in and that struck Ellis on the pad and he's out.
Refer it, come on. Refer it.
Took the pace off. Ellis was fully through his shot.
No, he's not going to bother.
And he's not even going to bother reviewing. You would have thought,
come on,
he was well and truly entitled, unless Australia are out of reviews.
No.
Marnus reviewed his. I would have thought they've still got at least one left. Nathan Ellis has to go. He is out.
LBW. We see a replay here.
LBW for 14 from 20 deliveries.
Got to say, it did look very close. He was back across, swinging through the line. Oh, I would have referred. That would have
been down leg, isn't it?
That would have missed leg stump.
Oh no. He's looked back and he's fallen away to leg side, thinking, oh, that would have cannoned into middle.
Come on, Zamps, you got to be a bit of that, don't you? That's missing leg. Yeah.
Oh no, that's not good teamwork there. His partner has to say, mate.
Come on. Well, if they got one left, it's either Zampa or Hazelwood. He's probably the most recognised batsman out of those three. Hazelwood's got the long sleeve jumper on by the looks of it. Or the long sleeve shirt.
Yep. So Josh Hazelwood makes his way out to the middle. Not sure he's going to hang around for too long, but he might get a chance to try and a few cracks at a few boundaries if he has that desire.
He's not a noted big striker of the ball. No. He's a nicker and nudger.
So Ngidi claims his first wicket. 1 for 27 in his 5th over. And one could quickly become 2 if he can get it on the money here against Josh Hazelwood. Australia 9 for 197. Chasing 297 for victory. This is going to be a big win for South Africa to claim the opening match. Ngidi comes in. Hazelwood just tries to get bat on ball. Trickles it out to the leg side, forward of square, and gets a single. Hazelwood's off the mark, 9 for 198.
He's not a bunny, though, Hazelwood. He'll hang about. He's scored important runs at different stages. He's not a... I don't want to... He's not a McGrath-style player.
Cheerio to Glenn.
He's not listening. He's test match player only.
That's true.
Won't be listening to the one-dayers.
Right.
He dines out in this story that we played a grade final. We played the same grade club, and he batted ahead of me.
Yep.
He kept saying, I was about 14 years old, Glenn. Like, come on, mate. Seriously.
41st over. Ngidi comes in to Zampa. He's forward and an inside edge as he drives it to Stubbs, who does the fielding at cover. Zampa 11 from 17 deliveries, 9 for 198.
The thing is, Glenn's not the worst batsman I ever saw, and Dizzy vouched there. There was numerous worse, but the one the worst batsman I ever saw was Chris Martin from New Zealand. Do you remember him? Mm-hmm. Chris Martin was genuinely,
terrible.
Oh, it was.
Ngidi into Zampa, who's bowled straight through him. Ngidi picks up his 2nd wicket, and Australia all out for 198.
Yeah, Adam Zampa trying to take the game on, take it over the top. Ngidi bowling his off-cutter style, slower ball, pitching outside off stump and just turning back into the stumps. Crashed in the middle of middle stump. Bales went flying, and Adam Zampa, he picked up the ball, threw it back to the wicketkeeper as he now shakes hands with all the South African players. And a comprehensive victory for the South Africans, led by Aidan Markram with the bat and the spin. So Brian and Maharaj, they've absolutely spun South Africa to victory here tonight at Cairns Cazaly Stadium.
So South Africa win the first of the one-day internationals here in Cairns. What a dominant display it was in the end. They win by 98 runs. Australia all out for 198 after South Africa posted 8 for 296. As Stuart Clark may mention, it was Kishore Maharaj who led the way with 5 wickets. He took 5 for 33 from his 10 overs, including 1 maiden. Najari Berger, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 54. Ngidi, 4.5 overs, 2 for 28. Sabrayan, 10 overs, 1 for 46. And Markram's 8 overs, none for 35.
Yeah, dominant with the ball, weren't they? Dropped a couple of catches, unfortunately, but yeah, dominant with the ball on a surface that, well, we weren't quite sure what was going to happen. Was the wicket going to speed up? Was they going to get some dew on the wicket? Was there dew in the outfield? Was it going to get hard to bowl? But in fairness, there was no dew at all. And watching the fielders in the outfield, there was no drying of the ball and things like that. It was very much just business as usual, and the wicket started to grip. And full credit to the South African spinners, they did a number on the Australian top order batsmen, and it was penalty. And it was unfortunate for the Australians. They just couldn't handle the spin.
So Jason Gillespie joins Matt Clinch and Stuart Clark. We're on air for about another 6 minutes or so, so we might do our analysis upstairs after Australia have been defeated by South Africa by 98 runs, led by a dominant display by Aiden Markram with his 82, Temba Bavuma with 65, Matthew Brexky with 57, but really it was the bowling of Maharaj which set up the victory for South Africa. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 33. Jason Gillespie, your assessments?
Yeah, Maharaj was a difference clearly, and I think we probably underestimated just how well South Africa batted on this surface. I think we all kind of agreed that it probably feel a little bit light, a little bit short of an ideal score, but that score proved to be very good in the end. And as Stewie Clark mentioned, led by Aiden Markram, I thought was excellent. He was doing it easy. He cost himself 150. He was playing really, really well, and there were some good contributions. Bretsky, but yeah, I certainly think Maharaj was a big point of difference to get 5 for 15 in the space of a couple of overs. Australia, that just broke the back of the innings.
He blew the middle order, and probably the top and the middle order out for the Australians. Yeah, I think the Australians, they weren't obviously expecting the ball just to skid on a bit and try and work it through the onside. He actually got the ball to grip quite significantly. And the ball that got Marnus out, pitch leg going to hit off. Green, same sort of thing. Inglis went back to cut one. It was the one that it skidded on. So good variation in amongst some balls that were turning. And he had it on a string early on, and the Australians had no answer.
Just felt like they were having trouble judging the length that Maharaj was bowling. We saw some lunging forward, but a lot of the batters were trying to tackle the assignment off the back foot onto balls that were quite full. So that was a bit unusual from the Australian batting.
He's got some good variation, and it's not so much arm speed, it's all in his hand, so he can get it overspin, he can get underspin, but it's all in that wrist action that he has. He's got a good technique. He's been around for a long period of time, right? So he's got experience, and on this sort of surface, and if we go down to Mackay and the surface is the same, he's going to be hard work again for the Australians, because if it's a dry, dusty surface and there's no dew that comes in at night, Maharaj and Sabrayan, they're going to be hard work again, and the Australians will, they might want to look at, who they've got, and can they bowl? Travis Head's going to have to bowl a bit more. Zampa obviously be in the team, and work through their spinning options.
Does Kuhnemann come into the consideration for the Australian side?
Well, on that wicket, Kuhnemann would have been hard work, because he bowls quite quickly and can get the ball to turn.
Absolutely.
You would imagine if they're playing here again in Cairns, Matt Kuhnemann would be selected as one of the first picked, but it'll be interesting to see the conditions in Mackay as to how different they are.
Nathan Ellis won Kuhnemann too.
So it's a...
All right, you two.
It's one of his first picks. We've reminded him about it all night. It's a big defeat for Australia. How much will they take away their record now? They've lost... what is it? They've only won 3 of their last 12 one-day internationals. So it's not a format they've played a lot of in recent times, and rarely do we see their best 11. So from a batting display, the fact that Marnus Labuschagne came back into the lineup, failed to fire. He was out for 1. Cam Green out for 3. Josh Inglis out for 5. And Alex Carey playing the 2 keepers out for a duck. They're all part of that That brigade who were castled by Maharaj, and no doubt will have a bit of work to do with the coaches and the vision.
Oh, they'll learn their lessons from tonight. What they'll take away is keep trusting your game, have your method, have your plan, and just focus on executing that rather than learn the lessons, take your medicine, learn the lessons from the game and what you can get out of it, and then prepare well and just continue to trust your game. That's I'm certain how they will approach it.
Yeah, spot on, Diz. That's exactly what the message will be internally. That, look, we didn't have a great night, but have your plan. You know, we're all different, but you've all got great techniques. You wouldn't be here if you weren't world-class players. So back yourself, trust yourself, and get out there and when you get an opportunity and get the job done.
So a 60-run partnership between Mitch Marsh and Travis Head. At the top of the order, the best partnership of the Australian innings was actually Mitch Marsh and Ben Dorshus, who combined for 71. So it showed Dorshus had the application to play within his sort of role, and Mitch Marsh tried to take the attacking on, but eventually he fell as well. So interesting to see how the captain will assess, given that he tried to play a lone hand at the top of the order, but how do they try and bounce back for Mackay?
Well, that's a positive because Mitchell Marsh, he got some runs in the last T20 game. He probably a little bit shorter runs, but his runs in the last T20 runs out. He looked pretty good out here tonight. The only Australian batsman that had an answer to the spin twins of South Africa. So from that point of view, that is a positive. Dorshus, I thought he bowled okay, and he batted, good lower order hitting and sort of batted with Mitchell Marsh for a period of time. But Sam, there was fleeting moments of good cricket throughout the day. It's just putting a whole match performance in.
Yeah, most certainly. And I really liked what Dorshus has done. I think in the T20s he had a partnership with Tim David as well. So he's shown he's more than capable at this level with the bat in hand, not just the ball.
So Maharaj picking up his first ever fifer. He did so with 5 of the top 6 Australian batters and in just 26 balls. So a night to remember for him, something we haven't seen all that often. Stuart Clark, Jason Gillespie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good on you, Clinchy, and
safe travels to Mackay. I know you won't. Quentin Hull comes in and takes over.
Going back. Good luck. Hope
That's
the weather's,
my little cameo.
Hope the weather's nice when you get home.
No, gents, that it was bucketing down in Sydney. So, yep, no, I'll go back to the colder suburbs. Thank you as well to Neil Manthorp, the voice of South African cricket. He will be with you in Mackay, as will Aussie Bob, the best tech in the land. So he'll make the trek down there as well. And thanks to Adam Jones back at base. A crowd of 5,198 in to Cazaly Stadium in Cairns, where South Africa have prevailed by 98 runs over Australia. The Aussies all out for 198 after South Africa posted 8 for 296. Maharaj, the star of the show and the player of the match, with his 5 wickets. A dominant display, 5 for 33 from his 10 overs. Thanks for your company on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. We look forward to your company for the second One Day International.